What's up, my friends in film fandom, wherever you may be and however you may be watching? Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we've all made one trip around the sun together again, and most of us have not killed other people on the earth. Some of us couldn't help ourselves, but I mean, it's been an eventful, really last couple of trips around the sun for everybody here on this rock that we call Earth. But we've made what is I guess the 1 billionth trip around the sun together, and now we're moving on into the counted one anyway, that is 2025. And we're here to break down all the craziness that has happened over the course of the last 365 days, some of the stuff that we've all gotten into individually, together, things like that. And really just to have fun and hang out until we drop balls, so to speak. And speaking of dropping balls, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Casey is Raw.
Hey, can I show my balls on this show? I mean,
absolutely not. No.
Oh.
You can do that when you have a text stream with text, you can do that. Not with me though. Not on my stream.
Okay. I just want to at least ask. I mean, I could pull you and you
wanted to ask.
When we start going live on OnlyFans, I'll let you go.
That's a way to lose subscribers.
And from Alex and the Garbage Man, the co-host of that fine show, I was just on there with him last night talking about all kinds of crazy stuff, is the White Alex from north of the border. What's going on, brother?
Not much. Thank you so much for having me on. I am finally back on the Harsh Truth. I think the last time I was on was the review for The Batman, which was 2021. So I appreciate that you allowed me to show my ugly mug on here, which is way too white, but that's that's foreshadowing for the future. Thank you so much. And Casey, we have not seen your balls or your ass, and we're not going to see your wiener either.
Not since the derail days, anyway.
Good to see you, Casey.
But go subscribe to Drew's Patreon. You can go back to all those old videos if you want to see Casey doing streams from his bathtub.
Actually, you know what? I don't think those shows there no more.
Oh well, I thought they were all behind a paywall anyway. But of course, back from the derailed days, back from the dead, from other dimension where he has been doing God only knows what he's been doing, the not white Alex, the Bahamian man himself, Alex Payne. What's going on, brother?
Listen, I appreciate that you said Bahamian, right? I was concerned. Some people say Bohemian for some weird reason, as if I'm an art piece, although I am one. But, they don't need to be advertising it. Casey, nobody wants to see anything on you other than, well, a sheet. And I don't know this other person, but I hope to get to know him in a very interesting way. And you stole my name, you bastard. I hate you.
Hey, Alex, or at least bald. I mean, I think you had to be bald on this channel to be here.
No, Jeremy's got
not on my head.
Jeremy's got a mane of good young hair still. He hasn't quite hit the bald years yet, so. But when he hits him, boy, he's gonna hit him hard.
Just like me, he's bald in places, so it counts.
Yeah, he shaves everywhere but his head. But see, other people might come and go over the course of the night. I've sent invites to like American Werewolf in New Jersey if he wants to come on. I haven't heard back from some people, but Drew obviously knows he can come on if he wants. He's probably gaming or doing some shit with his daughter.
American Werewolf in New Jersey?
Yes, he's another movie YouTuber that we're friends with. Good guy.
Does
some good content. I like him.
That's a very long name.
It works. It's a good name. It's a cool one. Aaron said he's going to pop in for at least a little while tonight. So hopefully we'll be able to get him on here so we can make fun of him for being a soft sit and thinking that 9/11 was done by aliens or whatever conspiracy theory nonsense he's got going on in his brain today. But other than that, it's just in general going to be a hangout. If you guys want to support the channel, the link is in the description to do so. I don't like eBaying. I actually remember to put the banner at the bottom of the thing tonight, which I almost always
Frank,
forget.
it's not e-begging, it's e-asking.
Whatever.
That's good.
I don't like e-begging or e-asking because I have a real job that I can support myself with. I don't need to go pulling money out of you guys to do it. But if you want to support the channel, the link is down there. Go do it. I will get notifications if you guys send in anything. I will read your stuff online. We will have fun. If you have something that you wanted to, some topic you want us to talk about, go hit the donations tab and let us know what you want us to jabber on about. Who's with us right now? Mikkel is in here. Hey, yo, what's going on, Mikkel? Go check out. Don't make me bring him on here just to torture you, Casey. AJ Raider, what's going on, my brother? Happy New Year to you, my friend. EJ is out there. What's going on, EJ? She's saying hello to Casey. One of the handful of people in the world that still like you, still watch your content.
Let's see, I was going to say I like him, but the content, God, no.
One of these days. One of
I
these days,
think
Casey's
I-
gonna have to play a video game that wasn't made for a 12-year-old back in 1984.
Listen, I'm just waiting for the day, and it is going to be a great day when it happens. And Casey, I want you to message me before it happens so I could be there for it. I'm waiting for the day midstream. He drops the character and starts talking normal.
He actually talks with a British accent. He sounds like Stewie from Family Guy. When he's not playing Mario Brothers 3D or whatever the hell he was playing last night, he's actually reading the works of Shakespeare and Chaucer.
Oh yeah, listen, he went back in time and he actually wrote Dostoevsky's books.
Damn
I
right.
think-
So
Wasn't there one time where I dropped my gimmick where you guys were shocked when I pronounced something like really good? You're like, oh my god!
there's
that
been a
whole
few
thing-
slips. There's been a few slips.
A
I'm
couple of
waiting.
times he's broken kayfabe once or twice.
Just once or twice.
See,
He's-
I'm wondering. I got a question for the other Alex, not the white Alex. I'm just saying Alex Payne to make it a little easier. But I know when I first, forced my way onto Drew's channel, how long did it take you to actually like me?
Well, I hated your soul for the first 3 months. And that's no exaggeration, not me trying to be cute or funny. I genuinely did not like Casey at first. I thought he was pushing his way on this. I thought he was a weird guy. Didn't like him at all. But I don't. To be honest, I have no idea when it changed. I just know eventually it's like, ew, I like him now. He's a cool guy. Maybe it's when I talked to you off air and you revealed your real accent to me and your real voice, and I was like, okay, so it is fake. So I could get along with this now.
I miss the derail days. I really do. Usually whenever like some really crazy news story comes up, like the Trump assassination attempt or something like that, like what the first thing I think of is, boy, how crazy is this? The second thing I think of is, man, this would have made a great topic for Drew's show on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Like, God, and especially if it's like a really busy news week, I'm like, God, we just partnered up on derail this week. Ugh.
I still say Trump needs to put an earring where that bullet went through his earlobe. I mean, that could be like a giant FU to the shooter,
Well, I think the shooter got the giant FU in the form of a couple of rounds from a police sniper. So,
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying it's another FU. Just like, hey, I'm wearing an earring where you shot me through in my earlobe.
See, even EJ thinks you've lost your damn mind.
I mean, if he does, he needs to wear a bullet pendant.
Oh god.
They have those shot glasses out, the drink glasses now that have like the bullet that are pressed into the side of the glass and it says something about the assassination attempt or whatever. And I'm like, it seems like every time there is any kind of gun related anything that come out with that exact glass, there's a different shit etched in it. And I'm like, it's like, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm okay with repurposing shit that doesn't go right, that you don't sell a lot of, but I mean, come on. It's getting a bit silly.
Do you think now he's president-elect, do you think, you think there'll be more people trying to snuff him out?
Hard to say. I don't know. I mean, I never would have thought that the one guy would have taken a shot. That to me was like insane enough as it was. But it's like, and then it's like the second guy at the golf course.
Yeah.
I was like, wowzers. And then like that guy's story is really weird.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Was he an alien?
No, he had some background in he was fighting in Ukraine and was recruiting, and this is all stuff that's been in the media. So whether it's actually true or not, I'll let you guys just take it with a grain of salt, because who the hell knows what the real truth is. But I mean, he was doing stuff. He was like a mercenary over there and was training Ukrainian soldiers and actually fought a few Russians and came back here for whatever reason. I think they said it was to recruit more American civilians to go fight in the Ukraine on behalf of Ukraine or something like that. And for whatever reason, thought it would be a good idea to try to take a shot at Trump. So camped out in the fence line of his golf course.
Actually do on a casual afternoon.
Whatever. If that's what you do in your free time, is you shit in a sniper's nest and hope like heck the president-elect just decides to walk by. I mean, more power to you.
Hey.
Have fun with it. Just know that that's probably not that if you ever actually get your opportunity, it's probably not going to end well for you. But whatever. I don't know.
Hey, I don't miss.
Well, this guy didn't get a shot
And
off.
that was said by Casey is raw government. If you're listening, Casey put on my accent to say that. So go to his house.
Yeah, send the FBI and Secret Service to Casey is raw. I'll email you this address. I'll send it to you right away.
Oh,
Yeah.
But that leads us to an interesting topic, though. It's there's a lot of conspiracy theories going around about assassination of Trump. A lot of conspiracy theories altogether. And just in time for us to start talking about this, even for just a moment, here comes the sheriff from the Lone Star State, my man Tex. What's up, brother?
oh
Happy
shit.
motherfucking New Year. Casey, get the hell out of here. We don't. What's going on, boys?
Nothing, just chilling, man. Just getting the
That's
night
good.
started, having some fun. What do you got going on
Hell yeah.
down there in the Lone
Well,
Star State?
Here in the great state of Texas, there's about 15 people in my house, and I looked around and said, with this many drunks, I don't have enough beer, so I'm in the beer store parking lot as I speak. So, I just got a feeling by about 11 o'clock, all my drunk, relatives and friends and kinfolk are going to be like, hey, Tex, where's the rest of your booze at? Because our broke asses didn't fucking bring any. So, it's all good.
Mm,
Did they also call you Tex? Because
Oh, yeah. Well, I got that. Y'all may not know this, but the State Fair of Texas has. You ever seen a picture of Big Tex? It's a gigantic ass fucking cowboy that's at this Texas State Fair. So, whenever I was in junior high, we took a trip to the State Fair, and somebody said, "Hey, you're like Big Tex," and ever since then, it was Big Tex was the nickname. But I just took the big part out because the only person I need knowing how big I am is my old lady. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. So.
Can I ask a question real quick? Why are you
No,
guys
you may
not
not.
get-
If you have to ask, if you can ask a question, the answer is no, Casey. You should know this already.
Actually, that'd be good because it's like I was gonna say, why you guys got gang up on me? I mean, like,
Oh, here goes. Oh, here's that victim shit. Oh, it's starting already, boys. I'm telling you what.
I mean, I feel like I'm getting dog packed from everyone minus Alex.
Well, Alex is Canadian. He's too nice. Actually, to be Canadians aren't nice. They're just passive aggressive, and they're smarter about how they do things. That's actually how the Canadians work. See, he's shaking his head. He knows what I'm talking about. But either
that's
way.
why they say
What's up,
sorry.
Alex?
It's a very strong emphasis on sorry for them.
It's pronounced sorry because we hurt when we say it. We don't want to say it.
No, that's why I say. That's why it's sorry because y'all don't believe it. So you're not saying sorry. You're saying
Well,
sorry.
Alex, I will say I am glad that you're not in prison on my account yet for making, the gay joke I done yesterday. So I'm glad to see that Trudeau accepted my apology on your behalf. So I'm glad that worked out for you.
He was out looking for a new purse to carry to whatever the hell shindig he's going to tonight.
By the way, Frank, Tex already put Deadpool prediction on me.
Oh, yeah. I stole Casey's Deadpool powers, and that motherfucker's gone by June. So, adios.
Who are we
Vaya
talking
con
about?
Dios, as they say.
Who are we talking about?
Tex
I
is
did.
predicting my
I
death.
stole Kate.
Oh,
Yes.
so it's not any specific person. You're just saying that you are the one who's killing celebrities now, who's calling it out.
No. I stole Casey's powers, turned them back around on him, and he's
okay.
dying in June. That's what I did. So, just so we're clear.
Well, okay. Just so you know, the FBI. I have nothing to do with that.
Oh, no. It's not going to be from nefarious means. It's like Casey's going to like McDonald's himself to death. That's how it's going to go down. It's fine.
Listen, if
But-
Casey dies, all the government will be very interested because how do you kill that off? Like they'll be like, "What the fuck killed this thing?"
Actually, you know what?
all the
Go ahead,
flags, all the flags at Sonic will be half mast across the country.
With the amount of preservatives that Casey has within his DNA, he might live forever, though. This is a possibility.
I mean,
He's
we
actually,
Just saying.
why do you think his speech is failing him? Because he's lived through so many different English forms that he's trying to get used to this version, but it just doesn't click for him. That next generation, it will be fluent.
Can we start a Casey is RIP cryptocurrency?
Good. We'll have the people that did. We'll have the people that did the Haktua currency take care of that for us.
I don't feel bad. If you were stupid enough to buy crypto from some broad on the internet, you get what you deserve. I'm sorry. Do not feel bad for you. And whatever.
No, see, you're supposed to scam the scammer. You're supposed to buy some of it and then sell it like 3 hours later when it goes up. Not keep it for any amount of time. Because you always listen. There's always money to be made in a scam for you.
Right.
You just don't hold on to it. So anyone who held on to it was well. I don't know if we use those languages around here.
Yeah, I listened to Pop Culture Crisis in the last half of my day when I'm at work normally, and they were talking about the Haktua coin thing, and I had sent it a super chat saying it's called a meme coin. A meme is a joke. If you invested your life saving in a joke, you deserve to lose all your fucking money.
Oh yeah, I agree about that.
Yeah, I agree. I believe idiots should be able to be idiots without people getting arrested.
Well, a fool and his money are quickly separated.
As long as nobody is physically hurt, I get it. If you intentionally mislead people, you should probably get pinched for it. But if you're just like, I'll sell you the Brooklyn Bridge, kind of jokingly, and then like Casey comes up to me with like his life savings of 10 grand, he's like, I'll totally buy it from you. That sounds great. And I'm just like, okay, I tell you to walk away. Am I really responsible because somebody did not know that I was kidding?
Even if you get physically hurt, if you did something like everybody knows that Superman joke where he jumps out a window and tells the guy it's the drink that made him fly around the building or whatever. If you're dumb enough to believe that and you jump out a window and die, then that's you're just retarded. So I don't think someone should be punished for you being stupid. Now, if you go out of your way and maliciously hurt somebody, then that's different. But if you become harmed physically from something stupid, then that's on you, not the other person.
See,
Yeah,
Frank,
ahead,
I'm not that stupid. If you're gonna sell me the Brooklyn Bridge, I'm gonna have it in writing. So you better have that in paper.
It will be in multiple colored crayons on the back of a pizza box. I promise. It's totally a legal document.
It may or may not be spelled correctly. You'll find out when you get there.
Yeah, it'll be notarized by the drunk guy behind the 7-Eleven. That guy notarizes things for me all the time.
I believe George Strait, he wrote a song about oceanfront property that he had for sale in the state of Arizona, I do believe. So I think there's a song to go something like that. So.
I've seen that property. It's a beautiful piece of land. Beautiful piece of land.
There you go. If you'll buy that, he'll throw the Golden Gate in free, as George Strait said. So.
But and Lake Havasu, since it's right there in the neighborhood. But as you were coming in, Tex, I was getting ready to go to Alex. We were talking a little bit about conspiracy theories. To our Canadian friend Alex, I'll start with you, since you've barely been able to get awarded so far.
Frank, can I interrupt for a quick second?
Sure, why not? That's what we're doing now.
Because I heard. So my apologies. I'm so sorry. No, I just because y'all were talking about horror the other day, and I just wanted to recommend a very horrific book to Tex. It's called Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon by Matt Dinneman. If you love horror and love over the top insane horror, you need to read that book.
Yes, I do.
I will warn you though, even as an extreme horror lover, it gets very, very dark at points. So just need to let you know.
I like it. I'll check it out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but you can't read boobs. So if he doesn't
see
boobs,
are there at least
it may not be enough for him.
If no nipple, the boob does not count. That's text rule number 45.3. I'm pretty sure that's what the bylaw is. But
subsection
there's
A.
Nudity. There's
subsection
nudity.
A. Yeah.
There's nudity, if not sex. Let's say that.
Well, they do sell those. They do sell those micro bikinis that covers the nips.
But anyway, Frank, as the co-host, I will give you permission to continue with what you were saying.
Well, first off, let me say hi to Gorilla Strong. What's up, Rilla? Haven't seen you in my chat in a while. I know that I saw you. I saw it. Well, Rilla was in friend's chat the other night when I was watching or somebody. I forget who. But what's up, Rilla? Happy New Year to you, my friend. Hope you're doing very, very well. EJ here, AJ, of course. All the abbreviated.
What's up, AJ?
But now I'll try going to Canadian Alex. We were starting to talk about some conspiracies and stuff like that. What are some of the conspiracies that you are most into that you think could actually have something to them that haven't already maybe have been proven to a certain extent?
None. I pay no attention whatsoever. I'm still reeling and sometimes laughing my guts out at the Wayfair child kidnapping conspiracy, which I still reference on my show, and I just love the abject stupidity behind it.
He's a shill. He's a spy. Oh, sorry.
We had a whole stream over on Derailed about that whole Wayfair thing a long time ago. I wonder if anything actually came of that. Let me try to Google that real quick. Wayfair, American e-commerce company.
What is Wayfair? What is this you speak of? I didn't buy anything from anyone.
It's some. Basically, it's like a online furniture store.
Is it that theory about how weirdly close together a bunch of mattress stores was?
No. What we were talking about on Derailed when this was a story was that Wayfair, because their stuff was unusually high priced, that the thought is that it wasn't really about the product. It was more about that you weren't ordering this dresser for $17,000, that you were actually ordering the dresser as a front, that the dresser was really a 10-year-old Puerto Rican boy who was in sex slavery or something like that.
This is why laymen should not get involved with criminal activities, because that's
what Casey kept in behind those video games. It makes sense.
They would put it in a normal price, and the 1,000 is implied. If it costs $17, it's $17,000.
I see. If I would have known this, if I'd have known this, I never would have taken it all that seriously. On July 10th, 2020, and this is about the time that we were talking about it on Derailed, Wayfair became the subject of a QAnon-affiliated conspiracy theory. I had no idea that QAnon had anything to do with it. That falsely accused the company of being involved in child sex trafficking as a front organization. So if I'd have known that QAnon had anything to do with that, I probably would have taken it that seriously. But you have to admit, it's really, really odd. I think the night that we talked about this on Derailed, I had pulled, like, I think they even had like a SKU number, the SKU number, the barcode or whatever for some of these things. I had pulled one of the SKU numbers off their website and put it onto like Amazon, and the dresser that they were charging something like $5 or $6 grand for was like $100 at Walmart or something like that. And I was just like, what? I understand that rich people where they like, look, when you're rich living in Beverly Hills, you don't mind paying $25 for a Snickers bar at the corner store because you're rich. You have that kind of money. You don't feel it the same. Whereas average schmucks like us might be like, I'm not paying $25 for a Snickers bar when I can go get one for $1.50 at the local bodega or grocery store or corner shop, whatever. But so a lot of people just kind of like, well, it's just where rich people get their stuff. But I was like, yeah, but that much money for a dresser that I could find literally almost anywhere for $100. I mean, the prices were so outrageous that it made it all kind of weird. That was the thing that I thought was interesting about it. But the only thing that gave it any credit to me at all was the fact that stuff was so oddly expensive. But now that I know it was a QAnon thing, I'm pretty sure it's probably bullshit, because I've never thought QAnon was smart. but yeah, now that I know. But I don't know. How about you, Alex Payne? What are some of the conspiracy theories that you think might actually be true?
I don't necessarily subscribe to any conspiracy theory. However, I have a conspiracy theory that all the flat earthers are doing it for trolling purposes. They don't actually believe it. That is my conspiracy theory.
Casey looking away like he's like, yeah, we see you, Casey. We see you trying to look away and not.
What are you talking about? I still think. I mean, I have a good.
Listen, Casey, you don't think, so don't lie. That's the first lie of this sentence. Continue.
See, I think I got good evidence.
See, you just lied again. You said you think. You just established you don't do this. Continue.
I know that the world is flat because, I mean, you got...
because if the world was round, you would roll around all over the place.
I mean, look at a map. A map is flat. I mean, if a map was round, wouldn't it be round? And don't tell me globe.
Casey, that's because it's on a piece of paper.
News.
You know what else is flat on a piece of paper? Your IQ. I just want to say for the record, I love Casey. He's a cool guy.
We all love Casey. If anybody else tries to pick on him, we're gonna kick their ass. No, we'll be Casey's ass all the time, though. He's one of us.
By the way,
Yeah.
Frank, that was not me the other day trolling on your channel. That was a troll. I mean, a lot of times
Sure.
when you go live, that's a lot of times that someone hacked my account. So
Someone hacked your intelligence.
That's the same excuse he gives the credit card company for all the OnlyFans charges he gets every month. But that's beside the point.
And he blames his neighbor for the stains.
Casey, your girl says you are made of pink slime, but I don't know. Tex, what do you think? What's a conspiracy theory that has not been proven yet that you are absolutely into, you're all in on?
Frank, you know this is a loaded question when you're asking this to me because I can spend the next 5 hours on this. But I'm going to go with one that's very topical here, and the population of America with go back to Joe Biden saying, once I'm elected, rest the border. And there's video of him saying that for anybody trying to deny it. Obviously, look at how things are in somewhere, let's say like a California, where even though if you go county by county of this presidential election, we just went, California went red. That California, I damn near call California a red state myself. But because of the populous areas and rigging going on, it went blue. But look at for how long people conspiracy theories, which by the way, that's the CIA created term, which I'll touch on in a second. But the redistribution of population in this country and flooding certain areas of our fine 50 states here with people from other parts of the world to sway things a certain way. I don't see how you can't deny that being a thing. The critical race theory, that's another one I don't think you can deny. There are so many of these conspiracy theories that people want to say are conspiracies that have came true. Now, I could go into something like 9/11 and spend 15 hours talking about it, but I don't want to do that because I don't have time and neither do y'all. But there are so many conspiracy theories, aka whatever, that have been proven to be true that there's no way around it. The main point about this, though, I think a lot of these alleged conspiracy theories, like the flat Earth or that whole QAnon bullshit, I never bought that for one day. I was calling that out within my own people of that being nonsense. And there are so many things that the CIA that I believe created to discredit real theories that are out there of nefarious shit. But I don't have 5 hours to explain this, so you'll have to, just take the little bit that I've given you here, I guess.
Well, that was a whole lot. I don't know, Casey, how about you?
Oh, that was no. I gave you the short version, Frank. I can go straight up Alex Jones and do 4 hours by my goddamn cell phone.
I bet you probably could.
That's a grain of sand of his conspiracy theory in a desert.
You give me a case of beer in 4 hours, I'll be shirtless screaming about a certain group of people and what they and where they were dancing on 9/11. But we're not going to go there, so it's all good.
I can hear him and his best Alex Jones voice saying they're turning the frogs gay.
Alex Jones was right. That's all I got to say. But I got to go to the beer store. You boys have fun. I may try to pop in later if I'm not blown up or passed out. So happy New Year. And Casey puts video games up his ass. I got you, Dr. Nick.
We'll catch you later on. Have a good night, brother.
Adios. We'll see you on Thursday.
Well, Casey, now it's your turn. Other than flat Earth, because that's been to your thing for way too long.
Oh, yeah.
What's a conspiracy theory that has not been proven yet that you buy into as maybe being real?
This is when he reveals he actually believes the Earth is square.
I'm gonna be serious right here. My conspiracy theory is that I believe that Bigfoot does not exist in America. I'm pretty sure they're all in Canada, because if it was in America, we would got footage of Bigfoot by now. Because think about it, you got that guy in New York who popped that healthcare CEO in New York, and then 6 days later we find him in the McDonald's in Pennsylvania. So, well, you're saying for decades we could only have like grainy footage of Bigfoot? I'm pretty sure they don't exist in America. I think they all exist in Canada, because I think there's giant voids of people not having internet out there, so they couldn't upload Bigfoot footage.
Am I the only one who feels a little uncomfortable that makes a little bit of sense? Not a lot, but just a little bit.
Well, I figured that if he exists in that area, either that area of Canada or into like Washington State, that area along the border, he could go back and forth between two places. I personally don't think Bigfoot exists at all. I don't think that somebody wouldn't have found him by now, but that's just me. There was just an article I was reading in the BBC yesterday that 2 guys that went looking for Bigfoot, they found him dead.
Well, I hear
Bigfoot didn't kill them; they were killed by exposure. They did not have proper equipment, and they ended up succumbing to the environment. So it wasn't like they were found torn to pieces with bite marks all over their faces or anything. They were just found dead from cold and whatnot. But still,
maybe Bigfoot just held them down in the cold until they died from exposure because he's smart.
See, the thing is, I think Bigfoot eats their own dead. So that's why you don't see like a dead Bigfoot laying around.
Why you gotta make it so complicated? Maybe they just bury them.
No, I think they still need to eat, and like you're not gonna find a deer all the time. So like, if your little Bigfoot dies, it's like, well, let's just eat him up now. Like, that's why you don't see a dead Bigfoot anywhere.
This isn't a conspiracy or nothing, right? But speaking of things existing, I find it very interesting that, because it's very possible that someday we'll find a society under the ocean, but yet people always go to, it's aliens, man. But creatures have existed in the ocean long before existing on land, so it's extremely possible that another branch of any species really just evolved down there, and they are complete 100% Earthlings that just were never discovered. Well, I don't know why people must go to aliens because here's the thing. If you take a random creature from somewhere out in the universe, right? And you show them a picture of a human, a tree, a spider, let's say a dog, and ask them, do they think all of these are from the same planet? More than likely they would say no. All the different creatures on Earth look extremely different from each other. Well, some look similar, but you know what I'm saying. So it's not hard to believe that even if it is some absurdly looking creature down in the ocean that has intelligence, that is just a native of the planet.
Maybe. I don't know, but Gorilla's reminding us, Casey, that we're never going to forget today is the 1-year anniversary of his true hatred for Casey when Betty White died. That was because of Casey. That was more than 2 years ago, wasn't it?
It's been a few years since Betty White died. So, I mean...
Who's Betty White?
The greatest actress of all time.
The bitch I took care of. That's all you need to know.
Scarlett Johansson?
Like he could take care of Scarlett Johansson. Come on.
Oh, God.
He could take care of her, but she wouldn't like it.
No, he couldn't take care of her.
Right the way you.
Casey would see her naked one time, come in his pants and faint. That's all Casey would do.
I can't dispute that. I think that's accurate.
To be fair, I would too.
Yeah, a lot of guys probably would, but
I would just be like, I guess I'll take it.
I put a poll in the chat. You guys go have fun with it. Do you believe in Bigfoot? So right now it's 2-1. 2-1, yes. So yeah, go down in the chat. Let us know if you believe in Bigfoot. I'll leave that up there for a bit so anybody watching on YouTube can get a chance to go in there and give us your thoughts on that. I personally, Bigfoot, look, it was a fun little thing like in the 70s before we had heat-seeking technology, and like all you could really do was walk out there with some binoculars and look around, because while that's a good way of finding something, it's not the best way. But nowadays we have commercially available drones that have heat-seeking, whatever, FLIR vision that are not terribly expensive. Somebody with the financial means could go buy a couple of these things and fly them around in the places where Bigfoot is rumored to exist. And the fact that people have done that and they found nothing unusual is kind of telling that maybe Bigfoot doesn't really exist. Not to mention the fact that really famous Bigfoot footage from like the 70s, I forget the name of the tape, the two guys that took it have already admitted back in, I think, probably the late 80s that footage was fake anyway. And there's been plenty of other fake shit over time. So I really doubt that Bigfoot exists. You ever talk to Bottles, Casey?
Not in a long time.
Because like I think the last time I was on one of the last times I was on your show with you, it's like we were talking about Bigfoot, and to tell the truth, I was like, I don't think Bigfoot exists. I don't think he ever did. I don't think anybody's gonna ever find him. I was like, but I think it would be cool if he did exist, because that'd be wild. That'd be a great story to tell. That'd be a cool story to cover. That would be wildly interesting. But I just don't think it's the case. And he got really offended by it. And I was like, okay, you can believe all you want. The reality is there is zero evidence that Bigfoot ever existed. So, I mean, take that as you will. Let's see. Drilla says a better poll is Casey's IQ above or below 70. Didn't you do the IQ test over on Derailed once?
Yeah, I was under 100, but I think that IQ test is bullshit. Like, I thought...
Why? Because it was too high?
No, I think it was too low. I mean, plus, I figure it'd be answering a bunch of questions. Not like, what's matching these these four things? Which one goes with the other? It's like, and at first it was easy. Then it's like none of the pictures would match. I was like, what the fuck? But Frank,
maybe the correct answer was to find out they don't match.
That's true. But Frank, I think the only reason why drones and those binoculars with heat-seeking lenses, I think it's because Bigfoot's not a hot-blooded animal. I think it's pretty sure it's cold-blooded. So that's probably why you can't see them on heat-sink.
So wait, I just want to clarify. Are you implying that Bigfoot lays eggs?
I mean, it could. I mean,
better question. Do you think Bigfoot eggs would taste good scrambled or sunny side up?
Ooh.
Sunny side up. Just unless it comes with air. I mean, with hair on it. Then no. Yes, a cold-blooded primate. It's possible.
I mean, chicken eggs don't come with feathers. What do you mean?
Eventually it does if you let it go. If you let it continue to incubate.
Casey. The eggs itself do not have feathers, but the embryo inside the egg will develop feathers. You should know by now. We're going to pick apart even the finest detail of any kind of bullshit just to make fun of each other.
Oh, this is not bullshit. I think it's pretty much... If Tex thinks like some of these people like in politics is reptilian, like how's mine far-fetched? Like, that's why I'd like to...
I don't believe aliens visited us, by the way.
Oh, I do.
Casey, you could continue. I don't think so, just because like that implies a serious level of arrogance that A, they would find us, B, they would find us interesting, C, because light exists at the same speed everywhere on Earth. There's no in the universe, there's no technology that could defeat that. At least that we know, of course. But Even if an alien species that lives, let's say, 100 million light years away, looked at us, they would see dinosaurs and shit. So why would they visit? So it's like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's very unlikely because we really aren't shit. I think that's just arrogance on our part to assume that they would come here. But I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong.
Maybe they've come here, maybe they haven't. I don't really know. I mean, they could have. I mean, I don't think there's nothing to some of the weird technology that has been found that the military is hiding. And now,
I believe in aliens in general. I just don't know if they came here.
No, that's true. I believe in the existence of aliens because there's too much space out there for us to be the only life form in this vastness that is the universe. Now, I don't think the question is is there life forms on another planet? I think the question really is how advanced are they? That's the question. Are they advanced enough to where they can travel from planet to planet easily or from solar system to solar system easily? Are they that advanced? Or are we the most advanced species in the universe? That's entirely possible. Is there somebody more advanced than us that can that can cover their existence from us very easily without too much trouble? They have advanced technologies that we don't have. So,
see, I think a lot of people vastly overestimate our ability to see other worlds and read them, because that same thing is true. If we could look at a planet that's, say even 1,000 light years away, and we'll see it 1,000 years in the past. So they could be a full-blown society and it'd be very obvious that there's life on that planet, but because we're essentially looking at it in the past, we can't see that that's true. And in 1,000 years from now, we'll see, there is stuff there, but we're actually seeing 1,000 years ago. So that's what makes like seeing if aliens exist so weird, and that's the part that like the average person doesn't know about or ever consider. Like even the sun. Did you know that the sunlight takes 8 minutes to get here from the sun? So the light you're seeing right now, well, not right now because it's dark, but in the day, every time you're looking at light, you're actually looking at 8 minutes ago. You're not looking at anything real time. You're literally seeing with the past. Isn't that cool?
That's what the James Webb does. The Webb telescope. It actually it has those many mirrors that create the one big mirror, and it focuses the light into the stuff that gets processed. And one of the things that it does is it picks up light from, I think, 3 or 4 times farther away than the Hubble can.
Yeah.
And it also can use the gravitational pull of other celestial bodies to get light. So it's like if there's like light here, a celestial body here, and the telescope here, that light coming from over here will actually bend around that star or whatever it is. And the James Webb is using the gravitational pull, the effect on that light to gather that light that's on the other side of a celestial body. So it's almost looking through a star or a planet or whatever it's in the way in that direction it's looking at. It's wild shit.
And that's why they believe that with the James Webb, they could be able to see the Big Bang, because they know that they can see the past if they can see far enough, because they can see like that light that it came out at the Big Bang hasn't reached us yet.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
I'm thinking if aliens do exist, we're going to need to steal their anal probe technology they got out there. I mean,
you might need
it. I mean, honestly, they had something, up people's assholes.
It's okay, so you believe in aliens?
Yeah, I believe in aliens. I mean, I don't think they're nowhere near us.
I just wanted to ask, because if you said no, then I would have become very suspicious because, all things considered, you might be, a plant. So since you said yes, you believe in them, I'm willing to consider that, they might not be real.
I think they're probably like, we'll never see them. I mean, because like, we know there's really no life on any of these planets that's around us. So I'm like, unless there's spaceships that go like light speed, and then like I'm like,
see, the ironic thing, Casey. The ironic thing is that, and this is something I've never seen anyone say either. It is 100% possible that they're on their way here because, can't get past how far these distances are. So maybe they saw the dinosaurs and they started traveling 1,000 years ago, and let's say they're 50,000 light years away, and they're gonna show up. They probably find a way to put people in stasis or something. Everyone's gonna show up and be like, "All right, let's see these dinosaurs," and then come on and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I was gonna say, I mean, would they be 1,000-year-olds or would they be like, a whole new generation of aliens.
I have
But
no idea how that works because, in theory, a year is how many times you orbited the sun. So if you leave your solar system, how do you judge your age?
that's a good point. That's a good point. I can't argue with that.
To circle
I
back
mean,
to circle back to some of the conspiracy stuff, I am 100% convinced that that Kennedy was killed by some nefarious means.
Yeah, the sniper, that's pretty mysterious. Nefarious. But I
Well,
know what you
see,
mean, though.
because I know people say that 9/11 was some kind of conspiracy. My biggest problem with that is that, and you're talking about two very different time periods. Information traveled very differently in November of 63 than it did in September of 2001. So in September of 63, you could pull some of that shit off because there wasn't the storage of data the way there is now. Nowadays, there would be guys with cell phones that are texting back and forth their mission statuses and whatnot. So that data is always out there to be grabbed by somebody who may not be looking directly at it or for it, but will catch it and be like, what does this mean? And then go down the rabbit hole that would lead them to all the underlying stuff. Whereas in November of 63, it was like 4 or 5 people really could have killed Kennedy, but I mean, it wasn't like he was too big of a person to just kill. That's kind of the way I think. There's too many weird things about Oswald. There's too many weird things about his connection to the government. Too many weird things about the way the government works. Period. Back then and now, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
well,
There's
honestly,
just stuff there that's just too weird, and it was easier to cover that kind of thing up 60 some years ago than it is now. Like because that's my issue with like the whole 9/11 conspiracy inside job thing. It's like I say, okay, Bush did it. I'm like, okay, Bush had been in office for 9 months. That's not a long. This is the kind of operation that it takes bare minimum 3 years to plan, and that's a very low estimate. It'd probably take closer to 5 or 10 if you wanted to make sure it was done right. And
Don't they say that it takes
longer.
didn't they say it would require I can't remember what the number was, but it was 100,000 people to be involved for it to happen or something like that.
Well, you could do it with almost like a skeleton crew. I mean, but still, there's so many moving parts to that plan that there would just be too many people for one of them not to slip.
Mhm.
So it's like, so if you're talking about the 5 or 6 people that may have killed Kennedy, and then all the people that died under suspicious circumstances in the days and weeks following the assassination, there's only one person left that really knows the truth. He might be able to keep it to himself. But you're talking about however many, okay, you're assuming the hijackers were in on it. There was 19 hijackers. We all know that. So there's 19 people. There's Bush. There would be probably a cadre of people behind him, 20 to 50. So now you're getting into like the 75 person range where it's getting a bit ridiculous and not all those people are going to stay quiet. Not to mention you need people to actually go physically do stuff like set explosives in the World Trade Center, which you would have to do while there were people there working. So how are you drilling holes in the support structure while people are there punching buttons and making their stock deals and doing the business that happens during a work day at the World Trade Center? People at the airport would probably have to be in on it to make sure these guys get on the airplanes okay. So that's another probably 20 people-ish. So now you're getting into the 100-person range. And then the funny thing is like everybody thinks the media was in on the cover-up too. And I'm like, so you want to tell me that the media, which would be thousands more people probably, or maybe not everybody in the media, maybe just the bosses, the important people. Let's say it's like 25, 30 people. But you mean to tell me that all the media companies that even back then largely leaned to the left, we're gonna do this solid for Republican presidents they didn't like? They didn't think he would really won the election? It's like there's so many things there that you have to fly in the face of any logic that I'm just like, come on, it's not really how it's going to work. There's a video that I sent to Aaron, actually. Somebody did about a 30 or 40 minute long talk about conspiracy theories and why so many of them fail. And one of the things they pointed out is something that Aaron does all the time. He'll point out this one little oddball piece of information and extrapolate all the stuff on that, and then ask you to assume a lot of fact instead of proving a lot of fact. So they'll say, okay, this thing 100%. Right here is weird. Now, assuming that all these other 25 things are right, this has to be what happened. It's like, well, assuming means you don't have any real information. Now, there's a lot of weird things that you can kind of, like in the Kennedy assassination, there's a lot of weird things that you can kind of run to ground. You can say, well, that's got more than 3 or 4 things in its favor. Whereas for half the shit for 9/11, it's like, okay, some dancing Arabs. So what was the one I heard the other day? Some a van load of Arab guys got pulled over that morning in New Jersey, and I'm like, and did they have bomb-making material on them? Did they have schematics of the World Trade Center? Did they have expired passports? Did they have anything? Oh, nobody knows what happened to them. I'm like, probably because they got pulled over for speeding and they were doing some regular job, and somebody saw that, and then an hour later, everything goes off, and they're like, oh, those fucking Arabs, I bet they had something to do with it. Not knowing absolutely nothing other than the fact that they're I mean, their IQ is stupid. I mean, they're just like, oh, those guys have to be involved. It's like, maybe they were just on their way to paint a house or some shit like that, and they got pulled over for doing 45 and 30.
Kennedy.
Yeah, it's but there's so much shit, especially about 9/11. It'd be so hard to keep that secret. It was so big. Like Kennedy, as big as deal as it was, you're talking about killing one guy. You're not talking about killing thousands of people. You're talking about one guy. One guy, even if he's a president, can be a little bit easier to deal with. And I'm speaking hypothetically here, Secret Service. I'm not saying that I want anything to happen. I'm talking about the past.
Casey is raw. He said it
knocking
in
on
the
Casey used his AI technology to sound like my voice for a minute. But it's like it's easier to off one person than it is to off like 3,000 people, and to do it in such a public way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because realistically, it only takes 2 people: the one who to have the idea and Oswald.
Yeah, because I was arguing. I don't think it was Aaron. I was arguing. It was somebody I used to work with. I was just like, theoretically, 19 guys could have got together and done this in short order if they had the money. I mean, they could have just said, okay, everybody, in 2 weeks, we're going to buy some plane tickets. We're going to do this thing. Here's the time we're going to do it. Okay, let's go do it. I mean, in theory, it all could have happened very quickly. But, I mean, obviously, it was planned for a little bit longer than that. But, yeah, sometimes the best plans aren't that complicated. They're pretty straightforward. So sometimes it's not about hiding and doing all this and that and paperwork and fooling a bunch of people into getting a position you need to do the thing. Sometimes it's easy as just doing it. I mean, as much as I think there's more to the Kennedy assassination than anybody's ever really going to know, it is totally plausible that some guy just went up there with a rifle, squeezed off a couple of rounds, and got lucky with one shot. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Now, now when you factor in a bunch of other shit, it doesn't look like it's quite that simple. But I mean, I have to admit, sometimes, look, Occam's razor, sometimes the easiest explanation tends to be the correct one. Sometimes it's just that simple. And we as people try to, sometimes something big happens and the box that it's delivered in doesn't fit what we think it should be. So we have to create this other box to put it all in. So when something like, let's say the Kennedy assassination, a lot of people like Kennedy. He was a divisive figure in politics, sure. But when it happens, it's like, it can't just be this one lone nut job from the school books depository with a rifle. It can't be that. It's too simple an explanation for how big the person was. So now we got to start throwing in CIA, mob, Russia, Castro, aliens, whatever stupid ideas you might have about how that went down. They build this different box to put it in because it makes them feel better. It helps them handle things in their head. It doesn't really have any basis in fact. I think that's one of the things that happened after 9/11 was that it was such a big deal. We all watched it happen. I think everybody was traumatized that day. I mean, we all watched it play out live on TV. I mean, no event has ever happened like that ever before, and really ever since, especially to that level. But it's like so many people were not able to process what they were seeing on television that day. So they start to reconstruct this different box. It can't just be those 19 hijackers that planned this thing out for however long it did it. It's got to be Bush. He did it because of the election in Florida being so contentious. It's like, well, draw me a line between those two things that isn't about 7,000 light years long, and maybe we'll talk. But it's like, oh, and it's got to be the Saudis because of whatever. It's like, okay, give me your case as to why. Oh, isn't it? That's what Aaron likes to tell me all the time. Well, isn't it obvious? I'm like, no, explain it to me like I'm a fucking child, because I'm not getting what you look at and it instantly comes to you. So explain it to me step by step. And a lot of times people can't do it. You know what I mean?
You know what's sad? That ever since 9/11, you don't even. I guarantee you, youngins probably never hear about the World Trade Center bombing because 9/11 eclipsed that, you know? And I'm pretty sure people, like youngins, probably don't even hear about the Oklahoma City bombing either, you know? Like, because 9/11 is just like just crazy, like big time, like Oklahoma City bombing was big, and then like what 6 years later we had 9/11, and then it was like, oh, Oklahoma City bombing what?
Are you trying to
Like,
say they stole your thunder?
well, it did steal its thunder, but I'm just saying, like, I guarantee you, if you go through the history books, you're not gonna see World Trade Center bombing. It'll definitely probably skip over that and go straight to 9/11. You know.
You want to hear something else you're not going to see in the history books? Black people owned slaves back in that day.
Nobody ever talks about that.
Nope.
But another part of the problem also is time. It's like the last several high school graduating classes, the last 3 or 4, weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. So they only experience it in the abstract. Where it's like, people like us, we like Pearl Harbor. We only see it in the abstract. We weren't alive when it was happening to see the direct effect it had on the people as it was happening. The immediate, the weeks and months long result of mental health, or just how it affected people's view of the world. So, and it's the same for the younger generation. It's something that they've seen some footage of it. I mean, we've seen footage of the bombing of Pearl Harbor, but again, it's more abstract. We didn't feel it directly the way our grandfathers did. And I think that's part of the problem with these kids, is they're just like, oh, this thing happened in the past before I was alive, so what do I really care? And it's like, well, it affects your life. I mean, the reason why the CIA is listening to your telephone calls is because of that day. So when you're making dirty talk to your 17-year-old girlfriend and the CIA is listening to you, it's because 19 people did what they did that day. That directly affects you. And many of the laws, and look at some of the effect that Pearl Harbor had on the States. I mean, you had the Japanese internment camps in World War II and stuff like that. I mean, these things had lasting effects that, unless you really study them, you only really see them. There's something that happened almost in another world. It doesn't feel like it really happened because you only read about it. So it's like you read it in a book or you saw it in a movie. It doesn't feel real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've showed my kids footage of 9/11 before, and they're just like, "That how shit went down?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, the gas stations were lined up down the road because everybody thought gas prices were going to spike. I was just like, before then, cops not a lot of cops carried like rifles, like ranged weapons in their cruisers. That's one of the things that changed after 9/11. There was a big push to have regular cops, not just in big cities, but I mean, even the small, relatively.
Why though? What are they
average-sized
going to do?
cops.
Snipe the plane out the sky? What is that supposed to do?
It's not just that. It's also stuff like the North Hollywood shootout that happened in like 93 or 94 or whatever year that happened. So there was incidences like that made people say, okay, maybe cops should have more than just their standard issue weapons, their 9mm or 45s available just in case. Not that they should all walk around with like RPGs or anything like that, but it's like they're like, if other people are getting crazy with high calibered weapons and stuff like that, maybe we ought to have the police out there with a little bit better than 9mm of sidearms. You know what I mean?
Because I can't talk, because I've seen like in real life police walking around with Uzis over here, so it's fine.
He's like, that's just how we roll, man. That's just how we roll.
We're coming to a domestic dispute with an Uzi, but hey, life is life.
Is that how things are going on down in the Bahamas?
Not all the time, but it's like you'll see the occasional guy. It's like that one guy in the office that's like, you know what? A pistol is for pussies. Where's this Uzi? And just no one else feels the need to say anything about it.
He walks out fully kitted, body armor, M1 across the chest, 6.8 mag.
It's like, okay, where's that husband yelling at his wife? Let's go.
Go ahead, Casey.
It's crazy. I've been to multiple jobs, and several times people told me, because you know how a lot of times you guys rib me. The same thing at work.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So sometimes they'll say like, "Oh, Casey, when you come by to the workplace and shoot the place down, just remember I was nice to you." It was like, and it's not just one place; it was like multiple places. It's like I tell people all the time, it's like, I think I would quit the job long before I would do that. Like why I'm gonna stress out something so bad to the point it's like, you know what? I'm gonna just wipe out the people in my workplace. Like,
Am I the only one who's picturing his co-workers making fun of him for his posh British accent?
I'm gonna need,
I think EJ is asking for our advice. Should she get McDonald's or Taco Bell for dinner tonight?
I'd say McDonald's because I'm not a fan of Taco Bell.
I say eat a salad. Both those are terrible. Make a sandwich
I
and
mean,
you're much better off.
how much time you want to spend on the toilet?
True.
Yeah, there you go. Good point.
You want to be ringing in the new year, worshiping the porcelain god? It's up to you.
I mean, I wouldn't want to get a salad from neither of them, though. I mean,
Nobody sells salads anymore. I used to tear up those Southwest salads from McDonald's. They stopped selling them after
McDonald's
COVID.
for a salad.
You know what? They were banger salads. I'm not gonna lie. I get the fried chicken Southwest salad with an extra piece of chicken and
Of
an extra
course.
packet of dressing. Dude, that was dope. I used to buy 2 of those. I'd eat one when I was at work for dinner, and then when I got home at like 1 a.m, I'd eat one before I go to bed. And it's salad. It's not hamburger. It's not. That was fried chicken, which probably wasn't the healthiest thing in the world. But
I mean, yeah.
but it's better than jamming a Mick turd burger down my fucking gullet. You know what I mean?
well, I did hear that McDonald's salads actually like just as bad as like their burgers. Like, especially like when you were saying they had fried chicken in there, like if it's just plain salad, that's one thing. But if it's like you're gonna put a piece of chicken in there or whatever, like, or drown it in ranch, then it's not gonna be healthy no more.
It was low fat ranch.
Yeah.
And I had a
well.
Diet Coke that canceled out all the bad calories.
Oh, that's right. My bad. I mean, that's healthy right there.
Yeah, yeah. I was totally. I was eating like Bruce Lee. It was like I was putting sugar on it.
He was putting sugar next to it for dipping.
Why is everybody wearing white at Times Square?
Really?
Or is it just me? I've got Earth Cam on one of my TVs right now just to watch the Earth Cam. I'll put it up here. Maybe I can show a few seconds of it without pissing them off, I think. But
Stream instant down.
yeah, instantly my stream will disappear.
Do you think that it's the New York City chapter of the KKK up there?
No, they're not wearing the pointy hats, just wearing all white.
Actually, that's because they're in hiding. They're waiting when the ball drops. They'll pull up their hoods.
It says it's 50 degrees there in let's see, share screen, going to.
They're using the same camera I am, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's them right now. So it looks like everybody on either side is all wearing white. They're not just wearing white hats; they're wearing like white.
See, I told you.
Like everything.
They're racist.
Well, I think you're retarded. Anyway.
That's also an R word.
I don't even know who the hell that is performing. Probably fucking Mariah Carey. It's the only person who sings this shit anymore.
Is that a boxing ring?
Yeah, Casey, you should go down there and get into a fight. Drive fast though, so you can get there by midnight.
Oh my god, talk about that. I was just skimming through YouTube, and there's this video of these 2 kids being into a MMA cage and fighting MMA style. I'm like imagine you being a parent and like, Dad, I want to be an MMA fighter like when I'm 10 years old. Like, would you let your kid do that?
MMA fight at 10?
Yeah,
I
like
let my kid MMA fight at 6. What are you talking about? Stone to the bell.
Yeah.
Like they have like it's everything. It's professional too. They have the cage octagon, and they have 2 kids, and they're grappling. I mean, I could understand amateur wrestling. I mean, that's
Do they have helmets and stuff, or
no. It's straight up just MMA. I'm like, they're trying to submit the person, you know? But I'm also been watching a bunch of like those slap fight things now, like the
Oh
power.
my god. That is the dumbest shit ever.
Speaking of
I
kids
mean,
doing weird things, right? Am I the only one am I the only one who gets a little uncomfortable watching Law and Order SVU? Because like I'm just thinking of it like you can imagine your child is an actor, right? And you're like, okay, they got a spot on this famous TV show. You invite everybody over, everybody comes to see little Timmy on TV. Timmy comes on screen. Olivia, my coach, felt up my butthole. And it's like, it's just some of the things they have these children saying. I just find it wild because they'll have like them talking in great detail about how the man put candy on his penis and was asking her to lick it and stuff. And I'm like, this is a 7-year-old girl. Like, how is this okay for them to be putting these children like giving them the scripts and like, here, let your mommy help you say these right. That just seems so bizarre to me. I don't think they should take it off the air enough. And it's just fascinating to me that that's a thing that exists.
You got to remember the thing about child actors, though. A lot of times, the kids don't really want to do it as much as the parents want them to do it.
yeah,
If you really go back and like do some deep dives, and it's a lot of really every child actor that has ever been in Hollywood or television, you're gonna realize that they come from parents that either one or both of them were failed actors, and they're trying to live vicariously through their kid. Because my youngest son Max, he's cute as a button, freckle face, red hair, glasses. Have you seen Terrifier 2 and 3? I know you have, Alex, White Alex. My son looks dead ass like the girl's brother, dead ass like him. Like, because the first time I went and saw that movie, I was like, because I went with my oldest son, Keegan, as we were walking out, I was like, I'm not going to lie, I am deeply disturbed at how much that kid looks like your brother. It's like, it was terrifying. My kid looks dead ass like him. So and for years, I've kind of wondered, I was like, should I take him to like a casting director? I mean, he'd probably get a gig as like a part-time player, at least on some Disney show or fucking Nickelodeon or CW or whatever the hell young teen comedy is going on. But then, like 5 seconds later, I'm like, well, but I'm old enough to remember Dana Plato and some of these other kids that went totally sideways in their life. It's like, so I would much rather my kid grow up of normal means and normal sanity than to be exposed to that bullshit. Because I've said it 100 times, Hollywood since its inception has been a cesspool. So I'm like, do I really want to subject my kid to that? It doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. But so I talk myself out of it very quickly. I'll catch you later, AJ. You and Mikkel have a good time. Maybe I'll pop your guys' stream up on here in a few minutes, giving you guys a little bit of love. Maybe we'll try to raid you or something like that. But yeah, I don't know.
Streams?
Yeah, we're gonna cross the streams. No, I'll probably just put his up on here so we can fuck with him a little bit. Well, I don't know, Alex. I don't even know if you have kids, Alex from Canada. But I mean, is that something you've ever thought of? It's like, I don't want my kids to do this because there's so many horror stories.
If I had kids, which I don't, yes, I'd be very wary of sending them into an industry that has had so many accusations of that kind of thing. But not only that, looking at all the stories of child actors over the years who have had problems and continue to have problems, I would tell them, just get a feel for it, read up on it, watch the behind the scenes, watch movies, just get an idea of it, do plays where we are, learn about the craft. But you're not getting into it until you have reached such an age that you can properly determine for yourself if this is something you want to do. Because by the time they reach that age, 18, 20, maybe a little bit past 20, then either they'll have grown out of that phase or they're able to defend themselves physically and mentally, and they're not just going to be led around like moths to a flame, so to speak. I'm going to come back in a minute, but my camera it's messing with my head. I'll be right back.
Okay, do your thing. I don't know if you guys watched that Quiet on the Set documentary. It's on Prime, I think, or Peacock. I don't know which one. Dude, that documentary is terrifying. I still haven't watched it. It's about all the stuff going on with behind the scenes at Nickelodeon, like when when Drake and Josh and the iCarly show and the one big one, one of the kids from Drake and Josh he apparently one of the casting guys who was like a cast director or something like that. He was basically the ones that organized all the kids that were on the show, kept them organized, put them where they need to be when they need to be. Apparently, he had gotten one of the guys from Josh and Drake, one of the brothers, had gotten him over to I think it was Drake Bell, the skinnier kid, the skinnier brother, had had him over at his house and was like doing terrible things to him. I don't want to use the word because I don't want to piss off YouTube, and I don't really want to mention it because it's terrible. But I mean, this happened apparently for like a year and a half, and he never said anything about it. And because of it, it really kind of messed with his head. When he left the show, he ended up having drinking problems, and he struggled to kind of find himself for a while. And finally, just he had to come clean with it. And that's what spurred this whole docu-series, was that he approached the producers, somehow got him to talk about what happened. So the first 2 or 3 episodes was about all the crazy shit that Dan Snyder was doing, or I'm sorry, supposedly doing, because it's never been proven, but supposedly doing his weird obsession with kids' feet and things like that. And some of the kids that had gone kind of batty, like Amanda Bynes has kind of lost her shit since then, how it affected her, and just really weird shit. He would make them give him neck rubs and shit on the set. It was just really stuff that is, look, by itself is probably not the strangest, but it's not.
It's pretty strange.
It's not if I was walking through the set and I saw, at the time 13 or 14-year-old Amanda Bynes giving 40-something-year-old Dan Snyder a back rub or a neck rub on set, I might be like, that's. Because even back then in the early 2000s, there was already kind of whispers of hey, not quite the Me Too movement that would eventually come, but it's they were already starting to get down on not treating kids right on the set and stuff like that. So the fact that he was so brazen about it was just crazy. But
So
yeah, I
that's
saw
peculiar, but you don't know if it's wrong necessarily.
Yeah, but the way that they put it, and I can never say it the way this documentary did, but the way that they put it is there was a lot of crazy things that were happening. And if anybody did speak up, because parents were on set with their kids pretty regularly, a lot of course, and if a parent would say something, be like, "Hey, I don't want this person alone in an office with my kid," because every now and again, kids would get called in the office for seemingly administrative reasons having to do with the show, the script, the character, whatever, and they would tell them, no parents allowed. I just want to be in here with the kid. And I'd be like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to. It's your show. You produce it how you want. I'm just going to sit in the corner and make sure that you don't try stupid shit. You can coach my kid, direct my kid, do whatever, but I don't want you being alone in the room with my kid. And as parents started to complain about that shit, then kids would get either, they would say they aged out of a role and were cut from the show, or they would get sent to another show, or they had their parts significantly cut to where instead of being regulars in every episode, they were in a couple of scenes of every 4th or 5th episode. So there was just a lot of really crazy shit. And that documentary is terrifying. Dude, it's horrible. I haven't even watched the last episode yet. I just haven't been able to work myself up to take myself back into that rabbit hole of the crazy shit that went on. Dude, it's terrifying.
What is it called?
It's called Quiet on the Set.
I'll have to check that out.
It's terrifying. And it's and they talk to these people. One of them was a little black kid that was on one of the shows, kind of late in the
Why does it gotta be black?
I'm going to explain this. And because his mom had an issue with something, and because his mom had brought it up, I guess they had reduced his role from a series regular down to every 3rd or 4th episode he'd have one line, just enough to satisfy his contract. And when she went to the studio bitching, they basically just cut him loose. They were like, "You're fired. We're killing your contract." And he was like, "What the fuck?" It's all I'm saying is my contract says that I'm going to be a significant part of the show. And they're just like, "Nope, the contract says we only have to give you one line every so many episodes. That's all we're giving you, because your mom said that she didn't like the fact that, this weird guy was calling you into his office so he could, jiggle your fucking boys or whatever the hell was going on in there." So now some people had gone through that, who had acted in the shows, and were like, "None of that stuff ever happened to us. We don't really," they were too young to realize some of the shit that was going down. But they were just like, we didn't see anything, but we didn't have anything happen to us, so we don't really know. Whereas half the other kids are just like, yeah, this person was inappropriate in one way or the other. Dude, it's a terrifying thing. It's grotesque. I still haven't brought myself to watch the last episode yet, but it's crazy.
I think. What about if a baby actor, like just a baby, but you're on set and obviously you're not gonna let your child be alone with someone else, but there's like just gotta act like a baby. Would you do that just for a good paycheck?
If I had like a infant child that I wanted to put on TV,
Yeah.
well,
Like,
I've never heard of any instances where infant children have been hurt on set, at least not in this manner anyway. Maybe there's some weird accident that happens. I don't know. But I've never heard any incidents of anybody being inappropriate with infant child actors. It's usually the kids that are like between the ages of like 11 and 15, kind of in that range. What's up, JSP?
Holy shit. But what about, let's say if your child says, hey, I want to be a child actor, or at least give it a shot, do you feel maybe there's a better chance him surviving as a person than these people, like these adults forcing their children to be child actors because they actually want to do it and not being forced to do it?
I think there's some people. You've watched Star Trek, right? Next Generation.
Yeah.
Will Wheaton, the kid that played Wesley, that was
Yes.
kind of his story. Is like I guess his. It's been a while. If you go watch him on the Inside of You podcast with Michael Rosenbaum, he talks about it a lot. He goes into greater detail about it. But I guess he wanted to act, but he was just doing it for fun, for shits and giggles. His mom, I guess, was the one that was really pushing him. And I guess the whole time that he was on Star Trek The Next Generation, like he was suffering from like really severe like mental issues, depression, things like that, because his parents were like forcing him to do stuff. And he wasn't doing it because it was fun for him anymore. He was doing it because it was already like a job. And a lot of these child actors, they get to the point, especially if they have some success, they get to the point where they're making money and they're kind of the main breadwinner in their family. And they get this idea that if I don't keep doing this, my family is going to suffer somehow, and I don't want my family to suffer. So I'm going to keep running myself through this terrible schedule of being an actor and getting whatever schooling they give you on a movie studio set, which has gotten better over the years from what I've read, but it's probably still not the kind of schooling you would get if you were to go to school full-time Monday through Friday during a regular school year. But yeah, he was doing shit like that, and it was really fucking with him. So I think eventually I think once he turned like 17, he emancipated himself from his parents or something like that, and that's when he left the show. But yeah, JSP Shirley Temple's a really good example. She dealt with all kinds of crazy shit. I've seen videos on YouTube of going back. It does look really strange because there was shit like they would have Shirley Temple like sit on their laps and shit at like studio functions, and like even some stuff that they would put in the movies nowadays is kind of looked at as being kind of weird. It's just yeah, and Shirley Temple, as soon as she turned 16, they released her from her contract, because back then you were contracted to a certain studio. So like Paramount would sign Casey to a contract and he would act in X amount of Paramount movies per year is kind of how it would work. And if you wanted to not be in Paramount anymore, you had to wait till your contract was up, go sign a contract with MGM or whatever. Nowadays it's more open. They don't do contracts like that anymore. So now you can go work for different studios, different times. There's just some clauses that are put in there. But as soon as she hit like 15 or 16, she wasn't the cute little girl with the pigtails anymore, so they released her from her contract. And her acting career, she did a couple of things into her 20s. She actually did a movie with Ronald Reagan that got a lot of buzz and was really famous. But after she hit like her mid-20s, her career was pretty much over. Like they only really wanted that little curly Sue kind of chick walking around anymore. YouTuber actors of YouTube will be the drug addicted like it was in the 90s. We should be treating them like actors. Yeah, but they're not going to be. That's not going to happen to them because the studios are fucking with them. They're going to do that because they're shit people who surround themselves with other shit people. That's kind of how that's going to work, probably. But yeah, YouTubers are getting to that point too.
Well, I was going to bring something up, but just lost my train of thought. But I was now remembered. I mean, you don't see a lot of people that transition from child actor to adult actor. I mean, it's very rarely. I mean, the one I can think right top of my head is Drew Barrymore.
Well, there's several. Drew Barrymore is a child actor. Well, Drew Barrymore's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, she's pretty fucked up too.
No, well, she comes from the Barrymore lineage. They go back to the 1920s, like vaudeville days of entertainment. So she comes from an entertainment family. But yeah, she was a child actor who's made her way. Jodie Foster
Jennifer
was a child
Aniston.
actor. Jennifer Aniston got started in her teens. Who am I thinking of? Jeff Bridges I think he was a teenager when he started. But again, he's from a family of actors. There's been a few that have done pretty well. I mean, there's a few that had problems and kind of made their comebacks a little bit. Yeah, Kurt Russell, of course. Kurt Russell was one. The whole Russell family, of course. And yes, the interview that Shirley Temple did with Larry King, it's still on YouTube somewhere because I watched it a year or two ago. Yeah, she talks a lot about how Hollywood changed very quickly once she hit puberty and became a woman. That the whole little girl aspect was gone, and that's all that the production company really wanted to sell her as, was that cute little girl. And once that was done, they had no use for her anymore, and her career really suffered. Yeah, the very attractive Shirley Temple was in The Bachelor, and the Bobby Soxer with Cary Grant. Yeah, and Myrna Loy. Yeah,
and that's sad because I mean, let's say Home Improvement. I mean, the kid who plays Brad, yeah, he moved on to like a couple roles, but he's been in legal trouble lately. Obviously, it was Jonathan Taylor Thomas. He broke out, but after the '90s, you hadn't heard from him, and especially the young one, the Mark kid. After Home Improvement, you never heard from him again.
Well, one of them left the business.
Yeah, it would be Mark. Well, both of them. I mean, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, after he did like a couple of those Disney movies, it just kind of fell off the planet.
I just pulled up a list of child actors, but it's pulling up current day people that half of them I've never heard of.
That is shocking, though. Like, God, imagine how fucked up some of these kids turn out to be when they become adults. Especially if they were successful, and then they're typecast and they lose that spot and they can't find something else. It really fucks up with your brain. So it's like, makes you kind of feel bad for them, though, too. You know?
Ben Affleck was technically a child actor. I forgot about that.
Really?
Yeah, he was in a PBS show when he was 11 or 12 called The Voyages of Mimi. I remember having to watch it for school when I was in elementary school in the late 80s. It's about the whales and conserving the environment or whatever. A very young Ben Affleck was in that. Christina Aguilera, yeah, whatever. She was on Star Search. That's her big claim to fame. Let's see, Jessica Alba. Yeah, a lot of the modern day people started young. I'm trying to find some bigger names.
A lot of those kids from Disney too. I mean,
yeah,
God, like the fun was the Mickey Mouse Club, and they're really fucked up people.
Yeah, Sean Astin. He was a child actor. He was in Goonies.
Which one is that one?
Anna Kendrick started as a kid. I don't think she got any famous roles, but she was an actress from when she was a kid.
Yeah. Scott Baio was technically a child actress. He started when he was 17.
Yeah, technically. That's...
I
mean, I think there should be a bridge between child actor and adult, maybe teenage actor.
There's a bridge, huh? Do you want to buy it?
No, I mean, unless Frank writes up that paperwork, then we can talk.
Well, I'll get a pizza box.
Yeah. Valerie Bertinelli, Mayim Bialik's doing okay for herself. I'm not gonna lie, I think she's kind of hot. Jessica Biel, Peter Billingsley.
Hold on, back up. I'm not just gonna let you get past that. You're talking about the woman from Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't
let the fact that they dressed her down for that role convince you.
No, but I'm saying her outside about it. I wouldn't say she's. I mean, I wouldn't say she's a horrid critter that needs to stay in the dark. But I wouldn't say she's hot.
I think she's kind of hot.
KSP brought up Ron Howard. I mean, that's an anomaly. I mean, the guy went from was Andy Griffin into becoming, like you said, child actor to director. I mean, that's just an anomaly.
I think a lot of these people go from child actors, more specifically in Disney, I guess, but they go from child actors to singers. That's kind of seems to be the more common route.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of that. It's like just because you can sing doesn't mean you should, because that's something that the all pretty much all of the fucking Disney and Nickelodeon kids did was they get Alex is back. Sorry, Alex.
I was always here.
Forgot to check see if you come back. But that's something a lot of those kids from like that era of like Nickelodeon that I was talking about earlier. We were talking about the Quiet on the Set documentary. A lot of those kids, for some reason, decided they also needed to make albums, and I'm just like, okay, you've already got some fame and you've got a little bit of a singing voice, but I mean, I'm not going to buy your album over literally anybody else's just because you're already famous. You know what I mean?
I would eat
I can-
Ariana Grande's bungie. Well, booty.
Hey, I might be out of line, but I think I'm a good singer because when I used to be on Drew's channel, I made him quite a bit of money when people wanted to hear me sing. So I think I must be a good singer. I mean, I could
Record an
be
album
just
and I won't listen to it.
Yeah. Casey, you know for a fact I will make you sing right now. I will send you lyrics to a song and I will make
No.
we've been down this road before, the derailed days, where I send you like the part of Romeo and Juliet when they're at the balcony scene and I want you to read it. It's like I know for a fact that you can't. Didn't we make you sing Ram Ranch one day?
Yes. Yes. And, oh my God. When
Yeah.
J-Man was down here to have me do karaoke, and he, or it was either him or Melissa, was like, oh, Casey's got to do Baby Got Back. I'm like, you serious? I can't talk that fast. So I'm up there and I see the lyrics go like this. And like the only part I can say, Baby Got Back. I'm like, and then like a huge chunk of the song, I'm not saying anything.
I really want to get the lyrics of that song and make him sing it. I want to hear Casey be like, "You got the touch, you got the power."
I do love that song.
I love that movie. It's awesome.
Oh, I love it too.
Casey's saying "Living on a Prayer." Take
very
his hand.
scary.
I swear. JSP said
This one,
in the studio. It was probably a little bit of both, but I mean, because really it is a lot of marketing for the studio as well. But I mean, they're just like, hey, I want to do more stuff. Look, I never knock anybody for wanting to be creative. There's nothing saying that an actor can't sing. There's nothing saying that a singer can't act. People have gone back and forth between both plenty of times. But yeah, I think it was probably a little bit of both. It was them wanting to branch out and do more creative shit, which is good. And the studio looking at them and saying, hey, we could market off this. We could be like, with the new singer of such and such a song on our show, come watch our shit. So it's probably a good combination of both. JSP says, Frank, look up The Touch by Stan Bush. Should I?
That sounds very rapey.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think, isn't that You Got the Power or song? So imagine, I think that's the worst freaking name you can
The
think.
Touch, 1986 song by Stan Bush. Let's see. It's a rock song by American singer and guitarist Stan Bush. The song features prominently in the 86 animated film Transformers the movie. Oh, I'm already on board. Let's go. The Touch was released as a AA side single with Weird Al Yankovic's Dare to Be Stupid. Oh, I'm on board now. Let's do this. I'm going to have to find this. It's connected to Transformers the movie, which is fantastic, and to Weird Al Yankovic is one of the greatest musicians ever. Oh, yeah. I'm down. The song was performed by Mark Wahlberg and Paul Thomas Anderson's 1997 film Boogie Nights. Bush re-recorded the song and Dare, another song from Transformers movie.
Oh, Dare's great too. But the song, The Touch, that's the worst name you can ever think of. I mean, think about nowadays. It's like in 2025. It's like, hey, I'm gonna make a song. I'm gonna call it The Touch. I mean,
Yeah, but it was the 80s. Or even really the late 70s in the 80s.
no, it
What
was
about the
early.
feel?
The feel, but I don't know. The touch sounds worse.
I don't know. Would you
Uh,
rather be touched or would you rather be felt?
I'd rather be felt by a woman, but like I don't want to be touched by a man or anything. Or,
I don't know. That didn't sound very convincing. Frank, were you convinced? I don't know.
I was actually watching the video for like a half a second. I wasn't listening. Oh yeah, it sounds fantastic. It's even got like scenes from the Transformers movie in the background as he's singing
Yes.
the video. I would try to play a clip of it on here, but I'm pretty sure YouTube would kick my ass.
Oh, you'll get copyright right like that immediately.
Yeah, the soundtrack to both Transformers and to Boogie Nights is actually really good. Boogie Nights is one of my favorite. Look, unpopular opinion. People will think I'm nuts. Mark Wahlberg, not a bad actor, not the greatest actor in the world, but not a bad actor. His two best movies are Rockstar and Boogie Nights. And not even by a little, I mean by a lot.
I think The Perfect Storm was a good movie.
A good
with
movie.
him in-
It's a good movie, but he carries these other two movies more than he has. Well, he doesn't really have to in The Perfect Storm. You got Clooney in there, so Clooney kind of carries almost every movie he's in. Not to mention other actors and stuff that did very well. So he was just part of he was a good part of the ensemble. But he absolutely carries Boogie Nights and The Rockstar, which I think is an underrated movie by a lot.
I never watched The Rockstar, but
Oh, it's good. It's good.
I only watched Boogie Nights for the nudity of was it the woman? What's her name?
Which
The
one?
one that's the one that was skating around. Was it Heather?
Oh, Heather Graham.
Yeah, Heather Graham. So I was like, that's the only reason I would watch it because of that.
Tour Capture says, "What happened to the Funky Bunch?" You know, I was wondering that myself. I remember reading somewhere over the years that he's tried to put the Funky Bunch behind him. That he still friends a lot of those people, but he does not like to really discuss his music career. He likes to consider himself an actor now and not a musician. So, the real question is, did Marky Mark have to really act in Boogie Nights? Oh yeah, dude, don't fool yourself. He was measured up against some very good actors in that movie. John C. Reilly, God, who was the one that played the blonde-haired guy that he gets messed up in coke with? Burt Reynolds is in there. Julianne Moore is in there. Heather Graham is in there. William H. Macy's in this movie. I mean, it's loaded with some very talented actors. But so yeah, you couldn't go in there and just be the beefcake. You had to act a little bit. He's actually a really good actor in that movie. It was very, very well. Who's the guy that died making? Damn it! Why am I drawing a blank on so many names? But the actor that died right as they were finishing filming the last Hunger Games movie.
Donald Sutherland.
No, Donald Sutherland just died. The one who was dying, who actually overdosed as they filmed the movie. Damn it! Somebody's gonna help me out here. But
Right. Did you know there was a Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch Sega CD game?
I'm not entirely surprised. But no,
And
I did not
only-
know. Yes,
and only
JSP got me. Philip Seymour Hoffman. I don't know why I was drawing a blank on that name. Every time he comes up, me and Jeremy gush over him. But
Not only
yes.
that, there's
Thank you, JSP.
a CNC Music Factory Sega CD game too.
I'm not entirely shocked because back in the 80s, it started to become a thing. In the 90s, it was really popular, making a video game version of everything. I mean, because there were so many movies that they made video games out of. Like I would play them when I was young, back on like the old Nintendo, the old NES, and I was just like, this game is not good. It's like,
Well, let me rephrase it. It's technically a game, but what you do is you organize a music video. So that's what you do. It's not like a platform or anything. It's like, I mean, you have Aerosmith was trying. I think it was
dude, that game was dope. Aerosmith Evolution or Revolution or something like that.
Yeah, Revolution X.
That's it.
But these two games are like all you do is make your own version.
I wonder if that's on
music
Steam
video.
somewhere. Ooh, I need to go on Steam and look for that. It's not going to be on Steam. I couldn't get that lucky.
No, definitely not.
Store.
You know what? It might.
I would love to find that game because I've been playing Command and Conquer a lot lately.
You probably would only find maybe the arcade version. That's what I'm thinking.
What was it, Revolution X?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I don't find it on here anywhere. If I could find that game on like PlayStation or something like that, I would jump on that shit bigger than hell. I used to hell out of that game back in the day.
You won't find out.
One of the movie theaters that I go to a lot is right here. It's about 20 minutes away at the Green. It's a Cinemark theater. I haven't been there for a couple of years because usually I either go to the rave. It's over by where Jeremy and Rachel live, because Jennifer has passes that one. They have the really comfortable recliner chairs that I almost always fall asleep in, which is why I try not to go there because it's way too comfortable. Or I go to the Regal. It's like 5 minutes from my house. But down there by the Green, where they have a bunch of restaurants and stuff right off the highway, they had that arcade machine in there forever. And I would go there like 45 minutes early if I was going there to watch a movie, just to go drop a couple bucks in that game. Let's see.
And just to shout out one more actor from Boogie Nights, Alfred Molina.
Oh, yeah. The Wonderland movie was pretty good, too.
I don't think I saw that, strangely enough. That's with Johnny Depp from 2003, yeah?
No, Val Kilmer.
Oh.
Because Boogie Nights was loosely based on the life of John Holmes. The very, very famous porn actor who was very well endowed, we'll just say.
Yeah.
Record endowed from what I've read. I don't know. But Wonderland, and that scene with Alfred Molina in Boogie Nights is loosely based on the Wonderland murders that happened that involved John Holmes. So the movie Wonderland is about that period of time and how John Holmes' supposed involvement in the killings, the murders themselves. Basically, the story is that he was into some people either for money or whatever. So the place where he would go to get his product when he wanted to have a good time was this place up on Wonderland Drive up in the Hollywood Hills. So he told a couple of guys who he was into for something that, I'll go ahead and go in there and tell you what's in there. And then I'll come back out, tell you go in there, do your bad deeds, take all the product and the money. And then that evens us up. And that's the Wonderland killings. You can actually go on YouTube. They still have video of the crime scene. I'm pretty sure. Because your camcorders were becoming a thing, and the cops in LA were starting to use them. So they actually took a camcorder and walked around the crime scene, and it's a good hour and a half long video. And there's just bloodstains everywhere. It's a crime scene, for Christ's sake. But the movie Wonderland was about that specific incident, and that's who Val Kilmer plays as John Holmes.
Did someone say porn?
Yes. Let's see. EJ says, Phil Collins, do you guys know if he's still making music or is he done? I think he's retired. He's got some, as I've read it, he has back problems from years of playing the drums, which I did not realize until I read this a while back, is apparently very hard on your back. And not to mention, he's not young anymore. I mean, he's pushing 80.
Hold on. Are you saying you can't play the drums from a seating position?
I was doing it for 50 years, probably has its effect on you. Yeah, he's 73. He's not quite as old as I thought he was. But let's see, concert tour, filmography. Let me get to his personal life. It'll talk about it. Well, health. In 2000s, Collins developed sudden hearing loss in his left ear following a recording session in LA. Not uncommon for musicians. I think Huey Lewis has been dealing with the same thing for 10 or 15 years. He consulted doctors, blah, blah, blah. Still 2 years later, he recovered most of his hearing. He later found out it was caused by a viral infection and was resolved after treatment. So he got his hearing back, thank God. In 2009, he had surgery on his upper neck to correct a problem that began while drumming on the 2007 Genesis tour. Following operation, he lost feeling in his fingers. He can only grip drumsticks if they were taped to his hands. Bummer. In 2010s, Collins alluded to feelings of depression and low self-esteem. But he came out of that apparently, which is good because I've always been Phil Collins and Genesis. That's regularly on my playlist. Anything Phil Collins and Genesis is on my playlist.
I like Genesis too.
Let's see.
I mean, Sega Genesis, not Genesis.
No, the band Genesis. Let's see. In 2015, he underwent a spinal operation. In 2016, he said he was still unable to drum with his left hand. His doctor advised him if he wanted to play the drums again, he would need to take it step by step and practice. In December of 2024, which is this year, during filming for the web documentary Phil Collins, Drummer First, Collins filmed himself playing the drums for the first time in several years with the help of his son Nick, who himself is a pretty accomplished musician. Let's see.
I think his Genesis album probably was my favorite. The Genesis album, the one that where I Can't Dance album. That's what I meant.
Oh yeah, that's classic. Let's see. We do have some playthrough here of. I don't know if I can play this. It's a playthrough for a game, so I feel like I should be able to.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you had to be worried is about music, and then
I probably won't play. I'll probably just mute it and not. Yeah, we'll go that route. I just won't play any. It looks like whoever's doing this is doing it on a modded game or something like that. Huh. But let me pull this up. Yeah, this game was a banger. God, I love this game. I need to go back up to the green just to see if it's still there. Let's see. No audio. Yeah, I used to play the hell out of this game.
Oh, okay. At first, I thought it was Terminator.
I remember this one. I would get to this level. Yeah, the bad guys were called Non. I forget what Non stands for. It stood for something. I don't remember what.
I think that was a question that someone had on our show, Casey, is that do you use an emulator or do you actually have all of those consoles?
I do have most of the consoles. What I use lately as a clone console is called the Retro Freak. And you can play the actual cartridge. It's just, when I have a clone console that can play up to like maybe 5 to 10 different consoles without changing them out, and I'm actually using the actual game. I'm like, to me, I think it still is the real deal, but there's only a couple consoles that I don't have that I do have the games, but the only reason I have it is because the Retro Freak plays those games. But most of the consoles I do have, but when this is like the Swiss Army knife right there of console, I could do a bunch of gameplays right off of it, but people like, is this an emulator? It's like, well, it's dumping it from the actual cartridge, and it's not like I'm playing off a Raspberry Pi. Then that's what I think as emulation, if you would ask me.
Someone say pie?
Like when you have one of these, or you're playing off the computer. I'm talking about like one of these small mini PC deals that has a bunch of games. But I usually try to play off the real cartridge or the real CD. And maybe not using the actual console because the Retro Freak puts it out in HD, so I don't have to route it through an adapter and have latencies. But
Frank, are you a retro freak?
When it comes to movies.
Well, I was speaking of the bedroom.
Oh. Is it freak enough? What's a retro? Is like things that were popular in bed back in 1985 that aren't popular anymore?
Hairy crotches, lack of consent, all of those good things,
not so much the lack of consent.
What about if yours or the female's pubic area is a fro? Wouldn't that be retro? Like it's a fro down there?
I would use the term vintage.
Well, I mean, that sounds old though. It's like that could be like you have a fro, but it's got gray pubes.
You know, were we talking about Rodney Carrington last night, Alex, on your show?
Yep.
Wasn't he? It may be him. I have it in my head that it's him, but didn't he have a bit on this? Where it's like he was talking about like, should a woman shave down there or not? And he was just like, girl, it's a garden, let it grow.
Listen, I don't mind if you have a little bit
I
of
feel like
fuzz.
that was an old Rodney Carrington bit.
I don't mind if you got a little bit of some. Just don't expect me to eat it. They call it eating for a reason. I shouldn't need to be as smooth as a plate.
See, I agree with that, but I did like I'm not the well clean
Listen, we
shaven
understand.
down there.
You gotta take what you get. We understand.
I'm like I'm not well clean shaven down there. So, but a lot of times, a lot of the women I dated, they're pretty shaven, or if anything, it's just a little bit of hair. I mean, I don't really mind a lot, but I've seen pictures of where female would have their bikini bottoms or whatever, and their hair is coming from underneath of it, and like
I mean,
coming out.
they got the spider legs.
Spider legs.
I'm trying to. I don't know if this is a clip or not, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, you know, the spider legs poking out from the bikini. That's really disgusting. I don't see how anyone could do like the full bush, you know, like that, like the I have like the I'm 35 and I've never shaved in my life bushes. Like I don't see how I don't see how dudes just eat those. That's my thing.
I agree with that. But let me ask you guys something. Talk about hair and women.
Oh, be
I
careful,
mean,
Casey. You're on my channel, not yours.
No, I'm just saying. I'm
And I don't
just
like how you
saying.
emphasize women just now, so I don't know where this is going.
I was gonna bring out. Some people would say ew or something, but I think if women have a little bit armpit hair, it's not that bad. I'm not saying like a giant bush, but a little hair. I don't think it's horrible.
Frank, I vote to exit Casey off the island.
We'll have to do something like that one of these days.
I'm just saying. I'm not like where it's like a giant
Listen,
bush
just tell the
under
truth.
there.
Just tell the truth, Casey. After a long day at work, and you instructed her in the morning to not wear deodorant, when she
Oh.
gets home, you ask her to lift her palm and you lick her armpit, don't you? Tell the
Well,
truth.
you got to think. Casey spends most of his time licking his dog's ass, so he's used to the fur. JSP says that the crime scene video from the Wonderland killings is actually the first crime scene that was videotaped. That's a possibility. I think that makes sense. He said, yes, the crime scene is grisly. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I've seen the video. I've seen it once or twice. It's something. Matter of fact, the only person that survived was a girl that was there partying with them that night. They found her laying next to a bed with severe skull fractures because they had bashed her head in, and somehow she survived.
I wonder if EJ's asking about the Revolution X game because she says, "Don't you have that game?" If that's what she meant, I am not 100% sure. I think I might. I'm to the point where I can't remember what I'll have.
Remember?
Yeah, remember.
Casey,
So,
what cologne do you wear?
I'm supposed to wear cologne?
He doesn't really wear cologne. He just takes one of the tots from Sonic and he rubs a little behind his ears right here.
I mean, if anything, it'd be probably Axe spray. But like, I mean, a lot of times I would have body wash and it smells very good. So, I
I don't wear
would
cologne, man.
I'm
Real
afraid if
cologne. If Axe body spray doesn't count, that's disgusting.
So a little bit of background on the Wonderland murders we were talking about, also known as the 4 on the Floor murders, I've never heard of the Laurel Canyon murders, are 4 unsolved murders that occurred in Los Angeles on July 1st of 1981. It is assumed that the 5 people in the house were targeted to be killed by the known drug house of the Wonderland gang, 3 of whom, Ron Ron Launis, William Billy Deverell, and Joy Miller were present. Launis, Deverell, and Miller, along with a girlfriend of an accomplice, Barbara Richardson, died from extensive blunt force trauma injuries. Only Launis' wife, Susan, survived the attack, allegedly masterminded by organized crime figure and nightclub owner Eddie Nash. Nash, his henchman, Gregory Dills, and porn actor John Holmes were at various times arrested, tried, and acquitted for their involvement in the murders. Around 4:30 a.m. on July 1st, 81, 2 days after the robbery, an unknown number of identified men... Oh, there was a different robbery. Okay, so, oh, that's right. Now I remember. It was also a retaliation for something. On June 29th of 81, all these people that were killed committed a brutal home invasion and armed robbery at the home of Eddie Nash, a nightclub owner and organized crime figure, which led to them wanting to go after him. Now I remember. Okay. Nash suspected that porn actor John Holmes had been involved, as he had been at Nash's house 3 times in the morning of the attack, at which times Holmes left the sliding door open. Nash sent Dills to retrieve Holmes for questioning. Dills supposedly spotted Holmes walking around Hollywood wearing one of Nash's rings and brought him back. Scott Thorsten, a former bodyguard of Liberace, who was in Nash's house. Boy, there was all kinds of crazy people hanging around Liberace. To buy drugs, claimed the witness Holmes being tied to a chair and repeatedly punched, and his family threatened until he revealed the assailants' identities, and that's what led to the killing of the Wonderland murders.
Cool.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
Hey Frank, can I make a request
You
for the new year? For the new year that's coming up, can we get our a round table of our prediction of who we think is going to die this year?
Other than you?
Aww.
Well, hey, Tex put it out there in the universe. I didn't.
I mean, but crazy the thing you said that, because I think Tex's curse is already coming true a little bit. Today, I had an accident at work, and no bullshit. I was working inside a trailer.
So much Taco Bell?
Taco Bell and McDonald's on him.
I was bucking rivets on paneling for this trailer, and I was on top of the ladder, and we're doing the top part of the paneling for this trailer, and we're getting to the very end, and
A tip, if you will.
the ladder started to kick one way. I went against the paneling, and I landed on my left calf. So I was like, and right now my calf is still hurting pretty bad.
My question is, who sent your fat ass up a ladder? Because I know you didn't do this on your own.
My question is, how did that ladder survive until the end?
Oh, by the way, the ladder did not break. It just kicked out from underneath because I was pressing against the paneling. So I was watching the ladder. So when I was doing that, I felt it kick up to the side. And then I fell down, and I swear it's like it was in slow motion. So,
You mean like the story?
Now, was it an actual ladder, or was it a step ladder, and you're just making it out to be more than it really is? You had to go up one rung, and you considered yourself on the ladder.
Yeah, like every time like a step ladder or WWE, I'm going to get the friggin' money in the bank ladder. Like, what
No, I mean, it's a normal ladder, but it's not one of those giant ass ladders. It was like, and it was rated for my weight. So, like I said, it didn't break. But like I said,
an ass ladder.
But it just kicked to one side, and it was like it. I was like, do I report this? I'm like, I mean, luckily it's not like bruising or anything, but like the calf hurts. But I was like, I would have a hard time climbing back up, and like I don't want to report this accident, but like if it hurts, I'm like, I'll continue to hurt. Like I need to, you know. So
or you could just you smoke you a joint and drink some beer and get over it like a fucking man.
Actually, I came across a muscle relaxer I had in
That'll
like in
work.
my in my med cabinet. And it's like I took that and fell asleep for a couple hours.
That works. Tour capture says you're trying to die early, probably so you can make Tex look like a dick for being wrong.
Oh, that's a good plan. At least I would have the power to do it before his prediction. Like, I'd rather do that than. Honestly, I'd rather do that than have Tex's prediction be correct. So, fuck 'em.
Why wouldn't you just die after his prediction? I mean, I
Well,
don't want
I
to point
mean,
out the obvious here, but I mean,
if I went past it, then I'm like, well, apparently he's a hack and his power is not like, is no good. I mean, like, I did predict a few people's death. Like, not only Betty White, I I took care of Bob Barker before I I took care of him. So like, and I'm thinking this year I'm gonna choose Bruce Willis. I think he's the one who's not gonna survive this year.
I'm gonna choose Emma Stone. Don't ask me why. So if she does die this year, you heard it here first, Emma Stone.
That would be disappointing. I like Emma Stone as an actress.
I don't have no issue with it. That's just the one that popped into my mind, and yeah. So I'm taking my shot.
I don't know.
What-
Let me look real quick. Let me see. Let's really
Let's make it fair. You can't pick anyone who's extremely old.
Well, I mean, look, the stats say it's going to be one of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
duh.
but that's just cheating. Like you could say Betty White will die. You could have said Betty White will die any year, and you could have almost been correct.
Well, see, granted, I mean, it was like a couple months when I predicted. I told like I-5 wasn't going to happen when it was before. It was literally like inside the week before her birthday. So I was like, I guess I'm going to be wrong. And then I get messages it's like, you asshole. I'm like, eh? I'm like,
Damn it, Susan! I didn't mean to cheat on you.
Okay, so Wikipedia is failing me.
I have another one, but I feel like it's almost cheating.
Who's
But
that?
I was going to say Val Kilmer because with his throat cancer.
What about Conan O'Brien? I'm going with Conan O'Brien as well.
How dare you?
Yeah, it's just people that's coming to my mind. It's the thing about a prediction is it's supposed to be, your gut.
You know what? I think I agree. I think that is true.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, this one's too old for me. I know that because two of the people that are on the front page of this article have died. So when was that one? That doesn't matter. Let me try to go.
and it can't be someone who's like on life support right now. It's like I'm pretty.
They're
sure
still alive.
In those cases, we predict if they'll make it through the year.
It's like I got bets on you surviving this year. I know you're on life support, but I'm gonna pull the plug and see if you make it through.
I don't know. This is a list of people that I really don't want any of them to die. So the first one, let me put. I'll share this one so you guys can see it too.
Oh, I got a prediction that nobody is gonna like Beyonce.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Probably not. She's got too much security. Let's see. So here's the first one. The first one is Mel Brooks, who was not allowed to die until I get a Spaceball sequel. Damn it.
Oh.
Until I get a Spaceball sequel, I am not. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not allowed to
Wait,
go
who is
there.
this?
Mel Brooks.
Oh, so you're
Director,
using
comedian.
him for his balls?
Yes. Damn it. I want Mel Brooks' Spaceballs on my TV screen so I can watch them. Yeah, he's not allowed to go anywhere. He was born June 28th of 1926. He's 98 years old.
Oof.
Oh well.
Wow.
I mean, you're not gonna get his balls on your face. I mean, screen anymore.
Well, hopefully that's not true. David Attenborough, the brother of the great Richard Attenborough. That guy's still moving too. He still does voiceover work. he's got one of those great voices. May 8th, 1926, age 98. Gene Shalit is still alive? Fucking hey, there's no way. I swear to God, I thought the guy died 30 years ago. He back in the 80s when there used to be when
Come on, Casey.
When movie critics were actually listened to and they were actually a part of pop culture. Gene Shalit was one of the, along with like Siskel and Ebert, and who was the one guy with dark hair and glasses? Looks like George Landis.
Leonard Maltin.
Maltin, that's the guy, Leonard Maltin. Because I think Leonard Maltin's daughter is actually a movie pundit now as well. Yeah. Gene Shalit was one of the guys. I think he used to be on the Today Show. One of the big morning shows, either Today Show or the morning show, CBS or NBC, one of the two. He was their big movie guy. So whenever there was a couple of big movies coming out, he would talk about them. He would give them the not spoiler-free reviews, that kind of thing. But yeah, Gene Shalit is a fucking legend. They made fun of him on Family Guy more than once.
Actually had him on
he's robbing Peter and he's using all those movie title references to talk to you, and Peter's just like, what? What the hell are you talking about?
They had him on SpongeBob too, where he reviewed the Krusty Krab.
JSP, give me just 1 second, and I will send you an invite. Give me just 1 second, JSP. But going back to this article real quick. Let's see. Yeah, Gene Shalit. He was born March 25th of 1926. He's 98. Good God.
Did you pick geriatrics? I mean, come on.
No, all I typed in was the oldest people, like oldest celebrities. Alan Greenspan. I swear to God, I thought he was dead already. Yeah, he's 98. But he's a politician. I'm not surprised if you guys don't know about him. He was the chairman of the Fed for years. Dick Van Dyke. He's 99 years old, man.
Of course, he's gonna live a long time. Dick is in his name.
A year from now, he's gonna hit for triple digits, man. The guy's still doing it. He's still doing it.
He looks good too.
He does look good.
Yep.
Eva Marie Saint, very famous actress. She's 100 years old.
You think her coochie tastes good?
Yeah.
No.
If you say so. Let's see. Karen Marsh Dahl. I do not know what she has been in. That name's not ringing a bell. Looks British. 105? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. Born April 6, 1919.
Oh, wow.
He was born 7 years after the Titanic sank. To put that in perspective.
Huh?
She was born 7 years after the Titanic sunk.
Oh, wow.
Crazy. Those are the only ones that are on this list. But yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Do you think her booty tastes good?
Maybe. I don't know. Tastes like cottage cheese, probably. Let's see. List of oldest living celebrities. Let's try this one. Oldest living celebrities. Let's see if that gives us a different thing. Before I do this real quick, I'm going to go JSP. I'm going to head over to Twitter real quick and send you the link. Give me 1 second.
So what's your prediction, Frank? Who you see taking a dive in the 20s of the 2025s?
I don't know, man. I mean, looking at that list, I mean, a lot of these guys are getting old, but then again, a lot of these guys they last for a reason.
They could out of the left field prediction. It doesn't matter if they're 98 or 8 years old. Just anyone famous.
It's like, I believe this child actor is going to die this year. Like, I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure he's going to die this year.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty fucked up. I mean,
no, I'm not doing this.
Remember that guy who played Chekhov in the new Star Trek movies? He died by getting ran over by his own car.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of funny. I'm sorry.
Like, he was trying to open the gate and then his car ran over him. I'm like, that's a hell of a way to go.
All right, JSP, check your DMs on Twitter. I just sent it to you there.
You can imagine reaching in heaven. How did you die? I got ran over. Oh shit!
I ran
me.
And that young actor in question, that was Anton Yelchin. He was a very good actor.
Yeah, that guy was talented as fuck. He was on his way. Let's see. Close this. This is from, let's see, Faxverse. This is the one that didn't ask me to log into a bunch of other shit and sign over my firstborn child. 10 oldest actors. Let's see. Again, I don't know how old this one is. So, Earl Cameron. Well, this is obviously old because look who's on the list.
You know, that's really old. That's got to be at least, what, 3 years old now?
I
Couple.
assume this fella is two-stepping with Satan.
Even recently, Norman Lloyd is actually still alive. Let's see. Carol Cook, Copeland, Nussbaum. I've not heard of most of these people. Carl Reiner. I think Carl Reiner's dead now, too.
Yep.
How old is Morgan Freeman?
Ooh. He's old. He's up
Morgan
there.
Freeman. He is, let's see, born in. Oops, wrong
He
button.
was old during Shawshank Redemption, and that's back in the 90s?
He wasn't discovered until he was in like.
Oh, yeah.
47,
His
I
career
think it
started
was.
really late. He was born June 1st, 1937, making him 87 years old.
That's kind of
Apparently-
insane to me, because that means he's had a 40-year career when his career started in his 40s.
Let's see.
See, I got another one. It just came to me recently. Would be Chubby Checker, the guy who did the Twist song.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, because I think it's his time to die this year.
Are you saying you're thinking he's going to kick the bucket?
Yeah, he's gonna kick the bucket. He's gonna do the last twist this year. Because I watched American Choppers, and they went back, and it was like 08, and he was already old then. He was like in the 60s, so like, and this is almost like 15 years later, so I think he's on his last leg.
He actually started doing in entertainment in 64, and he had done some movies in the 80s, but his big breakout role was 89 when he was in Glory. So, but yeah, he didn't really pop till really late in his life. But I mean, he's on that TV show now with what's her name, with Tom Cruise's ex-wife, Nicole Kidman. That CIA or whatever the hell, the company or whatever it is.
Mm.
He's on that now.
Wasn't he homeless too when he was discovered or something?
I don't know. I was just flipping through his Wikipedia page. You can believe that, don't believe it. It's Wikipedia. I mean, it's good for baseline information, but there's a reason why if you're writing a dissertation or an official paper, they don't want you to cite it as a resource.
I have seen things wrong on Wikipedia, so it's like, but I think it's harder to edit it nowadays. I think they're wanting more sources than just some idiot. It's like, hey, I'm pretty sure this person is dead or whatever, or this event just happened. Like,
Wasn't
they're
there a
gonna
really
want
funny
to-
one with Mark Henry a while ago? I can't remember
I don't
what it
know.
was, but I think there was a really weird one about Mark Henry, about him either being dead or something weird. I can't remember what it was on
Well,
Wikipedia.
I seen where it was funny during Kurt Angle's when he had, I guess was it Jason Jordan was his kayfabe son, his bastard son, and someone went on his Wikipedia and says he has 7 children, including Jason Jordan. I'm like, oh, and I was like, of course people would put that in there just to, have fun with it.
Well, someone that will help you complete that thought a little bit faster, hopefully, anyway, Casey, is JSP. What's up, brother?
What is up? It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And Frank,
Oh,
nothing can
man.
make Casey finish a thought faster.
Oh, that's true. Help kick him down the line anyway. What's going on, brother? How you been?
I've been doing okay. Trying to kind of bouncing between jobs for the last month or so, but I'm making it. Looking to
As long as you're staying active, man, stay a part of the world.
yeah. And trying to pursue video editing as a goal, you know.
I was telling my youngest son, he was trying to get into the local career center, the technical college that high schoolers can go to their last couple of years of high school around here. And I was looking through their courses as we were talking about it, and I was like, good God, they have like 9 million more things that they didn't have when I went to that same school. Because like when I went to that school, I did electrical wiring when I went to that school, and they had some stuff, but I mean, it was stuff that was important at the time. Now they have video editing, they have all kinds of IT stuff that hadn't quite broken through and become important jobs when I was leaving high school. So I told him, I was like, dude, here's what you do. You go to this school, you learn video editing. You go out to California, you work in the entertainment industry. You're going to make 6 figures pretty easily. You're going to get to hang out with famous people. You're going to get to live a normal life and still be in the entertainment industry. You're going to, because look, all these people like Scarlett Johansson and all these actresses and stuff, after they date the bad boy actors, they always marry the behind the scenes guys and have real marriages with them. Like, so you're probably going to meet some actress when you're on a set somewhere. You're going to fall in love. You're going to marry her. You're going to be able to say you're married to some awesome actress. You're going to have a cool job. Like, you're going to make good money. You're going to be all right, man. So go video editing. Don't try to get into acting. Go video editing. Do one of the technical things.
Well, I think it was Peter Billingsley who was talking about how, you know, there was one of the, but I want to say it was Peter Billingsley. He was talking to Bob Clark, who was the director of Christmas Story, and he was saying that most of your real filmmaking is in the editing room.
Oh yeah,
and in fact, post-production. And you can hear a lot of directors that will say, you know, the real movie is made in post-production.
Oh yeah. Editing is very, very important. That's why a lot of people, that's because the editing Oscar is one of the ones that some people thought should be relegated to kind of like that, because they give some of the Oscars away before the actual telecast. There's like a big dinner they have the day before, and some of the smaller, you know, categories, they'll give the Oscars away that night. It's not on TV. They save the bigger ones for the actual Oscar telecast. And somebody was like, well, we should relegate the editing to that little pre-party that comes the day before. And they were like, no, do you not understand how to actually make a movie? Directing, editing, it's like that's one of the big ones that they want to celebrate. That's hard shit, man. That's really hard shit.
Mm-hmm. I think editors will probably get a category before stuntmen will.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And it's still to me. I still think it's a shame that you know, best stunt category still has yet to be part of the Oscars. But,
well, that terrible fucking movie, what the hell, Fall Guy movie. I actually sat and watched that a couple weeks ago. Oh my God, it was bad. Now look, it's great mindless action. If you know, I say all the time, some movies you just turn your brain off and just let them happen in front of you. The action stuff is great. Story was awful. The acting was okay, but not enough to save the movie. It's like I like Ryan Gosling. He's a good actor. He's been in stuff I like. He's been in stuff I haven't liked. It hasn't been his fault. The movies that haven't done well. What's her name? Emily Blunt. She's kind of awesome and everything. But God, that movie was just so bad. Now, part of me, because I grew up watching the Fall Guy TV show with Lee Majors back in the day. Yeah. Part of me, I was trying not to compare the two because I know it wasn't a direct remake. I know it was basically just its own thing. They just called it the Fall Guy. I get it. But I'm like, that's the problem with if you're going to remake an 80s or 70s TV show into a modern day movie, you have to have something more than just like, we're going to do a different thing, but just give it this name. If you're going to call it that name, there's certain expectations that have to be met. And it met none of those expectations. It was just not a good movie. And I watched the extended cut hoping that there would be something in there that would make it better. But no, nothing helped that movie at all.
Well, I mean, that's the problem with any kind of remake, is that you're always going to be compared to the original, whatever it is. Like one of my favorite, and this wasn't a remake of a movie so much as it was a TV show remake. It was, you remember the new Twilight Zone from '85, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That show could have at least had its own identity if it had been called something else. But they tried to capitalize off of that Twilight Zone name. And because of that, it's always going to be compared with the original Twilight Zone. You know, that's why, you know, like Tales from the Dark Side gets more recognition than Twilight Zone does, or well, the new Twilight Zone does, because Tales from the Dark Side was its own show, just like Amazing Stories was its own show. It always seems like anytime you put the new in front of an old property, it just typically does not work.
Or even those, was it legacy sequels where you have like one movie and then like Beetlejuice, by the way, like one movie in the 80s and 35 years later you have the sequel. I thought Beetlejuice was a good movie, but I'm pretty much in the minority for that. But I'm not saying it's better than the original, but a lot of times those legacy sequels are never live up to the original. I mean, the only one that comes close, I would say Top Gun Maverick. People consider that better than the original. It's like, that's pretty hard to overtake Top Gun, the original.
What's funny is, as much as I love 70s and 80s movies, I could never get into Top Gun. I was more in a Crocodile Dundee than Top Gun.
Oh, wow.
So
they're both good in their own way. I think Top Gun's a better movie, but
I know why Frank likes Top Gun, by the way. He likes the topless dudes playing volleyball. And he likes the one in Maverick where the topless dudes are playing football on the beach. That's why he really likes it.
Hey, that homoerotic volleyball scene, man, that's some good stuff.
I love how like after they hit the ball, they got posed too. Like, whoa. Like, I just hit the ball over the net.
Well, yeah, you always gotta pose. It's an 80s movie.
I was like, imagine if I do go out there, like, I hit the ball over the net and I do that, I'd probably get like hissed at or something, like, or booed. They're like, put your shirt back on.
I'm trying to find Mikkel's thing, but for some reason I'm having trouble. I want to put Mikkel up here for a minute.
What a
and give
shame.
some love.
How tragic.
You know what's crazy? We had an awesome show on election night, and Mikkel did very well that night. He broke over 700 views that night. I was like, what?
Oh, I promise you that was by mistake.
What?
That wasn't from any skill on his side.
They clicked on and they clicked right back off.
Yeah, there was like, they're looking for the lecture stream. They're like, oh, this person's streaming. Turn it on, like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, Dr. Nick saying he just got out of Nosferatu. Not bad at all. We're going to be banging out that review on Thursday. I'll get that together tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll be giving you our thoughts on Nosferatu. I thought it was pretty decent. Alex, have you seen it yet?
Yep, I saw it on last Saturday. And I would give it a yes for Ratu.
I got a friend of mine who's really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. The horror was good. The acting was good. I still feel like there's something didn't quite get to where I wanted to be. I haven't been able to identify what yet, though. I was thinking about maybe going tomorrow and watching it again. But yeah, overall, I thought it was a really good movie. I thought it was done very, very well. The one big gripe I had, I'll go into a little more detail when I do our review on Thursday. I didn't really like the look of Nosferatu. I thought it was a better look in the original movie from 100 years ago. I think that was much scarier. This one just looked like he looked like someone who had been exposed to too much radiation. He didn't really look like a cool vampire the way that Count Orlok looked in the 1923 film, or 22, whatever year that came out. But yeah, overall, I thought it was a good movie. We'll go into deeper detail on Thursday, of course. But I know Jeremy's already seen it, and so's Tex, I think. So
I haven't seen a new movie since the second It Chapter 2 in whatever year that was. I don't remember what year it was.
that was like a century ago, man.
That was like what,
Honestly,
2020, 2018, something like that.
I still
Thank you.
have that list that I sent you because you had told me a long time ago on Derailed to like give you a list of movies that you should try to watch. I still have that list somewhere. I came across that piece of paper, a couple of months ago, and I'm pretty sure I saved it somewhere.
I haven't. I don't think I've watched any of them.
You got to, man. You got to. I'll give you a couple. Tell you what, you can start with Boogie Nights.
I'm a book guy. Okay, I like audiobooks.
See, I can't do audiobooks because if I'm hearing them, I'm usually doing other things. So
Yeah,
I'm
distracted.
spaced out and I'm not always giving my attention to what's being spoken. Because it's like I'll do that a lot where it's like on my TV over here, it's like up to my PlayStation. I'll put on like a video or an episode of some show or another, and I'll come over here and start doing stuff on my computer, and it's really just background noise to help me stay focused. I'm not really paying attention to what it is. That's why I can't do audiobooks. If I want a book, I'm going to read the book. I'm going to go buy the book. I'm going to turn the pages because that way I'm actually paying attention to the story.
So for me, I know what you mean. I like to hit it like a middle ground, like those bubble shooter games where you match the colors and shit. Like I like to play those while listening to an audiobook because like it's engaging enough to keep my mind like occupied, but not enough to distract me from what I'm listening to.
Yeah, I've got too much stuff going on at one time. I can't just listen to anything. Half the time when I've got my headphones on and I'm listening to music, I'm not even listening to my music. I'm doing what I'm doing.
How dedicated of a reader are you these days?
Not much. I actually just finished Origin, the most recent Robert Langdon book from Dan Brown.
Because I would like to recommend you a book series, but if you'll be too busy to read books, I would,
The problem is I can't sit and read. I have too much shit going on. I can't. I mean, if I have a whole Saturday to kill, these days what I'm doing is like I'm catching up on a bunch of shows and I want to watch. Like I still haven't watched Shogun. I still haven't seen the movie Barbie. Not that I'm ever really planning on seeing it. It's like there's so much. It's like I just in the last week or so binge watched season 1 of Squid Games because I had a lot of people who were like, "Oh my god, this show's so awesome," and I'm like, "Well, I'll watch it." So I spent since I've been off so much lately because of holidays for the last couple of weeks, I caught up on Squid Games, so I watched that. But there's so many other things that I need to watch that are really good that I want to watch. I still haven't watched. I've watched a couple episodes of this most recent season of Tulsa King, which is a fantastic fucking show. I caught up on all 5.5 seasons of Yellowstone. I'm waiting for them to drop the other episodes on Paramount so I can go on there or Peacock, whatever the hell it's on. It's on Peacock, so I can go see exactly how they kill John Dutton, which I already kind of know because it's been all over the internet for like a month and a half now. But I want to actually see it.
Well,
Are you
I'll
saying-
recommend you the series anyway. You should check out Dungeon Crawler Carl by Matt Dinnerman. It is one of the best series I've ever read. I fully recommend you giving it a try, even if it's just the first book and you give it your full attention, because I'm positive you'll absolutely love it.
I have a shit ton of books that I bought that are on my bookshelf.
It's called Dungeon Crawler Carl. Listen, you need to read this. And plus, I just want somebody to talk to about it because I've read it, love it to death, and can't find anyone that I know in the real world that loves it. That read it, I mean. Because everyone who ever seems to read it loved it to death and said it's extremely binge readable, but I can't get anyone I actually know to read it. So I just want somebody I know to read it so I can talk to about it.
Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Yeah. Yeah. The concept of it is really insane, but the character building of it and the comedy in it's just a really amazing series. So that's my recommendation to anyone out there. Everyone should read this book. It's fantastic. And
Let's see what it's all about. Let's see.
the concept is absolutely insane.
I finished reading this advanced book that intelligent people would read. It's called Green Eggs and Ham. It took me months to finish it, but thank God it had pictures, so keep me entertained. But it's a really
actually,
good...
you know what, Casey? To cut off your bad joke, I'm sorry. You should actually read it because it's a lit RPG series, so it's it has a video game mechanic to it. So you should actually listen to the audiobook because you're probably not a big reader. You could probably listen. You should check it out.
Dungeon Crawler Carl is Matt Dinnerman's ongoing lit RPG. I guess that means literary RPG instead of video game RPG.
It's pretty much like any book series or book that has video game mechanics in it.
An adventure series about a man, his ex-girlfriend's cat, and a sadistic alien game show at the end of the world. Okay, there's something. with 6 published installments, a cinematic audio adaptation by Soundwave Theater, more to come. The DCC universe only continues to expand.
Yes, trust me, like I cannot recommend it enough. It's amazing. It's really insane, but it's amazing.
I was looking for the Wikipedia entry so I can get a little bit more about the world, but
basically what happens is that aliens come down and they, what as they call it, I guess basically they repo Earth essentially, and all of the structures on Earth get smashed into the dirt, and they create a 18 level dungeon. And for each floor of the dungeon, like the survivors on Earth, because anyone who is inside at the time dies immediately. So only the people who happen to be outside when the collection took place will survive. And they gave all of the survivors the option to join the dungeon, and the dungeon is a live TV show, so it's kind of like a Hunger Games thing. And the goal is to there are staircases to the next floor, and you have to find the staircase to the next floor to survive within a period of time. Like say 5 days is for the first floor, and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, the dungeon is filled with aliens, and they get like level ups and power ups and all this other weird shit. And it's like a satire, I guess you could say, on like humanity, on how all of us watch like people do all these insane things. Like it's just like how you was talking about earlier, people how people suffered to make the Nickelodeon shows, but we don't actually care because we just rather watch the TV shows and don't care about the suffering that goes into the TV shows. So it's just a really, really cool thing. It's a cool concept and cool execution. There's a lot of really retarded stuff in it.
Well, for
It
At one
me,
point,
sounds pretty wild. Before entering the dungeon, Carl is a 27-year-old U.S. Coast Guard veteran who worked as a Marine technician. Let's see, fixing electrical systems for rich assholes in their party boats. He shared a 2-bedroom apartment in Seattle with his girlfriend Beatrice and her award-winning cat, Princess Donut, the Queen Anne Chunk. That's a long name for a cat. He hit the gym 3 times a week and enjoyed playing Call of Duty on PlayStation with his friend Monobrow Sam while Donut sat on his lap. He survived the transformation, which I guess is the big thing that happens in the story, because Donut escaped the apartment. And when he cracked the window open to smoke, and he went outside to search for her, equipped only with his leather coat, boxers, B's ill-fitting pink Croc sandals, a Zippo lighter, and a half a pack of Marlboro Red cigarettes. That's pretty wild.
Later on in the books, one of the characters is a talking sex doll head. So it gets, like I said, it gets really insane, and the humor in it is really great too. It's like I can't recommend the series enough to anybody. Apparently, it's gonna be made into a TV show eventually because like it's really blowing up right now, with a lot of people. So apparently, the rights have been bought for it to become a TV show. But I'm kind of concerned because it's gonna be live action, and I really feel like it should be an animated. Because I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but the cat learns how to talk, so because he gets a enhanced pet biscuit, but. So I just feel like it'd be kind of weird for them to make it live action, but we'll see, I guess.
That's a pretty crazy story, though. I'd have to read it to figure it out. But I know that a couple of books that I've.
It's not hard to understand once you read it. It's just a really wild concept that you look at it and you're like, I don't know if I would like it. Because the only reason I actually read it, is because of the narrator was said to be like, and I've read it, and the narrator is one of the best narrators I've ever like. The amount of voices he does is absolutely insane to me. I highly recommend the audiobook for anyone who wants to read it. Even if you don't think you're good, you like audiobooks, give it a shot. But so I just kind of was like, I don't know about this, so I just randomly decided to give it a shot. Now I'm obsessed.
I know the one book I want to read is Night by Eli Wiesel. I remember reading it when I was in junior high, and I bought a copy of it a long time ago. It's been on my bookshelf that I want to go back to. It's only about yay thick, so I could probably blow through it in a weekend. But I want to try to avoid going back and rereading anything. I want to try to read something new. But,
well, I recommend this. Like I said, just give it just that first book. Just put one of your series that you want to watch aside for, and then just read this book. The first book is kind of short. It's not long, but it's not short either. But give it a shot and see how you feel.
Brent, you got time to read a book or listen to a book. I mean, you're laying in bed. You're not doing anything in bed, so you can listen or read a book in bed.
And Casey, you could read it. You know, you could while you falling off a ladder, you could be listening to your book. You know.
Casey Reed. Did you even hear your? How did you say that with a straight face?
Okay, I'm sorry. You can listen. You can listen to the book, Casey. You know?
Hey, actually, I read a lot of books on my at an old job. When I used to make some
Training
time
manuals don't count, Casey.
Neither do the
No.
books that come with the video games. Those don't count either.
No, these are actual books. I mean, they're wrestling books, but like
Cereal boxes don't count either.
True.
like Jerry. The
That's an
King
old
Lawler.
reference, bro. That's an old reference.
Oh my god.
Like one of my favorites
Maybe,
is I would
maybe
say
I'm
Jerry,
secretly 60.
see one of my favorite books. I would say Jerry the King Lawler's is good to be the king sometimes. That's a good book. Roddy Piper's book. Shawn Michaels is not bad. The one where he's climbing up a ladder, reaching up. Oh my god, ladder.
For the record, Frank, if you do read it and you get obsessed and it absorbs your days and you waste a lot of time reading it, I'm sorry ahead of time. Because
I mean,
apparently that
I'll
happens
look
to like
into
a
it.
lot of people. Apparently
look
that
into
happens
it.
to like a lot of people. Like because there's 6 books, like audiobooks, and like it's the last like the 2 newer books are kind of long. Like the audiobooks are like 25 hours and 28 hours. And there's a lot of people who finish the entire series in like a week or two who read it just because they become that it's just that bingeable apparently.
I might try the audiobook because it's something I can listen to at work.
Yeah, you should give it a shot because like I said,
Might try the
the
audiobook.
because the performance is next level for me. Even if you just like before you decide to buy it, maybe like listen to a preview of the audiobook and see how you feel. But the
How do
performance is next
they
level.
how do they give it video game dynamics in the written word is my question, because I was just looking at it, it's talking about like hit points and shit like that, and I'm like, how do they make that work on the page?
Well, see, it depends. Obviously, it depends on the series you're reading, because some of them like have these long ass characters. Because I've read a few lit RPG series, and like some of them, they'll literally say you can continue listening at this point because the character sheet is so long. But in this particular case, it's more so like when he first goes into the dungeon, they'll talk about like these are his stats on entry, and then like on every level up, he'll gain a point. And then he'll say, "Oh, I added it into strength," so they don't go into like the numbers every single time. The only numbers they actively keep track of is like his levels. So it it really is just like occasional mentions, like my strength is this right now, and stuff like that. They don't like say, "Oh, he gained this amount of experience from killing this monster," or anything like that. Because it's really just like I say, it's kind of like Survivor meets Hunger Games in a way. Because it's a TV show, and that's one thing I like about it too. Like, they just have to go on interviews and stuff like that too. Like, it's just really like, because trillions upon trillions of species are watching it. So it's a really fascinating series, even just the concept of it for me.
I'll have to give it a look and see how it goes. So I said I was going to do it, and as soon as I get around to doing it, of course he's decided to take a powder. But there's Mikkel and AJ are going after him over on YouTube as well. he already needs a break. He's been live for what, an hour and a half, something like that. Not even that, maybe an hour. He's already got to take a powder. But yeah, go check out Mikkel. Go check out Mikkel talk. He's good.
What are
dude.
these
AJ's over there too. Offshoots of the Derailed Network.
What's derailed? I don't know of this.
Yeah, well, legends say it was a podcast that was on 1,000 years ago.
Really?
I still
But I hear
wish they would kept a lot of those episodes on YouTube. Some of those were good to go back.
I don't. I want to
But,
be famous one day, and I said some questionable things on there.
I think we all said some questionable things on that show at one point. He took down that one show that me and him got super drunk. We're talking all kinds of shit about people. Yeah, he took that shit down the next day.
what about the ones
most
where
things I don't mind, but there's a few I wouldn't be able to make it out of. Yeah.
I would like to bring up the one that Frank pretty much stopped the whole stream of the last episode. I mean, just randomly, hey, Drew, I got a picture of the rose with a bunch of dicks, so I want to send it to you. It was like, you didn't say, hey, you probably just don't want to put this on the screen.
Well,
like,
what can I say? I pulled a Casey. I was tired. It had been a while since I'd been in the derailed mindset. I was just kind of like doing shit. So,
I mean, these things happen, you know. These things happen.
yeah,
I
I'm with
missed
you,
it,
Ghost.
too.
I miss the derail days. It's been a long time. Yeah, maybe one of these days Drew will get a hair up his ass and he'll want to start doing it again. I've got it in my head that like once a month I'll probably like do like a derailed style thing as we get into next year. Like I'll pick like a random, maybe a Saturday. I don't really want to interrupt too much of the regular film stuff, but maybe a Saturday where I get on here and there's just like whatever stories, whoever wants to come hang out, we'll just do whatever. Maybe, you know, and if it's a slow news month, which you never know, I mean, shit's popping off like crazy all over the world now. So there's not too many slow news periods, but you know,
Orange Man's going to be back in charge. So, you know, every day is going to be a busy news day.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, Ghost thinks
And-
it'd be a
and
good
hey,
idea.
Frank.
I might.
And hey, Frank, if you do, and you know you're feeling froggy, maybe we could do a book review of the first Dungeon Crawler book. That series is
Maybe.
popping off right now. You could probably get some views off of it.
But you see, therein lies the problem. Is as I start planning more YouTube stuff, there's more time in my day that has to go towards setting up a YouTube stream, and it's less time for me to read. So it's kind of like this. I got to pull from this thing to do this thing about this thing that I'm pulling time from. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily, because you just gotta, just press, just say, hey, we doing it now, and then I show up, and then we start. You know, you don't really need to do too much preparation other than read the book.
You see here's what I need is Cliff Notes. Do they have that on Cliff Notes?
Frank, are you saying you can't multitask? That sounds like you're just being half-assing it. Like you can't, like you just don't want to. You're just being lazy. I'm like, just kill two birds at one stone with one stone.
How
Me,
can
you,
I
and Casey
do?
could read it together.
How can I do other things while I'm reading a book, Casey? Can I have a book in front of me while I'm also searching for images on the internet, while I'm also getting a thumbnail together, while I'm also doing all this other stuff, while I've got a book open? It's not about killing two birds with one stone. It's about having time to do multiple things that I can't do at the same time.
Well,
If you are listening to the audiobook, you could actually do those things.
See,
Maybe.
I was
Maybe
bring
not
that up.
necessarily like focus on fully editing, but you can look up. I actually looking up stuff while reading all the time, and it never, stops me.
What was the name of it again?
Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Dungeon.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I've just been trying my best to get someone to read it.
So you could be doing your job, listen to the audiobook.
Listen,
and-
Ray is sick of hearing about this from me, which is really weird because he's my big reading buddy, so there's no reason he shouldn't have read it yet. But I am, listen, Casey, read it. You would like it. You like video games. It's video games.
You still talk to Ray? I hadn't heard from Ray Rollins in forever.
Nothing in Cliff Notes. I'm going to actually have to find it somewhere and read it.
Yes, that would be very much appreciated. That's how you get the full experience. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this publicly or not. I don't think it really matters, but me and Ray actually met in person twice.
Oh, that's cool. Hold on. Well, why would it matter? I don't
know. It might have been secret knowledge, but I just wanted to toss it out there. Me and Ray met in person twice.
I always wanted to meet up with Drew. I was seeing if we were both off for last week. I was like, hey, I mean, minus Christmas. I was like, figure, hey, maybe do something. But, I mean, I wasn't going to push the subject because,
You're supposed to push the subject. You're supposed to get his address and start banging on his door. I know you're in there.
Your car's in the driveway, Drew.
I don't know.
Bring your big forehead down here, motherfucker.
Canadian Alex, do you do much reading?
I haven't read an actual physical book in a good 5 or 6 years, and I think the very last thing I read was an ebook, but that's got to be a good 4 years ago at the very least. I'd like to do more reading, and even though I don't believe in New Year's resolutions, if I were to have a New Year's resolution, it'd be watch a few less movies, play a little bit more guitar, and maybe get some reading in there as well.
Man, you could read Dungeon Crawler, Carl.
Hold on, how do we know that Alex
Nice
is not
pitch.
sponsored? How's he's not? How we know he's not sponsored by these people? He
That's what I
sure
was thinking. I
as
was like,
Listen,
did they cut you a check, Alex?
it legitimately is just that good, and I legitimately believe all of you will enjoy. Well, I can't speak for Alex because I don't know his taste that much, but knowing all of y'all's tastes, I'm certain y'all would love the fuck out of it if y'all actually read it.
he got paid.
I think it's actually his book that he wrote. And he's trying really, really hard to get somebody to
Listen,
read it.
if I
He
could
wrote it
write
under a pen
something,
name.
listen, if I could write something that good, then I wouldn't pretend to be anyone else but the actual author.
That leads us up as we get to. We're now about 18 minutes away from the ball dropping here on the East Coast, and I'll probably be. Look, last year I tried to go until it was midnight across all American time zones, but I am not going until 3 a.m. this year. Yeah, last year I was okay with staying up late. Nowadays I have to be up by 6 to go to work, and while I have tomorrow off, I'm just not. My sleep schedule is not to that anymore. So, I mean, election night almost killed me because we were going until about 3:30 on election night. And I took the next day off of work because I was like, I know I'm going to be dead on my feet all day. And I was tired and exhausted all day. Went to bed 2 hours early, still got like 10 hours sleep. It was still not quite myself the next day when I got up to work. But I mean, yeah, I'm not built to stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning anymore. But so we're probably going to go till about 1. So probably about another hour and a half-ish at the most. But as we start to wind down the waning minutes of the year that has been 2024, Alex had just told us his New Year's resolution, maybe watch a few less movies and maybe use the word on the page a little more. JSP, what's something, are you a New Year's resolution guy? And what's one of the things that you want to do at a personal level for yourself this next year?
Yeah, I could be a New Year's resolution guy. I think
Get pregnant. Sorry.
Say again.
Get pregnant.
I don't think that's a problem for me. I think the resolution in our household is just make more money because it's fucking broke. But no, just pursue goals. I wish growing up I were more of an avid reader. And I've got a bunch of books and keep telling myself I'll get around to reading it, reading them at some point. I've got omnibuses. I don't have a lot of omnibuses, but I've picked up a few. Like I've got a friend of mine got me the Alpha Flat omnibus, and I think I started reading that maybe a few days ago. So, just pursuing personal goals. So yeah, that's that would be my resolution.
I don't know, Casey. What about you? Are you actually going to try to go for the 300 tot challenge at Sonic? Or are you actually going to try to use some man versus food for yourself over there?
Why you always got to go that route? I mean, one of the biggest things I'm planning to, and I've been doing very well year after year with this resolution, is that I'm going to do a little less reading this year. So, and not only that, I have a whole laundry list of stuff, but I'm also gonna see which one. But I'm gonna see which one gets filled first. My wishes or a pile of shit in my hands.
Boy, you couldn't even spit that metaphor out the right way, Casey.
But no, I'm not one of those people because I would say that and then say then it would fail. Like, oh, I'm gonna go to the gym more. Like, come on, a lot of people does that.
My New Year's resolution is to make it through this speech.
No, I just don't really just make it to the next year. Especially now, since I got that curse from text. So, I mean, if I do that, that's a giant fu to text if I was able to survive it. I mean, God, I mean, we almost lost that man this year. Sadly enough, Luckily, it didn't.
I don't know. Alex Payne, are you sorry to cut you off, Casey, but if I let you go until you actually worded all that stuff out, we'd be here until New Year's next year. But Alex Payne, how about you? I don't know if you're a resolution guy or not. I don't think you are, but I mean, is there something you want to focus on personally in 2025?
See, I'm not a big believer in resolutions in general. However, I do believe you have to acknowledge that it's every year is a new chapter, and you should make some, goals for this chapter, if you will. Personally, I think because, like, believe it or not, I have social anxiety issues. So one of my goals for this year is to like absolutely kill my social anxiety. So that's one of my main. That's what I would say. That's one of my main goals. Obviously, like my buddy said over here is make money, because that's always great. And and he should also read Dungeon Crawler for next year, because you could find my affiliate link below.
See, I told you.
Written by Alex Payne, aka.
Listen, I would be so proud. I would listen. I'd come on here as Matt Dinneman. I'd be like, listen, I'd be so proud. But yeah.
Have you ever thought about trying to write something yourself?
I have a lot of times, and I even have like a notebook full of story concepts and ideas. I just never got around to actually writing it. But I do that is I would say that's a semi goal for me for this year. Like I wouldn't because I would prefer to, as weird as this may sound, focus on other things first, like maybe focus on doing music or doing comedy and stuff like that that could get popular quicker because books take time, and then you put 6 months into a book and then it doesn't sell. So like I rather do something. I guess you could say I'm looking for the get famous quick scheme and then write the books once I have that platform. But I do want to write books myself and scripts too.
Kratos in the chat. What's going on, brother? How you doing, MK Kratos? Good to see you, brother. Happy New Year to you as well.
When is the Alex Payne crypto currency coming out?
2028. And I've said it here. I would like, I'm going to do that now because I said it. 2028.
Oh, now he's committed.
Yes, I'm committed. 2028. When I'm super famous under a different name and y'all only could guess it's me, 2028. The coin is dropping. And I'm such a good guy. I'll let you all know to buy a lot of it. I'll even let y'all know when I'm gonna cash out and let it all drop, so y'all can make money with me. We could do the scam together.
Let's go.
At least tell us when you're gonna the inside information.
See, Casey, I'm gonna tell you after I tell everybody else, and we all sell our coin. So
we should all release our own Bitcoin. What should the names be? Casey's is gonna be peanut butter on my dog's balls coin.
Weirdly enough, I think his own would actually be, for no explainable reason, clit coin.
One syllable does work a lot better, so
yeah.
Except when he tries to say it in public, coin. What would yours be, Frank?
I'm not a big resolution guy.
Bald.
Be more bald. But I'm just gonna scout myself. But I'm not a big resolution guy either. But I was thinking about it over the course of the last couple of weeks, and I'm really annoyed with myself because one of my big personality flaws is that I tend to concentrate on what's in front of me, and the stuff that's not in front of me that is still important tends to get pushed away. And when I have a moment to relax, I want to relax. I want to turn my brain off a bit instead of going and working on these other things that are still important. I'm trying to get away from doing that. One of the things I really have to do this year, I have to finish a script. I have to finish one. I've been working on 2 different ones for about 4 or 5 years now, like typing here and there as I have time, because I try not to force it. I always feel like the best writing comes when you something hits, and then it's like you get into a rhythm, and the shit's just pouring out of you. But there's 2 different scripts.
But you do need to learn how to force yourself with stuff to create, because creativity can be, I guess, pushed as much as anything else.
Yeah, I've never felt like I've written very well when I've like, okay, I'm going to sit in front of this computer, no TV on, no phone, no nothing, and I'm just going to do that. And that's usually when I hit some kind of weird writer's block, or the stuff that I do type. I'm really bad at editing as I write. I know that everybody says you shouldn't do that, but I
No, you
found
should
it
never
very
edit
hard.
while you write.
I found it very hard to turn that off. And I'm not just talking about fixing spelling errors and stuff. I mean, like I'll type
yeah,
out
I
a
know what you
page
mean.
and I'll go back and read the whole thing again to make sure it all feels like it's in the right flow. I'm really
But see, what
bad
you
about
should do
doing
is
that.
you should get the ideas out, even if they're horrid. Get the ideas out, and then come back later, and you can make the ideas that come, even if they are garbage. You can make them better when you have that editing brain on. So it's more so important to get everything out than fixing it.
Yeah, that's something I have to concentrate on. But I've been working on 2 scripts. I'll give you guys these 2 things. One of them is a script that me and Jeremy have been talking about forever. I was at work one night and I had this wild idea. It's kind of like Jeremy and Rachel are kind of like the muses for this whole thing. It's a horror short film that I had it in my head I was going to make. And because many of you know, Jeremy's talked about it. He works for a haunted cave here in Ohio. And just one day I was at work and it entered my head, what if like at this haunted cave, people started actually dying? And then I was just like in my head as I was working that night, I was just kind of putting like together a basic story. Then I called Jeremy. I was like, hey, bro, got this crazy fucking idea. We need to put this shit together. And in talking to him about it, the guy that owns this haunted cave that he works at, he's like, he'd probably be down to let us do some filming there and let us do some stuff. So I'm like, oh, cool. But I need to go check this place out and try to figure out how block out some scenes in my head and stuff like that. The other one I started writing just kind of on a whim is a Knight Rider movie. I was watching Knight Rider one day and I was just like, why has none of the modern Knight Rider stuff done well? Because it's a crazy concept, a crazy car that's basically AI, the peak AI. It's smart. It's the good guy. Why wouldn't that work well now with AI? And this is a little bit. Well, I had the idea way before AI started to become a big news story like it is right now, but a year or 2 before that. But I was just like, with AI being a thing now, something that's probably going to be part of the future, why isn't somebody doing this now? And I kind of like blocked out a little bit of a story. I'm not happy with like the bad guy. I don't like the bad guy that I've got written in right now. It feels very generic. I want something that's unique, but not too outside the box of possibly a realistic bad guy. I want something realistic, but still kind of fresh. So it's like right now it's got something like about a virus being somebody trying to release a virus, but I'm like, that's probably not that's not fresh at all. That's not what I want the MacGuffin of the story to be. So I'm trying to think of something else. But yeah, and of course I want to try to put elements in there that I could build off of for other stories, another script, maybe like a sequel kind of thing. But I haven't really had a time and my idea I think is way better than anything they've done with fucking Knight Rider in the last couple of, like the TV show that came out like in the mid 2000s with Justin Bruning, which I actually kind of liked. I thought was kind of fun. They made the car to be too much of a fuck. They made the car to a Transformer, which I thought was a bad idea. I was like, nah, that's not. Transformers exist in the Transformer universe. Don't make this car a Transformer. That's a bit beyond the pale. It's a bit too unbelievable. And I thought it was done okay, but it just didn't get any traction. So they ended up canceling after the first season. And they've done other things, like they had that Knight Rider 2000 or the Team Knight Rider that was big in like the late 80s, early 90s. It was a thing for about 5 or 6 episodes. It didn't really have anything to do with the Knight Rider from the 80s that I grew up watching. It was just this weird thing. It was a bunch of kids that had like one of them had a motorcycle that was like Kit. I don't even think the cars talked back. I just think they were like it wasn't anything even close to being Knight Rider.
Was it like Mask?
No, it was live action.
Well, I mean, what was it like a live action version of Mask or...
No.
Okay.
Let me give you some better details of it so I'm not talking out of my ass. It was called Team Knight Rider. It ran, actually, it was later than I thought it was. It ran from October of 97 to May of 98. So it actually ran longer than I thought it did. 1 season, 22 episodes. Let's see. Plot. The story is about a new team of high-tech crime fighters assembled by the Foundation for Law and Government who follow the tracks of the legendary Michael Knight and a supercar Kid. Instead of one man making a difference, there are now 5 team members who each have a computerized talking vehicle counterpart, so it did talk. Like the original duo, Team Knight Rider goes after notorious criminals who operate above the law, from spies and assassins to terrorists and drug dealers. The final episode of the season and series featured the reappearance of Michael Knight, seen only from behind and played by a body double at the very end, serving as a challenger to the cliffhanger to the season, which was never resolved due to the series being canceled. So, yeah. And it didn't have anybody important in it.
But you need to finish your scripts if you want, if you want somebody to read them, I'll read it for you.
Well,
but
one of them I've got the one that I written for Jeremy. I've got the dialogue mostly done. It's just writing in other stuff that I need to like some of the visual stuff, the descriptors, things like that, scene stuff. I can't really get into that though, right? Because I've been talking to Jeremy about at some point, maybe this spring, going to this haunted cave and like walking around and making some notes on the script about like where I would shoot this scene, where I would shoot that scene, things like that. But
have you thought about where you're going to get your funding from, or?
Yeah, I could probably crowdsource it, but I don't really think it would take a whole lot of money. For one, it wouldn't be like a full length, like hour and a half, 2 hour thing. It's probably gonna be a short, because I don't because that would require, it would be a little bit easier to, I could work on the script writing stuff as opposed to worrying about having it be long enough, meeting these certain time schedules and things like that. It would make it a little bit cheaper to make it a short, and I'm not really doing it to try to sell it. I'm doing it to try to do it, so I can see what I do good, what I do terrible, which is probably going to be a lot more than I do good. So I can see exactly where my game is at. You know what I mean? MK Kratos says he told a few people already his mother's in the hospital. I'm very sorry to hear that. With a blood clot in her heart, that's a dangerous situation. They thought it was a heart attack at first. She has chronic kidney disease. That sucks. But she found out recently. I'm sorry about that, man. Yeah, my love to your mom, because my dad just died like a year and a half ago. So yeah, I'm right there with you. That's pretty scary. Casey, for predicting Jimmy Carter's death, you are punished to do military push-ups. EJ and I came up with a punishment idea together. Well, there's a director who hinted at rebooting the movie Labyrinth. I've heard that, but I don't think it's going anywhere. It's one of those things that it's been talked about for a long time, but it's kind of in developmental hell. And when somebody signs on, they bail from it for whatever reason. So I don't know. It's going to be tough without David Bowie, according to a lot of people online. I agree. He does kind of make that movie very unique. His performance in there was not something that would be easy to follow. Actually, even Knight Rider, Justin Lin? I think I'll have to look now. I think it was Justin Lin had actually been contracted to write a script. I'm not entirely sure. He had been contracted to write a script and was going to make a movie. And that was one of the times where I was kind of like, well, probably time for me to give up on it then, because there's no fucking way, because he can sit there and concentrate on writing the script, or I can't. But Knight Rider to be,
2 minutes.
1 minute.
All right, 1 minute.
Of what?
Well,
1 minute for
you.
Yeah, I know.
The whole point.
Yeah, I know. I know. You interrupted me, damn
it. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should we waited after it happened?
No, you should not interrupt me. Knight Rider, that's not what I'm looking at.
Okay, Casey with the sauce.
Video games, Knight Rider TV, no. So in 2016, it was announced that Machinima, which doesn't even exist anymore, was developing a Knight Rider reboot with Justin Lin producing and directing the series. There has been no info about this since. So obviously, whatever he was writing just didn't work out, or they didn't like it, or whatever. So yeah, maybe I could write. I don't know. The main character that I've written, I really like. I think it's a cool way to. I think it's a cool. It's Michael Knight is in my story. Michael Knight is now running the Foundation for Law and Government. He was actually running Knight Industries for a long time. He was no longer he had just taken over the role of like Wilton Knight. For those of you who actually saw the TV show, especially the first couple episodes.
Any of the shows or anything.
Well, Wilton Knight is the one that starts all this. He actually dies very early in the series, and it's
spoilers.
It's somebody else. Hey, is it midnight already?
Yeah.
No, 4 seconds. It is. I'm sorry, I was looking at the YouTube thing. Love you, baby.
Happy New Year.
Hello,
Happy New Year.
She's not going to let you forget that.
Tell your wife I said hi.
Alex Payne says hi. He's in the derailed days.
Hey, hi, Jim.
Yes. Happy New Year, everybody. I should have got something to drink other than just like my cognac and my Diet Pepsi, but whatever. This is where we're at these days.
Frank.
But yeah, I like the character that I wrote. He's like, Michael Knight is now running the Foundation for Law and Government, and he gets convinced by a friend of his in government to restart the KIT program because of domestic threats being on the rise and so on and so on, and 9/11 changed things and so on and so on. And so he recruits somebody else who, like him, was kind of a not necessarily a loner, but didn't have a lot going for him. And the character was the way I'll send you guys what I've got so far if you want to read it. But basically, he's in a mission in Afghanistan. Shit goes crazy. He's the only surviving member of his platoon, and he comes back, and he's just kind of like middling around in life. And Michael Knight finds him and decides, I want you to take a crack at doing what I used to do. So Michael Knight would be the mentor. He would be the character that I'm drawing a blank of the guy's name. That he would be the Edward Mulhare. Jesus Christ, I don't know why I was drawing a blank on that guy's name. But he would be the Edward Mulhare character, the one that was kind of running everything. He would be Devin Miles, the Devin Miles character. And I have an ending in my head already, which I think is pretty cool, like a final scene. It would be kind of dope. And some voiceover ideas. But yeah, I have to put it all together. That's the Casey, your punishment is happening on LTS as well. So, see, less than serious.
I don't know right now because I mean, with my leg hurting, I can barely walk with it. Like I said, when I was climbing up the ladder, it was painful.
Get you some weights. You can sit down, do some curls.
Yeah, not on that leg, but. Frank, I do have another resolution I was planning for this year. It's actually in the works. You think I'm a lot of bullshit right here with this, but I am in the middle of writing a book. And it's a working title. Obviously, it's going to be called Casey the Draw, but it's a working title. And I'm going to put a bunch of keywords in the AI, and we're going to pump out a book from AI, like the music I use on my channel. So
I'm sure that's going to go over great. You know what? You know what I say? I say write your ass off, man. Do it.
I'm just going to put some keyword stuff and see what AI comes up with. And then I'll just sign my name at the end and say, hey, here we go.
Keep it simple, Casey. Just kill another old person.
Yeah. That's what you do, man.
Now, I will ask, do you consider outlining a story first before you write, or
I did
because that worked out, or
it's worked out. Yeah, my problem is not the story that is outlining it all. It's that I don't like aspects of the story. And speaking of somebody who tells some awesome stories, is the other side of Alex the Garbage Man. Here is Dr. Nick, everybody.
Hi, guys.
You should put them together because
you should shut up. You fake champion. As you can see by my name, it says Nick 1, Casey 0. You didn't answer my challenge, so all those belching on mine. You're a faux champion.
Actually, well, here's the what? I'm going to bring something else. Earlier, I said that anyone on here should be bald. I'm sorry, JSP. You had to be bald to be here.
Why are you being mean to GSP? I just met him. You're being mean.
I'm just saying. I mean,
wow.
Look at us. We're all bald.
There are exceptions to the rule. Thank you very much.
I think you're a dickhead, Casey.
He could be wearing a wig, Casey, for all you know. Maybe he's just lying. Maybe it's like an image thing. He's like, I can't go online unless I got like a toupee on. So
I'm going to share this to our stream.
You do that. MK Kratos, are me and you connected on Twitter? I think we are. I think we've sent stuff back and forth before. I'm not entirely sure. Send me a DM on Twitter real quick, and I'll drop you the link to the show real quick if you want to come on and hang out. We're only going to be on for about another hour or so. I don't have it in me to go crazy late anymore. I struggled greatly on election night. There was a lot of caffeine and a lot of uppers keeping me going, and boy, was I
a lot of cocaine.
Not quite cocaine. Caffeine. No, none of the none of the Colombian goo dust. None of that.
That's from Guatemala or
But yeah, so Yeah.
That's
if-
right. You're gonna have to go through Skype for him, Frank, because he doesn't have Twitter.
Oh, I honestly, I don't even have Skype installed on this computer.
What even is a Skype?
Does anybody even use Skype anymore?
I haven't used Skype since the last time we did Derailed.
Yeah, pretty much.
We used it, didn't we, Alex? For a little while? Or was that with Brody?
That was with Brody.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
Well, you know what? I'm a little disappointed in Frank. He didn't do my intro when I first came on.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
the
you're
one.
such a goddamn diva.
Can't
Oh
always
my
get what we
God,
want,
I
sir.
didn't play my thing. Ah!
Here, Casey, do you feel better?
Seen my wiener.
There you go, Casey. If it makes you feel better.
Oh, I feel 100% better now.
I almost said something so bad just now, Frank. You lucky. You're very lucky. I caught myself. Let's just say I was gonna say F.A. Zillocam. F.A. Zillocam. I'm not even gonna put the last letter on, but I think you can take a guess what it was gonna be.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Special thanks to Canadian Alex for putting that together for me. By the way, that was compliments of him.
And I made it a very specific rule with the Alex and the Garbage Man show. If for some reason it hit, we're not allowed to change anything. It has to stay as low budget, like that great shit all the time. Exactly how the show. It doesn't matter what happens. It needs to stay that way.
Hey, sometimes that works.
I still think Tex has the best intro out of you guys, honestly. Or maybe Frank's.
Every time it does a pow, 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 you guys don't see, but I'm always going pow, pow, off camera because every time.
Hey, Stuart.
You know what I need? I need a banger fucking intro like you guys got.
Oh yeah, I agree.
When are you guys doing Nosferatu?
Thursday.
Ah, okay.
I'll probably put it together tomorrow. I'm gonna try. I might try to sneak out and go see the movie again tomorrow, but I'll put it together tomorrow night and stuff.
I liked it. The wife wasn't a big fan, but I enjoyed it.
It had some. I have some gripes, but overall, I think the movie was pretty good.
Me too. But it was like, you know what? It was pretty okay. Bram Stoker's is still my favorite. I really like Bram Stoker. So
there's been a couple of cool iterations of Godzilla, of Dracula, but I like when they try to do different stuff. Like sometimes you make it more horror. I mean, I went and watched, and of course, Happy New Year to you, Stuart. I do have an envelope for those posters now. I will be getting them out to you at some point. I promise. I promise it'll happen. But yeah, I look. I went and saw Twilight when it first came out. Because I was like,
why?
I'm not sure. Look, we didn't know what it was when it first came out, but I was like, it's vampires. I'll try it because maybe it's cool. And then about 3 minutes into the movie, I was like, nope.
all you hear is General going, "That's a trap."
Well, it's like because
was it too spicy for you?
My girlfriend at the time was reading the books. And I didn't know anything about the books. I didn't know what the hell it was. I mean, who the hell knew who? All I knew was Robert Pattinson was in one of the Harry Potter movies. I knew that much. Nobody knew who Kirsten Stewart was. I didn't know really anybody that was in it. The other Indian kid, Native American kid that turns into a wolf. I didn't know anything about that kid. All this stuff was new. So nobody knew anything. So by the time the second movie comes out, these kids have become big stars. They're all heartthrobs now. They're on all the Teen Beat magazines, if that shit's even made anymore. They're, like that happened, but it's like at first I didn't know what it was. I'm like, vampires? It's going to be a different take. They say, okay, I'll try it out because it's vampires. The moment I saw him glistening in the sun, I was like, hold fire. Hold fire! I'm not doing this anymore.
Retreat!
Did you watch? I was going to ask, did you watch the whole movie or did you walk out?
Well, we went to the theater. I have never been tempted. Well, I'm sorry. A couple of times I've been tempted to walk out of a theater, but I've never actually done it because I paid for the movie. I want to watch it. And sometimes the movies finish strong. So, I mean, I'll give the movie a shake. I went to see the second one because I was still dating that girl and I wanted to touch her boobs. And I was like, so I'll sit through this. You'll
let the man on the TV turn on, and then you'll take advantage.
Yeah, I'll sit through this nonsense if it gets me laid later. But whatever. And then I have not seen anything after the second one. Because even she, when the last book came out, she read the book and she was just like, God, that was a terrible ending. for the book series, and I was like, well, how's the movie going to be any fucking better? It's like, if you're a big fan and you think the books ended like ass, how's the movie going to be any better?
Right.
Now,
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to ask, does anybody have a favorite Dracula? Going back to Dracula.
My mother-in-law.
Uh,
Gary Oldman.
I'm not actually married. Just felt like that was appropriate.
Gary Oldman for me. I mean, I thought he did a phenomenal job.
Does it have to be a real person, or could it be a cartoon?
Followed closely by Liam Neeson. Close.
Could
Nobody?
it be cartoon Dracula?
Maybe.
Sure.
If it's a decent one, sure. What do you got?
Dracula. That cartoon that was on Nickelodeon.
Oh,
The intro would scare the shit out of me when I was a child. And
I'm really surprised you didn't say Count Chocula. I thought that's where you were going to go.
I thought he was going to say Blackula. I can't lie.
Blackula kicks ass.
He does, but I totally thought that's what Case. I'm like, that's what he's going to say.
Blackula kicks it. Hell, Eddie Murphy would play Dracula in the fuck was that one movie?
The Brooklyn one.
Vampire in Brooklyn.
Vampire in Brooklyn. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Part of me thinks I'm with MK Kratos here. I mean, Bela Lugosi. I mean, those movies, that era of filmmaking period is just way different. There was so much to that era of filmmaking that was fantastic. If you want to go more modern, I mean, yeah, Gary Oldman, the one guy that played Dracula in Blade 2 or 3, I forget. It was. I like the fact that they went kind of like more meaty, muscly, steroided out.
I bet you do.
It didn't work, but I like the fact that they kind of went different with it. Tex is saying Christopher Lee. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Can't knock that one at all. I don't know. They've all been so different. I mean, look, even fucking Dead and Loving It with what's his name?
Liam Neeson. That's what I said.
No, that
Leslie
was Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? This past Saturday, a friend of mine showed me Love at First Bite with George Hamilton as Dracula, which I thought was actually pretty funny.
He wasn't Dracula, but the main vampire from John Carpenter's Vampires was pretty badass.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name.
I can't remember the character's name, but
I was thinking the character. I can't remember what the character's name was, but he was a pretty badass vampire.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, what about Blade? He's a vampire. Does it have to be Dracula or?
Well, Dracula is the character, so yeah, Blade is not actually Dracula. He's just a vampire.
My mom used to be a big fan of Frank Langella as Dracula.
Yeah. He's one of those guys like Christopher Lee, though. He's just got kind of a weird presence where he's kind of good in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Played a great Skeletor, even if the movie was bad. But
and he said he loved that role. He said it's one of his favorite things he's ever done.
Yeah, I got a soft spot in my heart for Masters of the Universe, but that movie is
horrible,
right?
It's so bad it's good. It's one of those things. It's one of those movies like I loved it when I was a kid, but as I watch it with grown-up eyes now, I'm like, God, why did I like this movie again? It's because I was 12 years old and stupid. Yeah, there it is. It's on. It was on Tubi. I think it actually just today went off.
Awesome.
But I would imagine.
I will say, as bad as this movie is, it was not bad because of the cast.
Oh yeah,
it was a pretty decent cast.
It was one of those things where it's like a really great concept and it isn't produced very well. The implementation didn't work very well.
Well, I will say, in the hands of a better studio, Paramount, 20th Century Fox, Universal, Warner Brothers, yes, Masters of the Universe could have done well. This was a Canon film. And Canon film was great for ninja movies and breakdance movies, but not for Masters of the Universe and not for Superman 4.
Welcome back, Tex, by the way.
Hello, Tex. Hey, okay, so maybe I missed it because I was in the theater. I'm sure you guys have talked about this already way earlier in the show, being that we're going into 2025. I am so over seeing everybody saying, oh, what's next? Or 2024 was so hard, and it's like, no, I thought 2024 was a pretty good fucking cakewalk.
Yeah,
Compared to the shit that we went through the last, years before this.
yeah. It
Shut
wasn't
the
so
fuck
bad.
up.
Compared to
Seriously.
2020, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like what? How? I mean, yeah, everybody has moments in life, right? But these people that are like, oh God, I barely made it through. Like, okay, I don't know what's going on in your life, but I thought it was a pretty decent year, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I
I
can't complain.
I know my 2025 is going to be bad because of
Fuck
text.
me.
But I'm trying to outlive that fucking prediction.
Would you fucking make a lamp out of him already, Tex? Jesus Christ. Oh,
Hey.
really? With that much skin, you can make a lamp and a fucking.
Well,
couch
Nick,
cover
Dr. Nick, by the way, I've already told Casey he puts video games up his ass since you weren't here, by the way. So
and- That's my boy right there.
But no. By the way, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but in-laws suck. Like I hate the like I love my old lady. She's great, but fuck her goddamn family. Holy shit, I had to get away from this people. Swear to God. Oh,
I still
Either
say
way.
I still say I have the worst in-laws on the planet. There's no way anyone has worse in-laws than I do. My father-in-law actually wished death on me and my wife when we were
I'll put it to you
flying
this way,
around.
Casey. I'm on my property that I paid for. I pay all the bills here, and I'm sitting in my truck hiding from these motherfuckers. Okay, that should tell you fucking anything.
Maybe that just means you're a wimp.
I also assume they're not watching tonight.
No. It means I want to get laid tonight, and if I tell my old lady's brother off, I ain't getting no pussy. So you know what? I'm gonna fight to live another day, my friend. You know what I'm
Sounds like
saying?
self-preservation
That's
right
fair.
there.
That's
See,
fair.
Nick's got the right idea. I'm keeping my powder dry for when this I finally. Oh, I swear to God, I've got a short fuse as it is, but this motherfucker's asking for it. I swear to God.
He's like, I'm gonna cut a
They
bitch.
often do.
Like
always be
this
and then they always be like,
this
why are you coming
motherfucker-
at me like this?
like my old lady has told him this motherfucker will kill you, and she wasn't playing, and he doesn't I don't know. I had to get away and come to be with my internet family besides Casey because he's the retarded cousin we keep in the basement, but it's fine. Whatever. So
I just want to
Oh,
say
good.
on a side note, it sounds so weird to me to hear you say old lady because over here we say old lady for our mother, not our wife. So that
No,
sounds so strange to me.
around here, if your woman reaches old lady status, that means she's good to go. So it's all good.
We say it for like our mother, like that's your old lady.
Well, I love my mother, but my mother-in-law can jump the fucking bottomless pit where I'm. I fucking care about.
And on that note,
Fuck that.
let's welcome to the show MK Kratos. What's up, brother?
Kratos.
Do you
Hey,
have a
Jack.
pit for his mother to
Casey.
jump over, or mother-in-law? Sorry.
No mother-in-laws just yet, but hopefully me and my girl can tie the knot soon.
It's a trap.
Yeah, don't do
Oh, it
that.
ain't no
Hey, Nick's not. Once again, Nick ain't lying. I'm telling you what,
5 years.
the man's not wrong. Holy shit.
That's
Fuck
why you always
Super
marry the
Shooter,
ones where their family are dead. You know, it just makes the most sense.
Well, Tex, you had texted me earlier. Let's get to this now.
Yes.
Some of your favorite things in entertainment that happened over the year, your best picture, best actor, things like that.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
don't
have
you-
the list in front of me. If you would like to read it, I can talk about it as you go. But yes, I did send this to you just in case.
Well, you said here's your top 10 horror movie list. You've got
Yes.
Terrifier 3 at number 1, Maxine at number 2, Late Night with the Devil at
Yes.
number 3. We're actually going to be
Oh, yeah.
reviewing that here the next couple of months. Stream
Loved
at
it.
number 4, Werewolves at number 5,
Yep.
VHS Beyond at number 6,
Surprisingly high, but I loved it. Yes.
The Substance at number 7, which I actually really want to see now. I've heard a lot of people now telling me
Good
that's a really
movie.
Sounds
Good movie.
Nosferatu at number 8, In a
Yep.
Violent Nature at number 9, and Strange Darling at number 10.
Yes, sir. It took me y'all don't know how many times I went over that list, and I had like 15 different versions. So I was like, okay, this is my Academy Awards nomination. Of course, Terrifier 3 was going to win. It wasn't even a question. That was like given, basically. So it wasn't really rigged, but whatever. But every movie on that list, I'm not going to talk too much about Nosferatu considering we're doing that. Sorry, I'm fucking drunk. We're doing
nice to do that. I don't blame you.
Nosferatu we're doing Thursday, obviously. But every movie on that list I saw live, except for VHS Beyond. That was a Shudder exclusive at Halloween that they always released. But it was a good year for horror. There was a lot of good new horror, like The Substance. You had In a Violent Nature, very creative. Like the surprise film of the year for me was Late Night with the Devil, which, if you don't know, and since we're reviewing it, I won't go too much into it. But imagine the Johnny Carson show infested with the devil. That's the simplest way I can put it. It's a lot of fun to watch. It was, like I said, it was a good year for horror. There's obviously a few sequels. Maxine is the end of the, well, as far as we know, it's the end of the Maxine story. That first X trilogy from Ty West. Maxine didn't nearly get the love that it should have because what was that? Long Legs with Nicolas Cage came out like the week after, so people kind of forgot about it. But I really liked Maxine. Late Night with the Devil, great film. Can't wait to talk about it. Nosferatu, we're waiting for Thursday. Stream, that one I had to go out of my way to see that one. That was like a one weekend release. And I was like one of 3 people in my theater that saw that. That was made by the executive producers of Terrifier 2 and 3. So if you like the Terrifier films, you'll love Stream. By the way, Stream also got best nudity / sex scene because there is a hot tub scene in that movie. Holy shit. This old girl's just riding it, boy, in this hot tub, and she gets her throat cut from ear to ear, and it is glorious to see. Great tits, by the way.
Do you have an illegal stream of that so I can observe?
Well, Army mateys, I'm sure if you sell the high seas, you could find anything that you want there. But,
oh, yeah, for educational purposes. Right, Casey?
I mean, what else? I mean,
I'm only going to watch it 15 times till I figure out the exact point when he gets his throat slit and I climax at the same time.
And just so y'all know, I do have a name for a name for my award show, and Nick, I think you'll appreciate this. It's not the Oscars or the Academy Awards. My award show was called the Smutties because horror porn is a smut kind of thing, right? So my award show is the Smutties, and the statue would be like a golden pair of like blood covered tits would be the statue that you got if you wanted my award show. It would be tremendous. So
I feel that's something I can get behind.
Fitting, actually, very fitting.
Yeah, well, I thought so. Obviously, I'm going to need some funding, and we probably can't put this on TV, so it's going to have to be maybe like a
streaming service,
an internet streaming service, thing. But who doesn't love hot naked women and gratuitous violence and gore? If you don't like that, just get the hell out of here. I don't know what to tell you.
Agreed. So. Speaking of which, did anyone else see what happened with like the Squid Games actor in the past 24 hours?
I haven't heard anything.
One of the actors who played a transgender character on season 2 is under hot water for posting a Squid Games porn parody on his Instagram stories.
Oh, cute.
I'm like, what the fuck are you doing,
dude? That's great.
Here it is. Okay. Well, let me read this article real quick. Squid Game 2 actor.
Casey's going to ask for the link. Wait.
Squid Game 2 actor Park Sung-hoon apologizes after sharing inappropriate content. South Korean actor Park Sung-hoon has captured widespread attention following his casting as a transgender character in Squid Game 2. Initially, this casting choice sparked a significant amount of debate, blah, blah, blah. However, after the release of the show, those who had doubts were taken aback by his outstanding portrayal of the character, Sung-hoon's dedication to his role, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Unfortunately, Hoon's moment of triumph was brief. After receiving widespread acclaim for his portrayal of the character in Squid Game 2, the actor is now facing backlash online. Recently, he sparked controversy by resharing adult content on his Instagram stories.
That's fucking.
This has led to an uproar on. God damn it! You got to pop up. An uproar on social media, overshadowing his earlier success, leaving fans and the public disappointed by his actions. The incident has raised questions about his social media conduct and its impact on his image. Well, I mean,
fuck your conduct.
You can question so many fucking famous people about their conduct.
Is this your
Exactly.
first day on the internet? Like,
Yeah, really.
Now, my first question is though,
What?
is it now? Because some famous sports people or movie stars or whatever have in their contract whatever company they work for, that company has control over the social media. Is this one of those kind of deals?
Maybe, I don't really know. On December 30th, Park Sung-hoon caused a stir by posting a parody photo on his Instagram. So not a video, a photo, which featured a Japanese adult video actress mimicking Squid Game while naked. I don't know what that means because there's not like one.
Well, that takes that whole red light, green light game to the next fucking level. If you do,
yeah, no doubt. The image was a parody of the show's iconic visual, but its inappropriate nature quickly drew backlash.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a Japanese version of Squid. It's a Japanese AV version of Squid Game, and it's more R word fantasy than anything. Personally, that's all I'll say on the matter. And Casey, you're
I
there.
still haven't seen Squid Game season 2.
Yeah. Yeah, look how close Key got to that screen, right? Like
you're staring way too. You're getting way too.
No, I wanted to.
Casey, I'm gonna need a hand check from you right now.
Hands up, Casey.
We're gonna need a hand check. I don't trust you.
It's gonna look like he blew his nose in his hands. Like,
No,
I don't give you permission to defile yourself in my presence. Okay, it's not okay.
Hold on. If you guys don't see it, it's not your guys' problem.
I will me too your ass so fucking quick it'll make your goddamn head spin, Casey. You just wait.
We're talking about one of the actors from season 2 getting in trouble for sharing a
Happy New Year, Mom.
JAV parody of the show
Oh,
on his Instagram stories.
Oh, there you go.
I mentioned Asian porn just in passing in case he's like.
Actually, I wanted to sit up because I didn't like looking like this.
Oh,
You sit like that for 2 hours.
Dude, I've been in here for 24 fucking minutes, and you were laid back. As soon as porn and naked Squid Game got mentioned, you're like fucking. Hey.
Casey,
like, hold up.
Oh, I'm not that close. I mean,
Fuck.
You are, dude.
Yeah,
you
dude.
Pretty
are.
close, and your intent. You're
Yeah.
like really like, oh my god.
Yeah, you're like, oh my god, really? Huh? Oh yeah.
There's even a thread of tweets of some of the guys in Squid Game in the Squid Game series in general that have done some gruesome shit over the years.
Oh god.
I'll share you that. I'll send
What's
you
up,
that
Reverend?
thread. Hold on.
Reverend?
what about, hold on. If you guys gonna accuse me, what about Tex and Alex Payne? They don't even have their freaking cameras on. Oh, I mean, there goes Tex. So
Yeah, he probably, his old
that
lady
means
is
he's
probably yelled at her,
guilty.
get the fuck in here!
Never mind. Never mind. The guy
that-
deleted the thread.
His old lady walked up
Of
the
the
porch. She's like, I
entire,
heard you said about me,
post I was
motherfucker. I was watching this damn stream. Don't think I'm not.
Mhm. Yeah. I knew it, motherfucker.
Oh,
You
goodness
think I
gracious.
can't hear that?
Yeah.
And Casey, I
Hold
do
on.
not
Are
appreciate
you
your
s-
accusations.
Are you saying Tex woman is sub to you? I mean, why isn't she sub to me then? I mean,
Because your content sucks and mine doesn't.
Ouch.
Plus, your content isn't adult friendly either. It's more kid friendly.
Yeah, yours is more kid friendly.
Yeah. Trying to lure
I
them
wouldn't
with
say
fucking
that. I mean-
championship belts.
EJ, I'm drinking for you too. Yeah, my
Happy New Year!
serious
Happy
stuff.
New
Happy
Year
New
to
Year,
you,
Sarah. That's my
Happy
sister.
New Year, Sarah.
She's supposed to be
Yes,
drunk at the
and-
Alpine right now.
Happy New Year to you as well, Debbie.
so
Yeah.
what's the chances you think Tex just got arrested? I mean,
Zero. He's
Really?
on his property.
That's the best. That's the question you asked about that.
yes. I'm pretty sure you're probably drunk in public. Probably. I mean,
He's on his own property. He can't get dinged for drunk in public.
I'm pretty sure if you're like drunk in your front yard, that's still public, isn't it?
I think
No,
Texas is its whole new world, its own world. So I don't think
It depends
Yeah.
on state to state. I actually know a guy who got in trouble for walking home from a bar because he was too drunk to drive, and he figured, whatever, I'm like a 20-minute walk home, I just walk. So he was walking home, and a cop drove by, and it was like 1:00 in the morning. A cop drove by and saw him stumbling and pulled up to him, and he was just like, "You're drunk in public." He's like, "I'm not causing any problems. I'm just walking. I didn't want to drive home because I've been drinking. I was trying to be responsible." And he ended up getting like a citation for it. I think the judge ended up dismissing it, but yeah,
I actually heard that one guy, some woman was sharing a TikTok post about chivalry being dead, and because guys won't give up their seat on a subway train. She approaches the guy. He asks her, "Are you pregnant?" She says no. "Are you for equality?" She says no. Then fuck off.
The problem here's the problem that some women, especially younger women, don't understand about chivalry. Is there has to be a reason for me to want to be respectful to you. So if I see a woman standing there, and okay, now Texas is back. We thought I think the woman was watching the stream and heard you talking shit and came out there and beat your ass, but
no, my youngest daughter she's having a day. She's a woman. Women, they're fucking weird. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Either way, I'm back.
Especially when you're drunk in Texas.
I'm not gonna lie, Tex. I thought you got arrested for drunk in public. So
No,
motherfucker.
Good night, Sarah.
Goodbye.
I don't even live in it. Drunk in public. I'm in a dark field. There's not even street lights where I'm at. Like drunk in public.
Tell him that, Tex. He was fine.
Come
Drunk in
fucking
public.
find me, please.
being drunk in public in Texas is just like a badge of honor for Texas.
To say,
I'm pretty sure in Texas they arrest you for being sober in public first.
there is a. I'm not even kidding about this.
You don't smell like bourbon. There's something crazy. There's something spooky about you.
I'm not even joking about this. The phrase "Texas sober" is a regularly thing said down here, so it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. It's whatever. But
all right, what about this? I mean, let's say if I just strip down naked and open the door to my.
Oh God, kill me! No, fuck you.
But I open the door to my apartment. But I'm not stepped out into public area.
That's still indecency in a building, dude. That's
hang on, Casey.
Building.
Casey, did you get all wound up once that Asian porno started to get talked about? Is that what got your motor going?
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
My God. See, people think I'm like, bad. Casey's the real fucking weirdo. At least I'm honest about my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Damn.
Casey, the moment you open up a door to your apartment, you actually need stop closing you if you're.
And to be fair, there is a vast difference between. I'm sitting in my truck, obviously way too far. I don't even have my car keys in my pocket at this point. All right. If you go out there with your itty bitty tiny little pecker hanging out, yeah, you're going to jail, motherfucker. That's how that works. So
that is a practical joke that hurts all of us.
Happy New Year, Wade. I love you.
Plus, he could be put on a list for doing that too. Just even if
I'm pretty sure Casey getting naked is like in the Geneva Convention of shit that's not allowed. Like I'm pretty sure they knew that ahead of time. But I don't know.
You see, Casey, you keep setting yourself up for these things.
Joseph Mangala might be the worst person to ever walk the face of the earth, but Casey dropping his pants is 10 times worse than anything Mangala ever did. Just throwing that out there for free. So,
Casey dropping his pants is going to be comparable to Jim Cornette dropping his pants at a
Happy New Year, Cindy.
Happy New Year, Cindy.
Happy New Year, Mom. She messaged me the other day. It was awesome.
Well, I'm just
saying. Motherfucker.
opening his door butt naked at his apartment is just as comparable as Jim Cornette dropping his pants at a wrestling event.
Okay, what about this? Maybe like I'm naked in front of my window. I have the shades down, but
No!
Why do you? Hang
Why
on,
do
why
you
do you
want
want
to
to
be
be?
naked in front of a window?
Are you trying to get
What is
yourself
wrong
on
with
a
you?
list, dude?
Why do you want to be naked in front of people? I'm sure you got nothing to be proud of down there. Like I've never seen it and don't want to, but I'm just guessing.
I'm sure it looks
You're
like
no
a
John
turtle wearing
Holmes,
a
you know what I'm
turtleneck.
saying. So
I'm sure it looks
You
like
know
a turtle
Jim
head. It
Carrey
just sticks
or
in.
freaking what? What was his name? Willem Dafoe. You know Jim Carrey or Willem Dafoe?
Wait, Jim Carrey and Willem
How
Dafoe are hung?
how much you want to bet? It's
I
like
don't
when
want- I
Peter
don't need to
Griffin
go on
gets
the internet
naked
for
on.
that.
Whenever Peter Griffin takes his pants off, his fat belly covers his tiny little pecker, so you can't even see anything. It's just belly. It's probably one of them situations.
I want to see how fast. There were 16 votes in the last poll. Thank you, everyone who voted. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Just to recap that.
Bigfoot is real. The skunk ape is real, motherfucker.
I voted yes.
Damn right.
16 votes. 56 people said yes, they believe in Bigfoot. 43 people said no. Now, let me see how fast we can max this out at 100%. Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's Casey's villain's name, the Diddler.
Casey.
God.
Batman just runs after him with a pair of pants. Put these on, motherfucker. That's how he stops the diddler. Yeah.
I mean, let us know what you think, guys. And now, look, if anybody votes yes,
Where's the new poll?
Anyone votes yes, you are being put on a list immediately by me.
You are in trouble. You are in trouble if anybody votes yes.
One
I
of
already
Casey's
voted
alt
no.
accounts.
I already voted no.
I didn't see the
EJ put the
What
helmet
the hell? How about this? What the?
My lord.
Okay. Casey has to be voting on this list. I see 17% for yes.
Well,
Casey has
since
to have voted.
since this is a special occasion, of course, and Casey's always bitching about wanting to get on here with Frank and I, or Alex and Nick. He's always bitching about a spot, right? Casey, does this finally scratch your itch of getting to be on with all of us at the same time? Do you feel fulfilled at this point, or are you going to keep continuing to holler about it? How's this going to work?
I'm going to continue the bitch.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Bitch is
Not-
bitch. What do you
he's
expect
on it.
bitches to do?
Speaking of
Bitch is
which, don't you owe Tex a bet at this point for like how to do something with a popcorn bucket in a theater?
What?
Remember that bet, Tex?
Oh yeah, dude. Kratos, I
Exactly.
drink a lot. Kratos, I drink a lot and forget a lot of shit. You're gonna have to forgive some shit here. I got to be real honest. But I do remember
You
something
made-
about a popcorn
You made a
bucket.
bet with Casey back in the summer, I believe,
Uh-huh.
to tell him how to explain how to cut a hole in the bottom of a popcorn bucket.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Oh yeah.
You know where I'm going with this.
Well, we're
And he
gonna
was
need to
supposed
get Hobo.
explain it and how to get away with it.
Hobo Jim's gonna have to be a part of this, so we're gonna need to get him on this call. So Casey, drive over to behind the 7-Eleven or the Allsups or whatever he's hanging out behind these days, and I'm gonna need to talk to him on this deal. So we're gonna need some help on that.
Well,
So-
how
Okay,
many
so basically,
people-
That's
Casey's
my
jerking
elephant.
someone off.
That's my elephant long-term memory at work right there.
how many
Well, I normally
people
have a good
voted yes?
memory too, but I'm about elbow deep in a whiskey bottle tonight, so you're really gonna have to fucking forgive mine.
Yeah, that's weird because
Well,
Casey's in elbow deep in his own asshole. Fuck.
Well, Nick, to be fair, that's
I
nothing for
already
him.
mentioned his
Casey-
punishment in the chat.
Casey doesn't even have chairs at his
Doing
house. He just has
military
strapping
push-ups
cones
on
that,
LTS.
that he sits on for furniture, so he's used to it. But
Ew.
Well, as we get to now the end of this stream, which will probably be at some point in the next half hour, let me ask you guys this. There's been plenty of news that has happened, entertainment, whatever. Casey says he didn't vote, so he's not the one that voted yes. So whoever voted yes, I mean,
You're on a
again,
list.
Yeah, you're disgusting.
Don't look at
yeah,
me.
we're just gonna send you to somewhere else. You don't need to be.
We'll
You're
send you
gonna
to
have to-
Guantanamo Bay with all the other crazies.
Yeah, you're gonna have to register with the FBI now.
Right.
So, hold on. Are you saying
Surrender
this
your
was-
funds, surrender your livelihood to the FBI.
We're gonna-
CIA, winner poll ever.
We're going to need to check that computer that you voted yes from because there's probably some questionable things.
Hopefully
Exactly.
people voted yes.
Someone did vote yes.
Someone
dude.
voted yes. There's 8 votes. 88%
Wow.
says
There's
no.
12% for
says
yes. Someone voted
Oh.
yes.
So
Casey's full of shit. He voted yes.
he probably did.
Ugh.
I'm sure
Of course he did. Like, look.
We'll go ahead and
yeah,
end the
of course
poll
he
there. So basically, how many of you voted? Let's see. 8 of you voted. 7 of you are sane. 1 of you has got some deep psychological problems. But that's not for us to solve tonight.
Somebody must have loved Jim Cornette dropping his pants. If they want to
Sigmund Freud, it couldn't handle that level of problem, but whatever.
But yeah, we're wrapped. You know, the year is now done. We are now a few less than an hour into 2025. But
Yes, we are.
you know, this has been kind of the year has been a crazy one. If you talk about just the election cycle, some of the stuff that goes on, Trump's assassination attempt, general craziness around the world, continuing wars in various places around the world. It's been
The fact that South Korea had 3 presidents already in the span of a week.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, so I'll start with you first, Casey. I'm concerned as to what your answer is going to be, but I kind of want to get your answer out of the way. What do you think was the biggest news story of the year to you?
I would say the Trump. It's either the Trump assassination attempt, or I mean, the one story I followed big time was that CEO from the healthcare getting murdered, and
That was a diversion. We don't have time to get into that, Casey.
but those were the 2 biggest things. But I mean, nothing really big except those 2. I mean, obviously Trump getting shot at twice. Oh, once and attempt for a second time, but that's the only.
Did y'all hear what happened with the second time though? Secret Service training has gotten very lax. Did y'all hear the report about that?
Oh, Kratos. We don't have time to go into this
And
conversation.
we do not have time for this.
I will go. I'll start yelling in 10 minutes about this. We don't want to start that. Let's not go there.
And it'll
Oh,
probably
it was just the fact that like one agent missed 6 point-blank shots from 5
You're
feet
gonna get
away
him going.
at the assassin.
Oh,
and anything that Tex would say is going to end with the phrase "They're turning the frogs gay."
I'll just say that you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Don't make me Hulk out because this shirt will get ripped the fuck off. I'm telling you right goddamn now. Don't even fucking try.
I don't know. Casey, continue on. You got kind of run over. Continue on a bit.
I would say the Vince McMahon story deal is another one for me, but after that, I'm nothing really. I mean, I'm just glad Trump is going to be president again, because I'm telling you right now that I cannot tell you one thing Biden did good. Out of the 4 years, I cannot say one good thing.
The best thing he did was stay upright for 4 years. That's his entire.
The only thing, everything he
failed
did wrong destroyed this country. Everything that Biden did ruined this country. Like, how do you let a top 10 FBI most wanted cartel person just casually walk past Border Patrol because of open borders? He was arrested only because Border Patrol realized he's on the FBI's most wanted.
Stuart, I don't think Taylor Eppin Swift is going anywhere anytime soon, but good luck trying to avoid her.
How many people think that Joe Biden secretly voted for Donald Trump?
Oh, 100%. Look at what Joe Biden wearing red on election day. That was not a fucking accident. That was a fucking psyop right in fucking front of you.
Did you see that shit-eating grin Biden had?
Yes.
When Trump was at the White House.
Yes.
They
straight up fucking the Democratic Party threw him to the fucking wolves. That was the Biden said one last fuck you on the way out for kicking his fucking old ass out is what that fucking was. There's no fucking doubt.
I hope a significant period of peace and quiet and happiness for Joe Biden when he's done. That's all I can really say at this point.
Except for his son, Hunter. He can go fuck himself, that piece of shit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
different
by the way.
conversation.
Hunter can stick a hot poker in his pee hole for all I care. But I mean, Joe Biden's like, look, let the legacy is going to be what it is. The presidential legacy isn't examined that much until that person actually passes away. So
Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck that whole family.
Hunter Biden can take the same route that Jeffrey Dahmer took in prison, stabbed in the showers.
Yeah, let him
with a penis.
Yeah, in the ear. Yeah.
Me.
Cover that old man in a blanket. Let him sit on the beach in Rehoboth Beach, and just let him.
Or smother him with a pillow. Either way, I'm good with it.
No, whatever.
So what do we think is the biggest news story of the year?
I'm working on getting around to everybody's ideas. Let me go to Canadian Alex. Again, a lot of news going on both in your country and ours. What was the biggest news story to you this year?
Before I get to that, new poll for the chat. Who's going to die first, Joe Biden or Casey is raw? My man's
Hey,
now it's gonna happen.
You gotta go. You guys have to vote on Frank's stream, not on the Garbage Man stream. That's where the
I've already put my hoodoo curse on Casey. He's got till June, and that motherfucker's croaking. So
you know what?
I have a better one. Who's gonna die first?
Case.
Joe Biden,
I got all the Caribbean voodoo secrets. So, if you want to shrink it, hit me up.
No. The poll's out there.
I'm just hold on.
So anyway,
Alex,
what was your biggest story? Frank, I'll take this one for you. Alex, or Canadian Alex, as we're referring to you tonight for some reason. What was your biggest story, my Canadian Canuck friend from the north? What was your biggest story?
Thank you, Tex. Great to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. The biggest story, and
tremendous.
This is an unpopular opinion. I agree with Casey. It was the Trump assassination attempt, hands down.
Yeah, that's definitely some wild shit. JSP, I don't know what you follow the news like most people do, I guess, at least to some small extent. What do you think was the most significant story to you?
Probably the biggest news story to me would be the election of Donald Trump. Even after the 34 felony convictions, 2 assassination attempts, the whole last 4 years of insurrection talk, which I think is a joke. Even after all of that, and after listening to how can this country vote for a convicted felon? Well, guess what? They did. And while the popular vote was actually a fairly slim margin, a little over 2.5 million votes that separated the two, but the electoral vote obviously was the landslide. And the funny part is that had Joe Biden stayed, his own internal polling, I'm sure you guys have heard this already, that his own internal polling predicted that he was potentially going to lose like 400 electoral votes, which we hadn't seen that. Honestly, we had not seen that since Bush beat Dukakis. Wow. So,
Bush Senior.
Yeah, Bush Senior.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. George W. Bush couldn't beat a goddamn pretzel. Fuck that guy.
George W. Bush only beat like Al Gore because of the Florida voting polls, unfortunately.
George Bush is painting fucking pictures of dogs right now.
I will say, as someone who admittedly voted for W twice, and the only defense I got against that is that Al Gore and John Kerry should have done a better job prioritizing America first, because they didn't.
You ain't kidding.
Bill Clinton did.
Bill Clinton did. But Bill Clinton did, but Gore didn't, and John Kerry didn't. John Kerry reminded me after the Russians invaded Ukraine. And, while everyone else is worried about potential for nuclear war, talking about global warming or climate change. I'm like, dude, this is why you lost in 2004 because you don't know how to prioritize. But going back to the biggest news story of the year for me, the election of Donald Trump or the re-election of Donald Trump.
I agree.
What about you, Dr. Nick, my other friend from up north, from the Great White North? What was the biggest story of the year for you?
So I agree with the class so far. And you said earlier, GSP, like what, all the criminal charges and all this against Trump. And that just says how bad Kamala Harris was when that was all ignored. Right. But I did want to add on the Canadian end of it. I mean, you guys won't know this, but for me and Alex, we have a 3-party system. We have the Liberals. Well, 4. Is it 4? Well, we got the Liberals, the NDP, and Conservatives. And then there's the French, Le Québécois. They've all turned on our Liberal government. Like, they want him. This just happened 11 days ago. Like, the Trudeau government is screwed. Like, they're finally, everybody has had enough. So basically, we have a big, huge thing happening up here as well. With our
Trudeau
government.
Castro, is there really a difference? I mean, he did birth the son of a bitch.
So that's I'd say the arc on the Canadian end, our prime minister being ousted, and of course Trump, the whole Trump saga that has gone on. So,
I actually have a meme of Justin Trudeau and another I guess actor saying with a memes side by side picture meme is Justin Trudeau says, "If we take the guns away, crime will go down." And the picture below him said, "And if stupid could fly, you'd be a jet."
Talk to Chicago, Baltimore, New York. Oh wait, never mind. Oh, that didn't work.
Yeah. Oh no. What about you, MK Kratos? So what was the most significant story to you? One that interested you the most?
Donald Trump's assassination attempt, the re-election, Hunter Biden, and The View horribly defending the Hunter Biden pardon. My God, that was a train wreck and a half. I don't even want to get into Whoopi Goldturd or Sonny. I'm related to slave owners hosting.
Your first mistake was listening to those fat cows on The View. Fuck those bunch of cows.
I didn't even watch the damn episode. I watched someone react
that's
to
an
it.
insult to cows.
Yeah, they fart way less than those women.
And yes, you heard me correctly. Whoopi Goldturd. Get that trending.
Cows are sacred in India. We might start a war with India if you compare
Oh
those
my
cows.
God.
That's
They're no joke.
But
Don't fuck with them. Our internet will get all fucked up.
yeah,
I can't believe
who's going to help me when I need tech support?
I can't believe y'all haven't even mentioned the top story of the year yet. Y'all are missing the forest for the trees here. I can't wait for my turn.
Well, I don't know. Let me go to Alex Payne now. What is the story that has jumped out to you the most, that interested you the most?
It's his fucking book.
What? See, Casey, I was legitimately gonna make that joke. I was gonna say the newest that Dungeon Crawler Book 7 is coming out, but you see, you just stole it from me. So now, Tex, I'm sending you the Voodoo Secrets, the Caribbean Voodoo.
Okay,
Secrets.
sweet. Casey, Casey, you're fucked even harder now. Oh, you might not make February. Oh, you're fucked now.
I'm gonna send you all of the secrets, and
Oh,
just for
dude.
extra effect, I'm
Here's an
gonna teach
idea,
you how to
just
make
give
him fall in love with
Tex-
somebody so he could die in love.
I'm about to make the fattest voodoo doll you've ever seen in your life. It's going to be fucking
Alex,
huge.
Alex, I'd give Tex the whatever killed Bruce Lee. Give that to Tex so he can give to Casey.
There you
Oh,
go.
listen, I got a lot worse things than that. I got things that'll drive him crazy. I got all the good stuff. Casey, you better hope there's a nice big ocean near you, because you're gonna need to swim in some salt water to get this voodoo off of you.
See,
Casey, you better believe in God, because you may see him either February or June.
see,
He won't make it out of January.
what's
Oh,
people's
damn.
problem with
Ow.
me? I
On
mean,
February
now
2nd, when I'm reading
on me.
the next Dungeon Crawler book, I'm gonna be thinking, thank God Casey's dead for ruining my joke. Affiliate book.
Well, who's next for their biggest story? Who's next?
Alex.
Did Alex say everything he wanted to say?
I think so.
I don't have any. I don't have any stories because I don't care about the U.S. The Trump stuff was, I guess, it was funny, but I really couldn't care less.
I like his attitude.
In a manner of speaking, he's not wrong. It really did get to the point where it's like all you could do was look at it and laugh. Like all of it was just so crazy. Go ahead, Tex. What was the story that jumped out at you?
4 minutes.
I can't believe y'all missed the top story that was the most hard hitting this year. That poor Hawk Tua, that sexy little girl, got took advantage of, and all those idiots lost their money. It was just so tragic. Those poor fools. The girl that liked to suck on dick, they were going to get rich off of it. They got fucking scammed. It's just, it's so fucking sad. Of course, I'm joking.
Talking about the Hawk Tua.
The top story, of course, is not as much as I'm waiting for the Hawk Tua porno to drop because I'm watching that first day. It's, of course, the MAGA king himself. Fight. There's no way around it. Everybody else has already said it, but yeah, it's not even close. It's, the America First MAGA party, whatever you want to call it, wherever you stand on it, I don't really care. It's Trump all the way, no doubt.
Yeah, I would go a step farther. I mean, for one, there's not one that separates itself a long way from what would be the second and third stories. There's so much crazy shit going on in the world right now. Obviously, I mean, the Israel-Palestine thing that's been going on for a little more than a year now. It technically started like 2023 in October, but I mean, that's still going, as well as the stuff that's been going on for a couple of years now in the Ukraine. But I mean, to me, I'll take it a step farther than just like the Trump assassination attempt. This has been by far, and I said this when we did our election night coverage, this has been the most batshit insane election cycle in world history. Yeah. If you could go back like 9 years and say Donald Trump's going to run for president, or 10 years, whatever it was before he ran, most people would look at you and be like, dude, you're fucking retarded. There's no fucking way. It's not going to happen. Donald Trump, really? And even when he decided to run, there was this aura of like, there's no fucking way he's serious. This is a serious thing. He's doing it for attention. And then if I tell you he's going to win, you're going to be like, there's no fucking way. And if I broke down not even like all of the craziness, just like the fine points, like him winning, him meeting the North Korean dictator leader, Kim Jong Fat Ass, him having all the chaos surrounding the 2020 election, January 6th, and then he's running again, and then assassination attempt, and then Biden drops out. And then if I would have lined those things up for you and said, this is how it's going to go, you'd looked at me and said, dude, you need to either take your meds or stop taking your meds. What something is fucking with your head because you really are a mess. If I could go back in time,
you're using.
Yeah. It's like, if I were to tell you this stuff like 9 or 10 years ago, you'd legitimately think I'd lost my shit. But it's like you look at it all play out now, and you're like, this is just insane. And the impeachments, the all this other shit. But it's if I would have told you that all this stuff was going to play out, you'd be like, there's no way. That's a comedy movie. That's the only kind of thing that happens when you let like the guys that made Airplane make a movie about an election. Like that's the kind of crazy shit they would dream of. And then it just happens one after another, and you're like, wait a minute, what? It's like,
Frank, you asked about conspiracy theories, right? So here's one for you. What if it's all intentional? They say that meme culture and all that stuff is becoming very popular, so they made the election cycle a circus to keep it within the popular zeitgeist.
Well, they've called Trump the first time he got elected. They called him the meme president because the conservatives were doing memes online to garner support, where the left they still say the left can't meme. That's like something that goes around the internet. The left can't meme. Now after he won election,
Happy New Year.
After he won election a couple of months ago. Happy New Year to everybody. Just now clicked over to 1 o'clock on my computer.
Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year to everybody in the next time zone. But now they're calling him the podcast president. They're calling this the podcast presidency because he was on like Theo Vaughn, Rogan, 3 or 4 other big.
Wow, gunshots off real good.
Yeah, he was in a couple of different podcasts to really get his work, to get his message out there. And a lot of people say that's one of the reasons. Now, it's not the reason he won. They're saying it's the reason he won. One of the couple reasons that he won by a lot. Not just the electoral vote, but I mean, what is the difference in the?
He won a lot of the
youth
vote through the podcasting.
Yeah, it's like 2.3 million votes. I think is the difference. As I'm doing the quick math in my head, it's like 2.3 million votes. So yeah, it's like if I'd have told you, if I'd have told you that it was all going to play out like this, and Trump was going to not only in 2024, he was going to win all of the swing states, which is ridiculous. I didn't see it happening. I thought best case scenario he would win 4 of the 6, and I was kind of straining to say where he was going to win one of them, but he swept all 6 swing states, which is I saw that election night and I was like, I don't know how. That's like I really expected him to split like Wisconsin and Michigan. He ended up winning them both. And I was like, wow, that's not a small thing. But it's the whole thing was just chaos. It's crazy shit that you would never look. An assassination attempt on a someone running for president, that alone would have been the biggest news story of the year. That alone. The second assassination attempt, even though the guy never even actually squeezed off a shot, he got kind of interrupted before Trump got anywhere near him. It wasn't as big a deal as a lot of people thought, but it was still an assassination attempt. Like that just kind of compounded it all. But I mean, you factor everything else in, this entire election cycle has been fucking insane. And I really do hope, for the sake of my blood pressure and the sanity of my fellow Americans and anybody who really cares, that the next election cycle is not that it does swing the pendulum back the other way a little bit to a little bit more normal. Because if I have to go through another election cycle of emails and assassination attempts, and did this guy grab someone's pussy, suing, impeachments, he's a felon, he's half dead, he's a clone. I swear to God, that's something that's been going on the internet a lot lately, is that Biden is actually, they found some way to clone Biden. And I'm just like, no, that's actually picking up a lot of steam on the internet.
I'm going to have to go. I think they're popping off actual gunshots over in my neighborhood.
Really?
I'm hearing fireworks and actual guns.
It's New Year's. It's not unheard of. I went to a New Year's Eve party actually, I think it was 2000. I went to my buddy's New Year's Eve party, and he went outside and capped off a few rounds from his Desert Eagle in his backyard. He actually still lives about 2 blocks from me.
Let's just say the last time New Year's Day happened and I was out in public, there was a triple homicide on New Year's Day in my town.
Damn.
I love that. They just didn't know how to party. That's why. That's the reason.
Don't know how to party, dude. I live 2 miles away from Ferguson Police Department where the Ferguson riots happened. 2 miles. You want to talk about partying?
I'm just
hang on,
Kratos.
Do you just wear Kevlar everywhere you go, like John Wick?
I'm gonna have to at this fucking point. I don't have any Kevlar though. Yeah.
By the way, happy New Year, you bunch of filthy animals. Sorry, I just been over my leg.
Well, I'm about to jump in my car and have a celebration drive-by.
Casey was going to celebrate. Casey was going to try to run around the neighborhood and scream Happy New Year. Well, Casey was.
Well, then you really are going to find out what happens if you pull your pants down in public cases.
Pennies on a dollar.
Okay, his
Casey's better off going to a strip club and get paid pennies on a dollar to show his body to unwilling patrons.
Well, here's the thing: they don't know.
Don't give them any ideas.
They don't know they're unwilling until later on. I mean, I just flashed them, and then it's just like if they're not willing. I mean, that's their problem, not mine. You know.
How many trench coats do you own, Casey? Like the old school brown kind that you can flop open and close. You got any of those?
Casey lives by the logic: if you have an axe, then it's not a no.
Well,
Kratos just left. Okay.
I have quite a bit of trench coats. I mean, what's wrong with that?
God.
You're supposed to have nice trench coats. Like
you're supposed to wear.
You drive around in a white van too.
Just stop, Casey. Just stop.
Yeah.
See, just on principle alone, just because Nick is such a better person, I think he deserves all of Casey's bells. Casey, you need to ship all them to Canada.
Thank you.
Nick he's a much kinder, nicer. He's He's not a prevert like Casey is. So those belts need a better home. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that be Nick 2-0 to me now?
Yeah, you suck as a champion.
It's going to be Nickomania whenever he gets a hold of you, buddy. He's just going to go straight up Hogan, drop the leg, and you're done. So,
Just don't drop the hard R.
Oh,
Please do not on my
what?
channel anyway.
I'm talking about
What?
Kind of
I'm talking about Nick beating you in a wrestling match and you getting all Dave Chappelle on me over here. What's going on? Feeling okay?
What's your man, stripper?
Oh, Casey. What am I going to do with you? I'm going to go ahead and start to wrap this thing up and give you guys a chance to give me your guys' final thoughts on the year that was 2024 and what you think is coming in 2025. Casey, I'll start with you again because you're right next to me on the list. Give me your final thoughts before we get out of here.
It ended sucky because 2 weeks ago I lost my grandpa. So, but before that, it's
Did you
not
find him?
bad. Huh?
Did you find him?
My man, that was good. That was good. I like that.
But it's mainly been okay. I mean, it's pretty much indifference for me. I mean, not too bad, not too good. I mean, it's just right in the middle of the road. I mean, I'm just happy to still be here for right now and working. So that's all I can say for now.
And to my friend from the Great White North, Alex, give me your final thoughts before we get out of here.
2024 was a pretty good year for me. It had its ups and downs, more ups than downs, giggity. But the downs were of the downs were of my own terrible design. So I take my own advice and think before I say and do something. And I'm pretty sure 2025 will be an excellent year for me. And hopefully, because of the old saying, a rising tide raises all ships. If it can be better for me, it can be better in some way for all of you as well.
And to our good friend JSP joining us for the first time tonight, give me some of your final thoughts before we get out of here, sir.
Oh, 2024 could have been better. But I want to be optimistic for 2025. I'm starting my trek because in August of 2025, I will reach the big 5-0. So I'm actually looking forward to that. And, I'm looking forward to a better year. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Hell yeah. I look forward to hearing about all the cool things you're doing.
Well, Frank reached that like 13 years ago. Frank's retired and he got his AARP card.
Hey,
now.
Casey, shut the fuck up. We're trying to wrap this up.
Now, you see, I like to try to be polite and to handle things a bit more diplomatically. Nick's just like, to the point. Shut the fuck up, Casey. But Dr. Nick, give me some of your final thoughts on the year that was 2024.
Everything Alex said. They were my own fault. The things I screwed up. It was a pretty distant year. Can't wait to see what 2025 has in store.
So everything that went wrong in your life in 2024 is Alex's fault? Got it.
Nailed it.
100%.
Damn you, Alex. I don't know. Tex, my good man, give me final thoughts on the year that was 2024.
Well, obviously the heart attack happened in August, so my heart tried to kill me, but even that motherfucker couldn't do me in. So, well, that was all good. But yeah, 2024 was good and bad as all years are. But you know what? I'm looking at it optimistically. Easy for me to say. Optimistically.
You said it right the first time.
I'm going to look back on 2024 with fond memories. Lots of fun time with y'all. Lots of fun reviews. Terrifier Bird kicked ass. I can't wait for 4. I couldn't not mention that one time. But I'm looking forward to 25. I'm predicting good things to come for all of us. So, I'm going to make the best of it. I may not be here for a long time, but I'm here for a good time, as George Strait says. So, it's all good.
And to our friend from the islands, Alex Payne, give me your final thoughts on the year that was 2024.
It was okay.
He's like, man.
That's it.
Oh, Alma,
Story
you live
over.
in the
I'm looking
ghetto.
forward to 25. I'm looking forward to 25 because the new Dungeon Crawler book is coming out. So yeah.
That's gonna be
Billy,
that's gonna be the running gag now. Casey kills celebrities, and Alex wants to read this one specific book as soon as it comes out. That's the new running gag.
Of course, right? It's a series, and everyone should read it. It is the best series ever. No jokes. No jokes. It's genuinely amazing.
I'll look into it. Like I said, I might do the audiobook. I'll listen to it at work.
Yeah,
Right.
you really should. You should really enjoy it.
Frank, I did forget.
If you don't like it, if you read it and don't like it, I will pay you $50, and I will know if you're
Hey,
lying.
Casey, shut the fuck up. We're trying to get out of here. You had your time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey,
Hold on,
you
let me
want me to
change.
lower- you want me to lower your death date to the 2nd of
Yeah,
January?
let me change. I'm changing the score. I'm giving Nick 2 points. There you go.
Keep it up, Casey. I will move your death date sooner. Alex Payne's going to send me some more voodoo shit. You best watch your ass. I'm telling you. Keep it
Well,
up.
I was
I
going to
wonder
say,
if I
I
want to go about getting a doll made.
Just
Well,
I just want to
apparently
toss
you
this
can't
out. I just want to toss this out there to the fellas. If you want a girl who, you're very interested in, who isn't feeling you, what you do is you cook her some food, right? And this will sound very weird, but I'm 100% serious. I'm not trying to be funny here, like Casey. You take some of your sweat and dribble it on the food, and then she'll freak herself right out over you. She'll fall madly in love with you. That's a little tip for the
Oh
fellas. out
God!
there.
Don't tell Casey that. He's
What
gonna
are you
jump
talking
up and down over some McNuggets and feed him to a
Jesus
chick.
Christ, Jackson sweats over everything.
Casey probably got a
He's
jar
always
of
been
sweat.
doing that.
There is actually a website where you can have custom dolls made, but I don't think it's for. I think it's to have like one doll made.
Oh.
There's money that I could try to sell, but I'll look into that. I'll look into that. Let's see. Stewart says he is optimistic, but he will probably come out misty-optically. Yeah. Kratos says Leonardo DiCaprio reportedly be in season 3 of Squid Games. Maybe. I mean,
Oh, there you go.
I feel like it's kind of I feel like that's kind of slumming for Leo, to be perfectly honest.
I
But,
do have one question.
What's that? Go
I
ahead.
do have a question for you, Frank. When's the next time we're going to do all bad cards?
I don't know. It'll be. I took down my. I had it up on my.
We tried that last time, but Casey got a little. Speaking of hard R, like you mentioned earlier, he had to
Yeah.
Talk about
go.
You have no
Yeah.
proof of that. I mean,
I bet we do on Frank's channel. I bet we go back and look. It's on there.
I will go back on Frank. You didn't see that.
My guess right now is it might be something I try to do on like a Saturday.
Saturday would be perfect.
Because I know that we got to finish doing the Die Hard movies, which are going to be kind of covering the Thursdays after we do Nosferatu. And
It's
then
still
there's a
not a
couple
Christmas movie, by the fucking
There's
way.
a-
Thank
It
you very
is
much,
a
you bunch
Christmas
of
movie.
balls.
Kiss my
Die
ass.
Die Hard 3 is not a Christmas movie. Die Hard 1 and
Die Hard
2
3 is
they
not.
are. But
I like Die Hard with
they're not-
Avengers,
they're-
but yeah,
they're
Die
not a
Hard is a
Christmas
Christmas
movie.
movie. Anyone who
But,
says, "Oh, I can kiss my ass,"
yes, so we got to do the Die Hard movies. We got to finish that series, and then the one on Netflix that not Taron Egerton, but the one with the kid from the Kingsman movies. That movie called Carry On is actually getting a lot of good buzz. We're going to review that after we do Nosferatu. We are going to take a little programming note. We are going to take about a week off because I am going to be switching back from using StreamYards to using Discord and OBS. I have to tinker with some things to make sure it's where I want it to be, so it may not be as we come back out of our little 11 or 12 day break. But we will be taking a short break because it's been even though we missed a lot of streams like in the last part of the year, there was a lot of stuff going on. Jeremy working at the cave while planning a wedding, getting married immediately after all that ended, and now settling into married life and figuring out how to divvy up time between him and his family and his wife's family and making all that work. It just, Tex, of course, having his heart try to kill him at one point. It'd be nice to give that dude a break. I have some producer stuff I want to try to take care of. There is another video series I'm going to start at some point this year that will probably come out like once a month.
You have
where I
a
talk
book to
about-
read.
Where I have a book I have to listen to at work, and I want to do like the year in entertainment. The year.
Are
in
you making
movies.
money off of that book or something? Jesus Christ!
That's what
It's
we
like
said
100
already. He actually wrote it
okay.
under a pen name, and he's trying to sell it. He's selling it hard, and I'm not going to hard.
Listen, like I say, I really wish that was the case because it's doing pretty good right now. So I'd be.
He's got
making
like
plenty
three.
money, but,
He's got like 3 crates of that book under his bed right now. He's trying to unload on eBay. That's why he keeps talking about it.
He probably is.
By the way, Tex, don't forget that book, Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon. You know,
I'll look into that.
very
Yeah, I'll look
horrific.
into that.
But yeah, there's stuff happening. So we'll make some things work. So I would imagine it's probably gonna be something we do on like Saturdays as like a hangout thing, as long as I don't have anything going on early Saturday or early Sunday morning. But yeah, I don't know. I'll work it all out. There's also some. I'm also thinking about that one video series about the year in entertainment. I'm also thinking about making that a Patreon exclusive because I haven't really fucked with Patreon for like a year and a half. But I do want to start putting some content out there to try to drive that a little more as the channel grows a little bit. It hasn't grown much the last like 3 or 4 months. I think we've added like 2 subscribers in the last like 3 or 4 months after that really crazy period of growth where we were adding like 100 a month for like 3 months, which was very odd. I wish I knew what I was doing to make that happen, but I'm just making
Tell you
videos.
what
Man.
it was. It's that Tombstone movie review. I've
looked at the analytics. There's several videos we did in that time frame where we would add like 30 or 40 subscribers from that one video.
Less Casey.
Less Casey. Yeah, I'm sure we hit the algorithm somewhere with YouTube and it put us out there and it helped, but I don't know.
3 words: Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Turn Jeremy and I loose. We will get the views.
That's going to be the spring. Right. That one, I want to hit the classics.
I want to be here
again.
for that one.
I want to hit the classics again. Chainsaw, like the first Nightmare, the first Friday the 13th.
I got to show Tex something.
Again. But yeah, while he's digging up whatever he's digging up, actually, it's right there. A minute. Sometimes you strike gold with these old reviews. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had any reviews that have popped off like way after the fact, but every now and again I'll hit one. It's like we'll do it, and we'll get like 100, 120 views per video or whatever, and then I'll make one that sometimes the timing is just right. Like we did the Pee-wee's Big Adventure review like right after Paul Rubens passed away. That popped big. A couple other ones that just kind of like oddly were like huge. They really took off. I don't know why, but they did, and I'm happy. So, what were you saying, Nick?
So check it out, Tex. So there's the first one.
Oh, sweet.
And then the wife, and then I got like the big one for it too.
That came out. I have the Art the Clown from that series.
Yeah.
I was there at Hot Topic the day those came out. I didn't buy that one, but yeah, you gotta love Leatherface.
Yeah, they're the 50th anniversary ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was out here Christmas shopping, and I sent pictures to the wife. I'm like, so you're either buying them or wrapping them, or I'm buying them. So like either way.
I love Hot Topic. I'm in there at least once a week, just looking at shit.
Yeah,
Hot Topic is amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
Can I bring something up?
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, one more shot at this, Casey.
Is there a law for people not opening those Funko Pops? I've never seen anyone open them.
I open mine. I'm an out of the box guy.
Well, I'm gonna let Jeremy explain that to you when he goes back on Thursday. We're gonna have a whole segment as to why you don't open these because we had the conversation with Cora maybe a year ago or so. She was just
I have
like,
a friend who collects old wrestling figures, and like he unboxes them all.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't tell your kids, like, hey, you don't open.
There's 2 schools. Quickly, Casey, I can answer this. I'm more of an action figure collector, but you have in the package collectors and out of the package. I'm an out of the package because I want to feel it. I want to pose it. I want to do all the things. The reason why a lot of people with Funko Pops is because those don't move, so that's why they leave those in the box. But it's like, do you prefer Pepsi or Coke? Either way is fine, but it's just your preference. Not a big deal.
If you're a kid, you buy toys and open them. If you're an adult and you buy toys, you leave them in the package.
I'm a big kid.
No, if you're adult,
you're a kid trapped in an adult body.
I'm shocked you people didn't force your kids.
Oh, you?
What do you mean? Hey, what do you mean, you people?
You people.
What do you mean, you people?
I don't like the way you said "you people" with
Yeah,
the hard R,
people.
man.
Yeah. Why are we doing?
I'm in here, baby.
We were wrapping this shit up. God damn! Shut the fuck up,
Oh
Casey.
shit!
Oh, by the way, the one thing I wanted to bring up, my 2024 wasn't as bad.
You already had your opportunity. Shut the fuck up.
No, I just found a big.
you.
Hold on, I got a big plus.
I think
That
these two
was-
should
You
make
got a
out.
big plus. You're fucking right you do.
A big. I'm gonna put a burning plus sign in your yard in a second.
Oh, good God.
But
Dude,
You do that in Canada, you're getting 50 years of hard labor. You know,
Fuck
watch
off.
out.
But the top moment of my 2024 year is that I not only surpassed Frank once in subs, I surpassed him subs twice.
Yeah, but you paid for him. That's
I
different.
know shit. And
Casey's
just
used to
by the
paying
way,
for it from what I've been
there, I
told.
bet you was all-
Every time he goes and buys some skeezy hooker, some lot lizard, he's just like, oh, by the way, I'll throw an extra 10 in there if you subscribe to my
You
channel. on YouTube.
subscribe to my channel.
Casey's the only guy that tries to get change back from the hooker after he pays her. He's that kind of
Hold
guy.
on.
He just does a GTA style, beats him with a bat and takes it out of their pocket.
Hold on. If let's say a hooker is only
Casey, I am not giving you advice on how to deal with hookers. Be quiet. Be quiet. We're not giving you advice on how to deal with hookers. TSS2 in the chat. What's going on, brother? He says, Frank, also, every quarterly I will have Mystery Science Theater type movie reactions reviews with Casey and Mikkel. That's going to be fun. That should be hilarious to see.
Do
By
you
fun,
want
mean
to?
insufferable?
Are you trying to punish yourself, TSS? Why would you do that to yourself? My Lord.
Him and Hobo Harold, whatever the fuck his name is.
Ooh,
Just
Hobo
Frank,
Jim.
you know what you should do?
Hobo Jim, yeah. Hobo Jim's cool.
Frank, one of these days you gotta have Casey versus Mikkel in a speed reading competition.
Oh, shit.
Hey guys, just
I'd
wait.
rather-
We didn't. Well, no, I just figured out. You know why he's not on camera anymore? Because he's totally watching that Squid Game shit.
He is absolutely watching that Squid Game thing.
100%.
no.
Jeff Candy says
close to the camera.
I'm
Jeff
standing
Candy-
in front of my window with the curtain open right now, naked, seeing what happens.
Jeff
Holy
Candy
shit.
is surprised that Casey is Raw is actually awake. No, I mean, yeah, whatever. Let's see.
Hello,
Ginger,
Red. Holy shit.
Hi,
Hi,
Ginger.
Red.
How's it going? Good to see you here.
Hey,
Hopefully,
Ginger.
I don't do anything
Hey,
to push you off.
Ginger,
Over here
Ginger
hanging
is
out every now
my
and
Ginger is my number one friend. Yeah, easy for me to say. Ginger is my number one fan. Every time I comment on Nick and Alex's show, she just loves on me and wants to hug my neck. You know, she's so nice. You know, she's just the nicest person. She's
hug your
great.
neck with some garrote wire. Let's see.
Probably, yeah.
David
Probably.
Forsyth says, "Geez, Nick thinks he's really over."
He knows I'm over. He's got haterade. Trust me. I'm way more over than he is. And he's fucking jealous.
How's it going, Dwight? Good to see you around, buddy. But yeah, so let's go ahead and close this stuff out now. KFC, I'm going to give you like 10 seconds to pitch your channel and tell me what you're doing, man.
I had the more superior channel. You definitely want to sub and like my channel. So I do gaming.
I told you.
You
wants
come
me.
over.
Well, it's been 10
Get
10
seconds.
seconds
Next.
done.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Alex counted. Canadian Alex counted. You're done.
Casey, what's your next video going to be about? Make it quick.
I'm actually. I'm on the timer. You
Come on, pull the string. Pull the
Jesus
string.
Christ, dude. Come on. Say the words.
Actually, I just got done editing Double Dragon on the NES and on the Game Boy. The comparison from one and the other. So that I was originally going to put that out today, but I'm going to put that tomorrow.
Am I the only one who pictures somebody standing on the back of Casey's neck, pulling a string like they're trying to start a lawnmower?
I bet you Red is thinking I've never been so dry in my life listening to that man.
I think when she says that, I think she says that in a good way.
I don't know. I think her hate for me keeps her nice and wet. I think she's good to go.
Jesus.
I'm the Shawn Michaels. I'm the showstopper. That's why she.
You
You are
certainly are
definitely
the
the
show.
No.
showstopper.
Casey's the toilet stopper. That's what Casey.
Yeah.
Bucket.
Yeah, you know, Ginger, you are not the first woman who actually like loses body moisture from your entire body whenever Casey starts to speak. But let me go next to JSP real quick. JSP, what are you doing online right now, man? You got anything going on? Anything you want to pitch?
Not yet. But as soon as I will, I'll definitely let you guys know. But yeah, trying to get into video editing and trying to get a couple of things. I've been ambitious the last few years, but it's just, things keep happening. So, but I'll keep you posted.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you can find him on Twix, Twitter or X, whatever the hell you want to call it these days. And yeah, so follow him. Go down there. I put your Twitter in the chat if you can, so that way people know where to look at you. So that way when you get into whatever shit you're doing, man, put it out there and definitely go support him as well. The Sheffield Lone Star State, my man Tex. What do you got going on, my friend?
Come back to this channel Thursday to hear me talk about vampire sex from Nosferatu. So that'll be fun.
And then Saturday's Raw too.
No, well,
Sure.
only tune in to Casey's Saturday is Raw if I'm there. So Casey should really start putting my name in the title of the show, like retroactively, so people know to hear me speak. Because other than that, his channel's really shit. You don't need to watch anything else. So it's fine.
And to our friend
Ginger, I love you too.
And to our friend from down in the island, Alex Payne. What do you got going on, my man? I've been talking to you a little more lately on the Twitter. But hopefully you're going to be around a little more often. We can get back to some of that feeling we had the derailed days. What do you got going on?
Man, looking for one wife, you see. So Ginger, if you want to come live in the Bahamas with me, you could just come and hit me up.
Oh, we're about to hook him up. Get him out.
Alex is a model, so.
Okay.
Hey, you're not supposed to tell people that.
Hey, I've been saying he's sexy. He's a good-looking man. That's all I'm saying.
I need someone.
I want
special in
Ginger,
my
not me,
life.
Frank. Stay out of my yard.
I'm a
I saw you looking through my windows.
I need someone in my life. So what about me?
You have your dog, Casey.
Yeah,
Be
but
quiet.
nobody needs you in there.
Now, to my two friends from up north, I'll give you guys kind of a chance together to talk about what you got going on. You are the hosts of Alex and the Garbage Man on YouTube. What do you guys got going on in your next show?
Nothing.
Take it, Nick.
And that's always the plan. We bullshit for an hour and a half, 2
What up,
hours.
Redneck?
We have no notes, and we send a couple videos, and we basically filibuster and bullshit on Mondays. Please join us and get into the conversation. The Reverend's always there. Frankie stops by. Tex is usually there. Casey shows up. Ginger shows up with her beautiful face. And yeah, just join us on Monday nights, just not to learn anything and learn some time with some guys who love to throw out bro science.
You guys deserve more subs. You guys have great content. So,
I appreciate that, Casey. Thank you. But to be fair, Casey, there are tons of shows like ours. That's the thing. And I honestly do this just to talk to one like me and Alex. For the people that don't know, I've known each other since 1985, 86-ish. I just like getting together with my friend to bullshit. And I got the Reverend's there, and I've known the Reverend about that long too. It's just nice to get out there. I don't fight with a lot of people on the internet because it's a waste of time. If I have my opinion, it's on the show. And I've often invited people online. If they want to come talk with us to argue points, come argue and talk with us. That's where I'll talk to you and I'll get my opinions out. So, yeah, join us. It's a lot of fun.
Link to Alex and the Garbage Man is in the description of all the videos. So go check out not just them, but all the content creators I have down there. Night Watch Zone, American Werewolf New Jersey, all these great movie guys that I like to talk to. I like to watch their stuff as well. Go visit all those guys and show them some love. Those are some really cool people. That's why I pitch their stuff to you guys, because I think they're cool. I've talked to these guys at a personal level. They're all pretty awesome. So go check out these people and support them all.
Is that including me?
Yeah, well, your link is in there, so I guess so. But as for me, you will find me, as Tex said, we'll be back here on Thursday going over Nosferatu, the recently released remake of the 2-year-old film that came out a long time ago that is still considered one of the best horror movies ever made. A remake done by it's got Lily Rose Depp. It's got all the actors in it are all very well known. It's a remake of the original film. I think it's pretty decent. we're going to give you our thoughts on it on Thursday as we get back to doing some more movie reviews. And then, like I said, when we take some time off, I do some production stuff and just kind of give everybody a chance to unwind, recharge the batteries a little bit, and then balls deep back into the movie reviews, both new and retro, as well as some other stuff coming up in the year. So come hang out with us. Very much appreciate all you guys being out here and kicking it with us. You guys are all fantastic. Thank you again for a great year. We went up, I think, 300 or 400 subscribers this year, which is all you guys being fantastic and awesome. Thank you all very much for being kick-ass. I very much appreciate it. Look at all these guys right here. They're all fantastic. Way better turnout for people that were actually going to be on camera and hanging out tonight. I thought it would be like me and 2 or 3 other people. Oh, Casey had to put his clothes back on so we could say hi. Invite everybody. But yeah, we will see you guys on Thursday to break down Nosferatu. Until such time, adios.
Yeah,
Cheers.
it's nice they got dressed.
Happy
He's
New
did a
Year.
fucking job.
Cheers and Happy New Year.
Now, I don't know if
Happy
I'll
New
be
Year.
around, but isn't it? I thought from Nosferatu, the creepiest thing was that Johnny's daughter reminded me so much of Christina Ricci. Like, holy shit.
I think the scary part
Hey.
is that Casey was probably beaten off in that part of the movie.
All day. All day.
All
The
day
scariest part is that Count Orlok skipped leg day. Do you see them legs? My God, that dude needs to work out. Jesus Christ.
That was the part that turned Casey on the most.
Right?